No, I had no idea.
Because that's what a level surface is one where the surface is equidistant from the center, which means a ball.
Oh shit! Well, I mean, I've got a level table at home that I play my games on. It looks flat though. What's going on?
Yeah, that's not level. It's not equidistant from the center of a ball.
Oh shit! Well, what am I going to do about that?
You got to level it out, man.
Fuck! So I've got to make it into a ball, and so everything falls off, just so it's level.
Yeah, and then everything's level.
Sweet. Do that when I get in.
I mean, that's what this guy just told us. So it has to be true.
Sure, yeah. Did he have a degree or PhD or something?
No, he was just a glober.
Oh. I thought they were all way cleverer than us, though.
Yeah. That's why I'm going with this. I'm going to get rid of all my counters and every level flat surface I have in my house and make sure it's actually level.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, totally fair.
Make sure you do that throughout the different levels of the house. So first floor, ground floor, basement, all the levels to be covered, please.
Oh, yeah. So they should all be like concentric, right? Like a ball inside of a bigger ball and so on.
Now, a radius should be from the center. When it comes to Earth, no one measures the radius from the center, do they?
They wouldn't know where to find it.
I see. Because a sphere must have a radius, if exists such a sphere, and the radius is measured from the center.
You can measure from the center. It's useful to teach to children how to measure from the center.
But Earth from the center. Can you measure Earth from the center? Center of what?
Go from the center.
Children do it. Even children do.
Well, what children do is drawings. If you ask a 3-year-old to draw an horizon, he will draw a horizontal plane. If you ask the same child to draw the sun and the sun rays, they'll draw a circle with divergent rays. Looks like kids are more up to date than bowlers.
Yeah, they are. And then after a certain age, it seems like it all goes wrong.
Indoctrination.
I gave him a pre-kindergarten level citation for the physics of water. And so it seems that we just have to get them back to that pre-kindergarten level, and then maybe they can start to sort it out.
You have to like reset, because somewhere down the line, they went off. They just, something broke. So then you try to troubleshoot and slowly turn the clock back until where you find the problem is. And it seems even, kindergarten stuff is too advanced for them.
It is.
It's like you're thinking you could do like high school level or junior high or just basically just talk colloquially from their lived experience. And it's too confusing. They're just very, very confused.
We also learned that the triangles have 180 degrees, but these ballers say that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, even with Matthew, that's an amazing thing too. Matthew's been in here telling them that's not a triangle. Like it's kind of got the same name, but it's not the same thing. Two different things. And they don't get it. They're like, he's in on it. Nope, Matthew's all in on the globe. He's not in on flat Earth at all. He's trying to teach you math, which he gets paid to do. But the problem is they watched a YouTube video. So they have an actual professional educator on the globe side giving them free college lessons. And they still don't get it. Too complex. That one word can have more than one meaning. Which should be easy because that's kind of like how they live their life. They always are confused about what words mean. Which definition are you using there? What does that mean? It's just a hard life when, I mean, being like this sort of anti-flat earth atheist globalist. They just don't know what to think or what to say. Just always at a constant loss for words, always at a, suffering from some level of confusion and bewilderment. Even when they add their own answer, they're like, still can't use it. I saw this hilarious video today, like a little short. It's basically this kid was in the kitchen making an ice cream cone or something, walks out of the kitchen, steps on a cat's tail. The other cat got pissed that the kid stepped in the other cat's tail and kind of jumped at the kid. The kid gets scared, the cat jumped at him and runs. The dog gets mad at the cat because the cat scared the kid and chases the cat. Just like out of the middle of nowhere, just chaos just erupts, And the mom was like on the couch, like, what the fuck?
Slow day for globe proof.
Isn't that every day?
Yeah, it's just it's a grind.
Well, if you imagine the surface of a sphere two-dimensional and flat, then there's no problem.
Yeah,
Roboting.
the Earth's
Crypto, wait until you get in better surface area, and then it's like, I don't mind the roboting, but I just don't want him to go on thinking heard. So that's why I said something. Yeah, if you ignore logic, identity specifically, and then just use terms ambiguously, then there's no problem.
There is no ambiguity on level. It's not up for discussion, for debate. It's a measurement level. Measurement. There's no ambiguity.
Yeah, there's no ambiguity to it being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Like maybe if you got your eyes closed, it won't mean that.
One thing is for them to want us to deny our senses. I can't feel the movement, for example. Yeah. Another thing is to deny measurements that anyone can repeat. That's why it's a measurement. How can you rebuttal a measurement? A 1 meter stick is a 1 meter stick. Anyone can go there and measure it, 1 meter. There's no ambiguity. There is no debate. Obviously, on university level, things bend around geodesics and stuff like that. It's so ridiculous, man. You go to university to come out dumber than when you went in.
Yeah, the universities promote a lot of the drugs and the degeneracy, and then they tell them complete a logic. Or you usually have tasked with taking many electives that will then have much these interpretive dance classes and such, where then they break down logic further. So it's just a full scrambling of the mind. Many of these young people. I mean, there's always the outliers where they do great things, right? And they're not under some delusion, but it seems mostly it's just fully mind scrambling on every level.
Well, if they would listen at least to the powers that be, the people who are the subject matter experts, at least they claim to be. Neil deGrasse Tyson, that stuff is flat. They lied to you. They used the fish islands on the Red Bull jump. He says it. They've lied to you. From that height, you cannot see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. He says it. They've lied to you. Same thing with Michio Kaku. They've lied to you. They've told you in school that gravity was a force. They've lied to you. Gravity is not a force. They say it. It's not like we are inventing. We're just quoting them. They are the experts.
Maybe it's lunchtime, no?
Is that reality, man?
You can call me Raiden if you want. I think that's easier to less confident,
Raiden.
you know. Are you well today?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Well, nothing. I was just listening to you guys. Well, maybe you can answer this. I'm just curious. On a flat Earth, how does the volcanic process operate? Like, what's generating all this heat and magma and stuff down there?
Let's just Google the explanation real quick.
Yeah, wait, let's see. This is a troubleshooting thing. Do you think volcanoes are from the core of the Earth spewing out?
Well, I do because I think the Earth is a sphere, but
Fuck!
if it's flat, I'm wondering what's the physics and mechanics behind it.
This is why we're talking about this, how we got roll the education back. Where did you learn that volcanoes are molten material from the core of the Earth?
Hold on. How do volcanoes prove a sphere, first of all?
Well, I didn't say that it proved anything. He just asked me if I thought that the heat source came from a core that was within a sphere.
So,
yeah, dude, this is a glorious scientific illiteracy that you're showing right now. Glorious. Okay. This is absolutely glorious.
Okay, well, let's say I'm wrong about everything.
Yeah, you don't know. Okay. You don't know anything about volcanoes to even ask that.
Okay, educate me. How would it work on a flat Earth?
What do you mean wood on a flat Earth? Just Google the explanation. So the explanation we're given is volcanic eruptions consist of the expulsion of gases, rock fragments, and or molten lava from within the Earth through a vent. Where does any of that say globe or need a globe?
I didn't say it did.
How deep do you think volcanoes go?
I have no clue.
Like miles or feet? No. Do you think they're measured in miles or feet? How deep a volcano is?
I would say miles.
Fuck!
you did indirectly say that it has something to do with the globe, because otherwise you wouldn't have asked how it works on a flat Earth, therefore making a distinction between how it must work on a globe and how it must work on a flat Earth.
I was just asking someone to explain how we work on the flat Earth and where all this heat is coming from.
Just ask how it works, period, dude.
Here,
Fuck's sake.
The deepest volcano they think that exists is in the Pacific Ocean, and it's 4,000 feet.
Okay. Well, that's almost a mile. So, okay.
Yeah, and you're thinking this is pulling shit from like the different layers of the Earth.
So you
Look at
guys
these weaselly questions, hiding behind some sort of like, I'm not claiming anything. Yes, you are. Just man up and make your fucking claim, dude.
Oh, that's below the water. Never mind. Okay, yeah, it's 4,000 feet below the surface of the water.
So you accept the scientific explanation for volcanoes, but you don't accept the scientific claim that
It's not science. It's not science. There's no cause and effect relationship. We don't know the cause for volcanoes, otherwise it would be science.
No, I don't accept it.
Volcanoes.
Well,
I don't accept it. Why would I accept
what volcanoes are?
Well, since you just asked for the flat Earth story, and I just Googled it, and that's all they gave me were flat Earth stories. Every single diagram just showed a horizontal flat Earth.
Okay. Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just giving you what you asked for. It's not even my story, but just go to Google, and it'll just give you the flat Earth story on volcanoes.
Okay, is that a scientific story or what?
No, because like these guys just said, they can't vary and manipulate the cause, so they can't actually put it through the scientific method.
You did this. I know there's a kid in your school for like 4th grade science fair who busted out of the volcano.
If they did, I don't recall.
Oh, come on. It's like one of the biggest cliches there is. Like, your paper.
I mean, I've seen
Now he doesn't know about the most popular diorama in science fairs. Yeah.
How do you know what I know? I'm curious.
Well, other than the other explanation is what we were just got done talking about, that the globalist has an amazing lack of education.
Right. Well, you know,
I didn't know volcanoes were exclusive to spheres and to balls. I didn't know that.
Geology books don't make it look like it.
I mean, if the Earth was shaped like a pyramid, we still have volcanic activity, right? I didn't say it was exclusive to any state. I was just wondering how it would work.
Flat isn't a shape. Flat is not a shape. Flat is a surface quality. So you're somehow trying to ask how that relates to, you know, a surface quality relates to the event of magma and gases and other matter coming out of the ground due to pressure and stuff, you know, like, and heat. I mean, what the heck, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you have a surface quality on a sphere?
Okay, we'll just read right from the thing. Volcanic activity.
What sphere?
Just like what Heretic said. Volcanic activity occurs at the plate boundaries. These tectonic plates are moving in apart and coming together. Where's their globe in that?
I didn't say there was a globe in there. I was just
See, in your mind,
globe, because plates are flat.
You sound like the volcano as a straight line shot all the way to the core of the Earth.
I was just simply asking, if we live on a flat plane, where all this heat and magma is generating from. That's all I asked.
In the ground.
Okay.
I'd take a wild stab and say it comes from under the ground. Yeah.
Yeah,
under the surface.
Under the ground. Okay.
Now, where's it at on a globe?
What was that again?
Where's it at when it's on a globe?
I'm guessing the Earth's core has a lot to do with it.
So it's not in the ground?
Well, under the ground, sure.
You're guessing. You're guessing the core has a lot to do with it. Why? Where did you get that? Where did that come from?
He saw one of them fucking all day gobstopper fucking images cutting, you know, the cut in half, sliced out pie part of the globe, and then the middle of the little cartoon sun in the middle.
Okay,
yeah, this is all within the crust of the Earth. All this is happening.
Okay,
Even
so
in the
what's
globe
generating it?
In the globe tard, This does not go to the core of the Earth. A volcano is not your proof of a core.
I'm not trying to prove anything. All I do is ask a question. Okay, so let's say there's no core. What's generating all of this heat and stuff down there?
Did you bother to Google it? Did you bother to even Google it?
Unicorns
Well, if I was
is
just
the
going
answer.
to Google everything, and then I wouldn't need to talk to anyone. You know, I could Google the shape of the Earth too.
Tell me why the lava comes out of the ground on a globe.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, he just explained it a minute ago.
So why are you asking again? Plates move around, lava comes out, plates are flat, they're not curved.
Okay, so what's generating all this stuff under there on a flat plane?
Plates moving around.
Why don't you go and research it?
Okay. Okay, should I research the shape of the Earth too?
Yeah, no gotchas today.
Go do research whatever you want, dude.
Okay. And that applies to you as well, right?
Here, I think I got a good citation that breaks this down. Do volcanoes erupt from the core? This is the National Park Service, US.gov. Okay, this should unfuck you. At least I hope so.
Okay. I like that.
Or all of government is in on it. Do volcanoes erupt from the core?
They erupt upwards, and we know that up and down is in relation to a horizontal plane.
Melted rock magma is erupted in volcanoes, does not come from Earth's core.
Only on the
Even
weekends.
deep within the mantle. There is no permanent pools of molten rock found within the crust or mantle, but instead magma is produced from partially melting of the upper mantle. Damn, dude.
Fair enough.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, you didn't have the appropriate education to even ask the question because you thought your answer was explain how volcanoes without a core of the Earth.
So
Nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with
in
it.
other words, a flat plane that we live on, it doesn't have a core.
It still would have volcanoes. Volcanoes have nothing to do with the core.
I'm just asking. A flat plane has no core, right?
The Earth doesn't have a core either.
Doesn't need one.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, we took the long way, but you guys answered the question.
Well, because the problem is that you could tell by your question that you lack scientific literacy.
No, that's not true. I just wanted to see what you guys had to say.
Dude, you thought volcanoes come from the core of the Earth.
Are you commenting on your opinions? You disagreeing with your personal opinion? That's hilarious.
You believe that somehow like a volcano was a straight line shot all the way to the core.
No, I don't do that.
That's what you said earlier.
No, what I was asking was where is this heat and magma generating from?
Nobody's making a claim about that. I don't know why you're asking the question.
I didn't say anyone made a claim. I was just asking you guys what your ideas were about it.
So the answer is, I don't know. That's something where we can just go ahead and speculate. Why do you want us to speculate about something?
We don't know anything, guys. We don't know anything here.
Well, I thought we were just having a conversation. I'm not trying to gotcha anyone or stump anyone.
Yes, you are, dude. Stop being disingeneous. You're a fucking lying asshole. Shut up.
Have you guys passed a standardized test or anything? It's not anything like that. I'm not quizzing you guys.
On your ball model, yeah, the magma comes from hell.
Right. So no one's making a claim about it. Is that what you wanted?
I just asked the question. I didn't say you guys were claiming anything. I just wondering what your thoughts and ideas were. That's
Okay. Well, let me help you out a little bit. So you came to a 24/7 flat Earth server asking a question about something that has nothing to do with the nature of the surface of the Earth, didn't he?
Well, I don't know if that's true.
He's got amnesia.
Look at he's bricked again. I just read you from a citation from .gov website.
Why wouldn't volcanic activity have something to do with the surface of the Earth?
Another question, no acknowledgement. Yeah.
So volcano and flat, what do those have to do with one another?
Well, when you say flat, you're referring to the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but what do volcanoes and flat have to do with one another?
I don't know if it has anything directly to do with it, but I'm guessing it has some indirect relation.
Oh, see, that's where you messed up. See, your logical thought process is all skewed. Now, flat, which is an aspect of the surface, and volcanoes, geological type stuff, not related.
Okay, so volcanoes have no part in shaping the Earth, whether it's the surface or below the surface or anything else. Is that what you're saying?
Do you think you could go to a volcano, look at it, see what it's doing, analyze the magma, et cetera, and figure out the shape of the Earth?
Not in whole, maybe in part, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so there's a few places where the magma is mounding up. Yeah, it gives us that topography, but that topography is described in relation to a horizontal plane, rise over run. So that would be the only time where they kind of coalesce or come together. You're asking about heat and stuff underneath the Earth, which we don't make claims about, and that doesn't have anything to do with flat. So you kind of messed up, right?
No, I didn't.
You're kind of stupid.
This is like the fourth time you guys said something about making a claim. I didn't say you guys made any claim. I just simply asked you a question to see what you guys' thoughts and ideas were. That's it.
I didn't say anything about a claim, Raiden. I didn't say anything about a claim. You were asking us about something that is not related to the topic. Why?
I don't know if it's 100% unrelated. You guys seem to be like in gotcha mode or something, and I'm not.
No, Raiden, yes you are. Don't be stupid. Dude, come on, this is what you do every time you come in here.
I'm not trying to catch you guys in anything. Just ask a question.
So why would you ask a question about something that's not part of the topic?
Okay, well, I thought it was.
Volcanoes go all the way to the core.
I thought maybe in an indirect way that volcanic activity would have some.
He still didn't acknowledge it.
Yeah, you're still dodging.
You want the connection? You want the connection? Volcanoes are measured in relation to the surface, the horizontal plane, if they are above sea level or below sea level.
George, that's not what he asked. You're helping him with something he didn't ask. Yeah, he was asking about heat and stuff, right, Raiden?
That was part of it. I did ask on a flat plane where this stuff generated from, and I just wondered what you guys' thoughts and ideas were. Because I don't know how that works on a flat plane.
What does flat have to do with heat? Yeah, this is a stupid question. So, what does flat have to do with heat?
I don't know. I was asking if you had any ideas.
Well, why would you ask such a dumb question? If you don't know that flat has anything to do with heat, why would you ask that question?
I'm going to apologize to you. I'm not omniscient. Okay, if I were, I wouldn't need to ask anyone anything.
What? Right? Okay. Well, in the future, maybe you should Google first and say, hey, does flat have anything to do with heat? And see what you get. Then maybe instead of coming in here asking such a silly question, you should Google that first. What does flat have to do with heat?
Here's a perfect example how things work. It's a common misconception that magma comes from Earth's molten core. It really comes from the mantle. The layer. Yeah, so this is where, this common misconception. So what happened? It's because this was never my misconception. We've had people come in here since the very beginning and just blurt volcano. This is something that happens a lot. And where does this misconception come from? If they passed 5th grade or 4th grade science fair, they wouldn't have had this misconception. Were you just sick that day? Is there just a large number of people who skipped science fair?
No, I was just wondering what you guys' estimation would be on it. But according to you, it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. The volcanic activity the mechanism would still be the same, right?
No.
You mean P waves and S waves.
Yeah.
The angle of incident, it requires a horizontal plane.
And you have volcanic activity on something other than a flat plane.
It's called P waves and S waves. It's
What? Yeah, they
in
do it in
relation to
science
horizontal
fair
plane.
projects every year. Remember?
I just got done telling you that. They
It's a
make
total non sequitur.
volcanoes.
You can do it on a card table.
Okay. So again, it doesn't matter what shape it is. You can still have the same mechanics going on underground, right?
No, it's in
Oh, my
relation to a
Lord.
horizontal plane.
Or you say it can only happen on a flat plane.
Yeah, I mean, how are you going to wrap all those plates and everything around, a ball?
I
Like
don't
a
know.
disco ball?
There.
You think the plates wrap around the Earth like a disco ball?
I don't know. They could. How big are they?
No,
Like
plates
what
are flat.
happens when they collide against each other? What would that produce?
I didn't hear you say that again real quick.
And then when they collide into each other and they're both at angles, what would that make?
I guess it depends on which way it's going. Is it going up when they collide?
Strange choice of words. Up. You mean in relation to the plane?
Sure. Toward the surface.
So with all of this,
Yeah, some volcanoes, they erupt above the surface. Yeah, that's correct.
I got to ask then, so how would volcanoes work on a globe?
The same manner.
Plates wrapping around the ball? Looks like all the layers of the Earth
The plates are big enough. Why not?
Those layers of the Earth are considered to be horizontal for the explanation that we're given. So those are all like curving and wrapping around the ball.
Yes, they are.
Here,
I
check
don't see
this
why
out.
not.
Here, this says how volcanoes work. Consider your fingernails. Your fingernails grow at the same length. This is the same as volcanic activity. The nail bed growing out across. Creating divergent boundaries, these plates move apart, creating a rift. Where's the ball in there? There's another one. On a very large scale, you can imagine a volcano as a thick pot of stew on a stove. The heat causes tiny movement of particles.
Definitely no ball there because stovetops are usually flat. They're not curved like a ball.
Yeah. So any way you would try to reproduce a volcano will be...
Hello, I am from space, and I'm going to bomb every nigger's house from space with my UFO.
He got about 8 words in before using an ethnic slur. Very well done.
Your cope is noted, senor.
Is it crazy to think the Earth is round?
What's funny is they have the idea that because we have volcanoes, the Earth is a globe. How do you make the correlation?
Oh.
Yeah, that doesn't follow for me, but it's not a good argument.
Well, I mean, why was it even brought up as an argument for globe?
I don't know.
It's like trying to follow the logic. They know that volcanoes can go extinct. How would it go extinct if you still have your core? If your volcano comes from the core and the volcano went extinct, what happened there, do you reckon?
Yeah, he's got the lore incorrect. Yeah, I get it. The lore is incorrect, but how does that prove that the Earth is geometric shape? That's what I'm asking. Does anybody have the answer to that? Or is it just like a non sequitur?
Just real quick, I didn't say that. I never said volcano, therefore the Earth is a sphere. I never.
Well, why
said
did you
that.
bring volcanoes involved into this forum?
Oh, well, maybe you didn't hear it earlier, Alf. I had simply asked a question.
No, hold on, Reality Man. Reality Man, let me remind you how it went down.
Okay.
When you said, well, I believe I'm on a ball, so obviously I think the volcano goes to the core. Those were your words.
Well, I initially asked a question.
Back to reality, bro.
Oop, there goes gravity.
Again, I just simply asked where.
Yeah, you lost yourself in the moment.
Generated from on a flat plane. That's all I asked. I didn't say anything about therefore the Earth is a sphere.
You sure as shit did.
His question was, how do volcanoes work on the flat Earth? That was his question.
Yeah, and then it was asked he was asked, do you think that volcanoes go to the core of the Earth? And he goes, well, I think the Earth is a ball, so yeah, volcanoes go to core. That was you.
It's not the volcanoes, it's the lava. The lava proves the globe.
Yeah, then he asked, do you think there's a core on a plane? He's just an idiot.
Yeah, so nothing to do with the geometric shape, just assumptions. Yeah. Yes, no.
It's just an inquiry. That's all it was. I didn't say anything about.
Yeah, but why do you want to, Raiden? Why do you want to inquire about volcanoes? What do they have to do with anything in this forum that we talk about geometric shape of the Earth, whether it is or it is not one? Why would you talk about volcanoes? I'm asking.
Because I was curious how volcanic activity, how the heat would generate on a flat plane.
Yeah, so we're talking about, the idea that volcanoes, when they erupt and, what happens in that process. Like, we're not going to look into the idea that there's an assumption being made by people thinking that where the lava is coming from. I think that's where you're trying to get into a conversation about like how we can speculate on the idea that the idea for the Earth being a globe, all that's coming from the mantle, which you got the lore incorrect. You thought it was coming from the core. The critic kind of corrected you on that. So because of that, you think because you have some kind of explanation, where's our explanation? I think that's what you're getting at. Because I was listening to you, but I didn't hear the whole extent of it. Is now.
You're close.
Isn't that the case?
Everything that I was saying was you're 90%, but everything that I was saying was not in an attempt to prove that the shape of the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, but you're asking
One had
for an
nothing to do with the
explanation
other.
on. You're asking for an explanation for flat Earth to say what's going on here, right? Because there's an explanation for globe. Isn't that correct?
That's fair.
Right. So what we're saying though is there is no there's no knowledge about what's going on far beyond what we can understand, from the surface level. There's no way to go underneath the Earth, like to certain depths, to figure out, okay, we know the mechanism that drives this. Obviously, it has to do with pressure, right? And temperature. But like outside of that, how far down does it go? That's all just speculation on either side. If you're going to say, okay, what do you guys think, flat earthers? And a flat earther is going to give you speculation. And of course, the globe Earth has their own speculation, but it's not a statement of fact. They have like their theories of like how things operate.
That's true. That's fine. Fair enough. I didn't expect someone to say, I'm right. This is how it is, etc.
So as I said before,
that is work.
As I said before, it's a non sequitur because we're just going to enter a realm of speculation.
Okay.
Unless you can say that Globe Earth has provided, with their explanation, a way to demonstrate that what they're saying is true. Where the source of the lava is coming from is exactly where it is coming from, according to the way they propose this gobstopper Earth. Right? You got all these layers. Well, that's all I'm saying, dude. Like, you have a story. It's a just so story. But there's no way to verify it. All you got is just, well, we got this explanation, and because we're not providing you one, you think you have the upper hand. Because you got a story, right? That's the case.
I don't think I have an upper hand. I just, like I said, I was saying earlier, I wasn't trying to stop anyone or do some sort of gotcha game. Just simply ask the question.
Yeah, so because nobody wants to play ball, that's going to get you kind of like, all right, well, you guys don't want to tell me. It's not that we don't want to tell you. What do you want us to say? You want us to give you another story to replace the one that you have for the Earth being a globe?
No, you don't have to replace anything. I just wonder what your thoughts and ideas about what's generating all this heat on a flat plane.
Right. So, as far as what you know, what's generating heat for the Earth being a globe?
If I had to guess without Googling it, I'm saying that the Earth's core has something to do with it. That would be my educated guess.
Yeah, that's great. Now, you saying that, or you even Googling and finding out it probably lines up with what you're saying. Who cares? Because I'm asking, where's the verification of that? How do you know? How do you know that's So no evidence that the Earth is a globe, just a whole bunch of non sequitur information of like why you just want to draw us away from why you're not talking about the shape of the Earth having any curvature, like on the surface. Like, why don't you attempt that?
Okay.
That would be better, wouldn't it? I like that meme I just put in the text.
Yo, Alpha, are you there?
What's up, Mick?
It's good. That's good. I've been meaning to ask, how's that the whole Twitter Spaces thing going?
Yeah, 2 nights ago, man, we blew up. We were like at 80 people, dude, in there.
80? Whoa.
Yeah, we had AJ, me, APOC, Flatsy was there. We did it up, man. It was pretty cool. We did like a different type of format. We didn't debate anybody. We're just like, okay, so present your globe Earth evidence, and yeah, I have it recorded on there. So if you get a chance, go check it out. But it's basically we just let them say like how they know the Earth's a globe, and then afterwards we critique them, like what they said, like all their points. It was a lot of fun. Some people say the craziest things. Huh? Yeah, we're planning on doing another one, but I was waiting for APOC to get online.
Have you had any people of quote unquote prominence or providence show up, or is it all?
Yeah, Red's Rhetoric showed up, I think, on episode 3 or 4.
What did he try to argue?
Oh, you won't believe the thing that he was like.
Who is this guy?
Huh?
Who is this guy?
Red's Rhetoric?
Just a classic anti-flat zealot.
Yeah, but one of his videos got like 3 million views, so made a little coin off of like his YouTube fame. Anyway, yeah, he had his argument was arguing about what him and Jaren were arguing about. Do rockets work in space? Or no. I think it was that the rocket goes all the way up and then comes back down. They didn't have a continuous shot of a rocket doing that, and he said that he disproved Jaren's point that he showed him a rocket that actually was uncut footage that went all the way up and come back down. And so he's like, yeah, I debunked what Jaren was saying. So flat earthers are like something about, he made a point about saying that it was like, we're just, speaking nonsense when it comes to that. I'm like, dude, I really don't care about rockets. I'm not here to talk about what they do or they can or cannot do. Like, and so, yeah, he knew the format that we were trying to show him about. So it's different. And he just wanted to argue about that point and how he knows the distance, the size, and the speed of the ISS. And that's how he can prove that the Earth is a globe, through that. Red's Rhetoric, that's his whole, he doesn't have, like, I'm telling you, man. I think he just got famous really quickly with the anti-flat, because he was like one of the earlier anti-flat earthers. If you've never had a conversation with him.
Yeah. So knowing the distance and the size of it is going to tell you what the surface is like.
Yeah, according to him.
How does that work out?
they're all inferences, right? And there's only so far that you can get by making inference, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, even if you take him on his trigonometry, whatever he's using to say it's this far, this big. So what does that tell you necessarily about the surface?
Yeah, he really didn't bring a lot of support for that.
I mean, don't they model it as a plane in order to launch these things and do all that anyway?
Pretty much.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
That's what all the NASA papers say, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever admit to that, though.
All right, well, that's cool. Glad it's kicking off there. Because sometimes I come in here and I see you guys are here, but you're muted or deafened or whatever. Like, oh shit, the room's dead. So it's like, oh, the
know where I'm at?
Twitter.
Yeah, do you have X? I mean, Twitter?
I don't, and I refuse to embark
You're
on
not gonna
that.
get it? Okay.
Nah.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of fun. But I mean,
I want to go in. I'll go in next time if I'm around.
yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. I mean, you to each your own, right? You don't have to go there. Just another platform with new ballers over there. So the ballers over there are a bit like the young ballers, you know, in the arguments.
Is there a link to like the recordings?
Yeah, there is actually.
Is it public? Because I remember I tried to I clicked on one of your Spaces links at some point. I figured it might be actually publicly available, but like just to listen in without actually jumping in, and I couldn't.
I think I can do it editing my profile, if I'm not mistaken. I think I can do it. Oh no, I had to have what you call it, Nitro, don't I?
To do what?
To put something in my bio that you can click on.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I can only do it if I unlock with Nitro. And then I can.
Are they streamed to YouTube or?
Yeah. Helio was streaming it from my the recording to YouTube. Or it was either Helio or Indio.
Okay.
But yeah, all we're on episode number 9, so the next one should be episode number 10. We're doing a continuing series. They're all.
Are they all available? Or?
Yeah, every single one's available. You can just click on any one you want. They're high quality audio clips too, so I think it's quite.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, I would even sometimes have to go back and listen through them because there are some tidbits of information. Oh, I posted a clip that's really funny. It's on my profile page. One of the funny things that Baller said, but once you go and listen to it, you'll see why. I just can't post any links here because got a bit upset about that. But
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. But my name on X is AV_overdrive.
Hang on, I'm gonna try and find your thing.
Yeah, AV_overdrive.
But you were saying the link is in. Okay, Into the Break just sent something.
Yeah,
I just sent it to you.
Thank you.
They didn't allow me to send stuff because I mean I could DM. I forgot they can do that, but I can't post anything. And I was telling them too here in politics. I was like, it's kind of funny that you don't allow me to post the link because I refer people back to here. They say that we're on this platform and on, our home server. So I'm actually actively like promoting this server and the other one. That's cool. I mean, if they don't want me to post links or whatever.
Hello.
Hey,
I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, I did some research on gravity itself.
Excellent.
And I found a couple things.
Okay.
But I'm guessing here. Let me make sure I'm speaking of the right term. It's the Cavendish experiment. I'm sure you're aware of that, right?
I love this one.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Right. What's your opinion on that? If you don't mind me asking, because
Sure.
depending how you
No natural observed phenomena.
Yep.
Thus, no experiment.
Yeah,
So,
I was gonna say this. I concur.
Go ahead.
No, I concur with what Heretic said.
So there's no natural observed phenomenon, is what you.
Yeah,
claiming.
what we would state, of course. In Cavendish, there wasn't a naturally observed phenomena, and also, it wasn't about. Okay, well, I don't know what you know from Cavendish. What do you know from? I was gonna make a statement, but I don't know what you know. I'd rather.
I've watched a video on it and how it's conducted, so I know a little bit about it. I don't know the things behind it, but I know what it is. Put it that way.
Do you know
So,
the
I mean,
foundation?
let me understand.
Do you know the foundation of why it was even thought to be brought up?
I do not. I'd like to know though.
I think there's a paper. It's floating around. You could probably look it up. Cavendish.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because I've only seen the video. I didn't really. I was kind of looking for more, test it at home experience. What you guys were looking for. I kind of figured with because the posts I've seen evolving around, it seemed like it wasn't very credible.
No, I think the main bone of contention was that, like as Heretic said, there's no naturally observed phenomena, therefore negating the fact that it could be an experiment. A natural experiment was one that needs to be able to be varied and manipulated by the researcher of a naturally observed phenomena that occurred, so that you can find out what causes a reaction to the independent, the dependent variable.
Right.
So you're trying to manipulate the independent variable to cause a reaction in the dependent variable, and so it doesn't follow a method that you can test. So it's not known as an experiment. It's the word experiment has been bastardized so much. So
right.
And it actually has a specific connotation, which not being useful here.
What is the specific connotation, if you don't mind me asking? That way, because I'm gonna attempt a little bit more research, try to find something that's more credible. But once again, there's not much you can prove, and
that's the hard part, Gringer. That's the hard part.
Right.
It's like looking for a ghost in the dark. So they don't
right,
give you
and
much.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, in relevance to gravity itself, there's not really much you'd be able to prove unless someone actually, one of us, so to speak, went to space and experienced it firsthand, right? Because obviously there's videos and there's stuff like that, but there's nothing that we can actually prove 100%, that it's not in a studio or anything.
And even, I would say it this way, even if you could go to this location that they say you could go,
right,
the only thing that you'd come back with is a big fish story. So when you say, dude, I went up there and the curvature exists, I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. And then what you do with the people down here are going to be like, okay, so then I have to trust you about what you saw? That's about the extent of where that would go. And then, of course, they would either trust you or not. So they could believe you, accepting that what you said without any evidence.
Right, exactly. So
find
what
two
would
other
you?
problems as well, right, dude? Because one that that cannot control, vary, or manipulate gravity in order to it to be applied to experimentation.
Yeah.
2, you can't even isolate and identify what it even is.
Yeah, that's another
Until
slight
you do that.
It's kind of begging the question with it, because they're just assuming that what they're calling gravity is the cause of what's happening in the apparatus, and then they just go and try to quantify its strength from there.
Right. So, well, then what do we say? So, there's been a total of just under 700 people that's been in space. 600, I think it's 76 might be the exact
But
number.
check it out. There's something even worse than that. There's people that have been in space, quote unquote space, and then those who have been far enough to see the Earth as a globe is even less. So you have the people that went on the moon missions were the only ones that could actually have said that they could see the Earth as a globe. So that that distance would be the reason why a fewer number of those, like from 700, it would dwindle to like maybe a handful, maybe.
I'll get the exact number.
Yeah, sure. I think it's the ones who went to the moon missions. That there was 6 moon missions.
Right. 12 people total have walked on Earth's moon.
Well, and then those who could say they really know that the Earth is a globe from that vantage point, according to
24 total have been to the moon and 12 of them walked it. So, but in relevance to gravity itself, like if all 6, like for example, if all 676 people said that gravity exists, would that help your guys' argument, so to speak, or would that?
I mean, we're talking
or would
about
still be decredited.
No, we're talking about the observation of an effect. So the effect, we can quantify. Like when you see something happen. So if I drop something in the medium of air and it falls, then I'm seeing something happen, and then I can quantify the average rate that it falls with. And then, we can do all kinds of fun stuff with that. We can change the medium, and we can change the object, and that would have a difference in relationship to the object and medium. So the object and medium relationship, once changed, it affects the other. So a way that I can put it to you is like, we're only talking about the effect at this point. We haven't even came across what the mechanism is that makes it do what it does, like the propensity to move up and down, like in the vectors that they do. Like what gives an object that specific propensity? We cannot just say that we see something fallen. If that's just the effect, we have to describe the cause for the effect. In the case for, if you want to say that the Earth is a globe and we got all kinds of gravitational effects, then what is the cause for the effect, the phenomena? That's what we're asking for, the idea that.
Which I don't think we're ever going to be able to truly understand the complete understanding of gravity. I was more shooting towards that it exists, right?
Well,
because
we don't deny we don't deny the fact that we see things falling, and you could quantify that with an average rate of fall.
Obviously, there's a lot of things that you could claim rather than gravity. Like you could say it's just the weight of the object, and gravity might not be a thing at all, right?
No, well, because gravity, more specific gravity, right? Relative density, that could be understood easily. I mean, not easily, but through a method process, you could say once I change the medium, the object reacts differently. It changes its vector, right? So we can do it that way. But as far as the causation factor, we don't know what drives the thing to actually move in the specific direction that it does once the object changes or the medium changes. Like for us, we can't know what's driving it to do that. We can only get to the point why it does do that, because we can change the medium to do so, or the object.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Like
So
the weight, the size, the everything that comes into it. There's a bunch of different factors.
But what I'm saying is the cause for the effect is not scientifically validated. It's more like a theory, and just an idea of what, bending and warping of space-time, or mass attracting mass, something like that.
Well, right. Like in terms of once you get out of Earth's atmosphere, you start going up instead of down, right? Like you're no longer pulling towards the Earth, which is what most people tend to believe, right?
There's a lot of stuff attached to the effect that people want to talk about, but there's no way to validate it scientifically, so it remains in the realm of like a theory. So it never comes back into the realm of we can validate this with science. That makes any sense.
Right. Which makes complete sense. And obviously there's theories about once you get outside of Earth's atmosphere, gravity becomes once again, I guess, I don't know the term, what we know as normal gravity would become abnormal, right? Because you're no longer experiencing it firsthand, pulling towards the Earth. You're now pulling away, right? Because you're no longer in the atmosphere. But there's also the beliefs that I know Heretic said something about it, the Earth's atmosphere and space in itself cannot coexist, right? So that becomes another thing. Space isn't even there, right? So then once you get out of there, there's a bunch of different factors that goes into it.
More specifically, the vacuum of space, because space is just length, breadth, width. So between you and me, there's space. So if
Right.
we're describing the vacuum of space being what they're talking about when you get to the place beyond the Kármán line, that is considered
Right.
space. Outside of that region, when you keep going out further, then you're in outer space. But you have to first be in space, where
Right.
you know. But
So
yeah,
like outside the I believe it's the exosphere. Like
no,
I
it's
think that's the
actually the upper.
like.
If you actually look into it, it's the upper part of the thermosphere, right before you get to the
Okay.
exosphere.
Okay, that's when
Kármán
you.
line. The Kármán line isn't. It's anywhere from like, and I'm gonna say it this way because it's not. There's not an arbitrary point, and it's a
Right.
bit fluid. So it goes. It's a span of like I think 12 miles distance between anywhere from like 50 miles above the Earth's surface to 60, 70 miles, 72 miles, something
Right.
like that. In between there, but it's there's always these changes in like where they say it is. So it's not like an arbitrary position.
Right. Right. That makes sense.
But
So like,
yeah, it's.
I think it's just all around like a tough subject. Like it's all like theoretical based, right? Because like none of us will ever know firsthand whether the Earth's flat or round, right? We all have
Actually,
our beliefs
we do
and
know that
what
it's
we
flat.
view it.
Sorry, Gringer. Yeah, we do know that it's flat, and I'll give you the understanding. I don't think I walked you through this. If you allow me to, I will. But
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
there's a guy that left when I was explaining it. Gets a little long in the tooth, so forgive me. Basically,
You're
the three ways that we talk about it is observation, measurement, and practical use. So with observation, the Earth looks to our vantage point like it's locally flat. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. They're not saying it's
Right.
necessarily flat, but it looks locally flat. So everybody agrees with
Right.
that pretty much on both sides. So we can say
Correct.
that with observation, that kind of checks off that box. So we move down to measurement. Basically, what we do is try to figure out whether or not the Earth can be measured as a globe, an oblate spheroid. And if that's possible, then you'd be able to measure drop over distance, which would mean that where you're standing, you can create a tangent line. That tangent line would just be like a ruler on top of a basketball. So that line would
Right.
extend outward from your location. It's like an invisible line that you could notice that the Earth would be dropping away from. That would be the drop over the distance. As it drops away from the tangent line, then you know exactly how much the Earth is curving at a specific rate. So to say, according to the geometry of the Earth being a radius value of 3959, it would conform to that. So the Earth would be dropping away at a specific rate. Yeah, according to the size of the Earth and how big it is and such. So
Right.
that ruler on the basketball is a tangential line. So you would be saying that on this ball that we stand on, I can create a tangent line. And from that tangent line, anything dropping away from it would be the measurement of drop over distance. Now, if that were true, then we could measure the surface of the Earth as curved surface. But what happens is, in reality, we only measure, the horizontal plane from the line vertical point, excuse me, at the mean sea level point. Like when you say the rise and fall of tides, the median point of that would be a vertical point that's established as mean sea level. Now, any distance away from that would be a horizontal plane. So let's say you have, you're standing on a hill on the surface of the Earth. Then that point above mean sea level would be, at an elevation profile at a specific. You could just give it an arbitrary number, like 150 feet above sea level, for example. So if you're 150 feet above sea level, well, you're drawing a horizontal plane from the vertical point of mean sea level to where you're standing on at an elevation profile. Now, if you were to dig straight down from that elevation profile at 150 feet above sea level, you'd meet the horizontal plane that is mean sea level underneath you, right? So 90 degrees from that vertical point where you're standing down to the place where the horizontal plane of mean sea level meet, all the way to where mean sea level was taken from, it would create a horizontal plane and a 90-degree angle to where the person understands they're above mean sea level. Now, that horizontal plane extends further out into the distance, which we consider flat Earth. So the Earth that's flat, that we're saying is flat, is what all of nature abides by. So water behaves in such a way that abides by the laws of nature, which are that water lies rest and does not conform to the exterior of a surface, but what it does is it lies horizontally flat. So as a body of water is undisturbed, we know that there's no convexity on its surface. So a large body of water will display no convexity on its surface when it lies at rest. So which means that if you understand that water is already showing you that the horizontal plane extends, which of course water is a demonstration of it behaving according to the horizontal plane, then we know a simple fact that the Earth is not curving away at any specific measurement. So we can't say that there's no drop over distance. We know that the mean sea level that was got from the rise and fall of tides often to any place on land, we'll say, well, this place is above sea level. We'll say that, right? But the only way we know that is because there's a horizontal plane that's got from that vertical point where mean sea level was taken from, often to whatever distance you're going to say on land you're standing on. So this place that I'm standing on land, well, this place is above or below sea level, right? That's how we establish that horizontal plane. Now, that horizontal plane is flat Earth, so there's no deviation from horizontal. It's just a straight flat Earth. So the land that you know that you're standing on has an elevation profile, or it dips underneath mean sea level, and that's garnered from the place where you took mean sea level from. So, can you understand what I'm saying so far?
So I understand what you're saying, right? But so with all of that in fact, right? Assuming flat Earth is what it is, right? So with it being flat, that means there would have to be an end, because every flat surface has an end to it. Where is the end to it, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I got one more point.
Go ahead.
So that point for measurement is checked. The box is checked, so it measures flat, because water is demonstrating horizontal flat surface when undisturbed. So we've checked the box where the measurement for flat Earth is 0 curvature. There is no curve. So measurement done, 0 curvature, is the numeric value for how much curvature there is. There isn't any. So if there is no curvature, the Earth is essentially a flat plane. All right, so measurement, we move off to practical use, the last point. So like when people traverse the Earth in any way, is it known to be a curved surface that we're traversing over, as in the Earth being a globe, not just mountains and valleys and such, but are we traversing over a larger spheroid that we would say would be the we have to take into account when we're traveling over the Earth, whether plane, whether boat, or whether car? So it doesn't matter what method of travel, or submarine. I don't know if you want to go there, but any way that you travel over the surface of the Earth or in the water, is there any way that we have to factor in a negotiation of curvature over that surface? And I would submit to you that it's never been done by anybody that's traversing the surface in any way. The curvature of the Earth never is taken into account. So for practical use, the Earth is demonstrated and practically used as a flat and stationary plane. So it's never taken into account. Therefore, the practical use for pilots and for mariners and for people who travel in cars anywhere and submarines, they travel the Earth as if it were a flat and stationary plane. And the only thing they account for is elevation change from their altitude or their height, stuff like that. So never does the curvature of the Earth ever taken into account. So practical use, you can check that box too. So gathering the 3 points, observation, measurement, and practical use, the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. Thank you.
Right. Okay, so I have a couple questions, right?
Sure.
So assuming with all your points, with there being no curvature, right, and it being what you consider, right, flat Earth, right? So if I go from, let's see here, if I go from North America, right, and I travel to Antarctica, right, for example, right, and I keep going past Antarctica, and I come back up at top, right? Assuming, right, that's how it would go. You would go down through Antarctica, and you would come back up near, let me think, not South America, but it's farther north, right? One of the other continents of what we consider, right? Why do we come back up top rather than like with it being flat, you'd have to either turn around, right? It's like driving a car on a desk, right? If it's flat, you have to go the whole way through, and then there's eventually nowhere else to go.
So I guess we're playing with if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is a globe, and I think that that's a bit of speculation, and you're assuming things. I think let's stick to what we can test and measure and know, because that's how we're going to end up with something favorable in the way of conclusions. So we can say that we know that we travel over the surface of the Earth in a manner that indicates that the Earth is a globe. I think that would be best. But if you say, well, we can travel a distance and end up in a specific geographic location due to the fact that it could be curved, it could be flat. Like, we don't go off of subjectives, because if you leave room for another conclusion, you'll be inconclusive. You will never have an end to whether you know or not that the Earth is a globe. So for us and for you, it would be better if we kind of leave that to the side. Speculations and assumptions to the side. We don't want to work with those right now. We want to work with what can be demonstrated to be true, and then base our premise off of that.
It's not technically an assumption. Like, I know that for a fact. If I would drive from North America down through Antarctica and I would end up back on the top of the world of what we consider.
Have you ever? Let me tell you why it's an assumption, Gringer. Have you ever done that or known anybody to do what you just said?
Multiple people have traveled the entire world. It's
that
proven.
sounds great. It does, but it sounds great. It sounds great. You have the motivation to say that that's been done, right? Now it's time to show. Can you do that?
Need 5 minutes.
Take your time.
And I will attempt to validate what I said.
Take your time.
Hey, Flurfers.
What's up?
So Twonger, you ready to be wronger?
I was hoping you were not here.
I can sit back if you want to. Talk to somebody else.
Yeah, I'd prefer
Go
that.
All right. There's a whole bunch of people in here.
Well, what else is there to say? I mean, water can't be beaten in an argument.
What about water?
It lies flat and level.
It also follows the curve of the Earth.
No, that's a contradiction. Can't do both of those things.
Yes, it can.
No, it can't.
The same way you say everything else is level.
What? I'll say everything else is level.
How can it not follow the curve of the Earth?
How can it when it lies flat and level, which is not curved at all?
It's not level, it's 8 inches per square mile.
That's not what flat and level means. Go and Google those terms.
Well, you're wrong about that.
I'm wrong about which part?
Water being flat and level.
Really? I just provided a kindergarten level citation for you.
In regards to traveling, right? As I claim traveling the Earth with it, you know, when I claim the globe, right? So I think the best, you know, thing I could find for it was the traveling of airplanes, right? So instead, when it comes to airplanes, right? Why does an airplane not go straight to its destination? Why does it follow in a certain curve? Is, you know, what we call
flight corridors.
What'd you say?
They have flight corridors, which are kind of like highways in the sky. They have to follow, so they don't just beeline it from A to B. You know, they have to take certain routes.
What's the reason behind that then?
I guess so they don't have planes smashing into each other. Same principle as driving on the road.
What about all the pictures we have of the curvature?
You don't have any.
They're all over it.
No, they're not. You can't post one.
If you go high enough, you
can't
see
post
it.
one. Yeah, it's garbage, dude. Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks you're an idiot.
You think
If you look at the site I just sent in
all that
the...
stuff is fake?
What? What do you mean all that stuff? Like what?
All the pictures and video we have of curvature?
All the pictures. Like what?
Oh,
which pictures?
I just sent a tracker regards to airplanes, and that'll show you clearly that it's not about planes crashing into each other. You can clearly see that on what it's saying.
No, they follow the curvature of the Earth as they fly.
Right. Exactly.
What? No, they don't. They assume flat
They
level.
do.
What
They
curvature?
do.
Okay, well,
They don't say flat level.
Show us a measurement of that curvature then, so that we know that it's even there to be followed.
Yeah, I told you 8
No,
inches
you
per
have,
square
you have to
mile.
prove
Well,
that
8
there
inches. It's
is a
not 8 inches
measurement
per
there.
square mile. It'd be 8 inches per mile squared. So get your lore right for one thing. And also, who measured? No, it's not.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not, you goofball. But I'm not going to
You've
belabor
been
that.
so rehearsed in your points that you can't even think straight for yourself.
No, it's not. A square mile is not the same thing as square. Like squaring the mile is exponential. That's a parabolic formula. It's not the same fucking thing as a square mile, dummy.
Okay, look it up then, and you'll feel really bad.
Okay, you go do it.
I'm telling you, it's the same thing,
Yeah, I know
dumbass.
you're telling me something really dumb as usual.
No, you're the one being dumb right now.
No, I'm not.
There's also there's a YouTube video I posted in chat, right? That
You're the second flat earther tonight who actually fucking fell for that because you guys are so rehearsed at the same dumb shit.
Hang on.
Why
Who's the numpty that? Hang on.
Twonger is retarded, dude.
Who's the numpty that says a square mile is the same as squaring the mile?
Yeah, it's fucking Twonger. He's dumb as a pile of shit, dude.
He's wronger.
It's a square mile is a square that is a mile. It's a mile by a mile square. That's what a fucking square mile is, you numpty. Okay, so squaring the
what does
mile
that end up being?
thing.
That ends up
Squaring
being
the mile, multiplying 4 by 4.
How do you square something, buddy?
No, it's not. We're not talking about a square. It's a parabolic form.
Yeah,
not
the
a
problem.
square.
Yeah,
it's an exponential drop. It's not a square.
Yeah, it's the same thing, dumbass.
No, it's not the same thing. An exponential drop is not the same thing as a motherfucking square. Is there something wrong with you? Hold
Check
on.
this
now.
out.
What?
Check this out. No, I got this.
Well, I
Dude,
already got
the
it.
number, just to clarify for him. Sorry, I'll let you go after there. The number turns out to be the same. If I take 1 and I square it, I get 1. 2, I square it, I get 4. But in your mind, the way that you phrase it, when you say mile squared versus square mile, the concept is different. One is you actually have an area, right? A square area, versus the phrase the other way. You're talking about a linear distance, right? And you're squaring that value, so your distance it gets exponentiated. You're not talking about a surface area.
I'm talking about a square area.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
It's longer. All right, listen. You're not talking about a square area. You're talking about an exponential drop out in front of you. They're totally different concepts. Okay, so different.
I understood what he's.
So you are wrong. But anyway, I didn't want to get sucked into this anyhow because it's just a diversion from your point that they're following this mile square drop as they travel around the curvature. Show us the measurement for that in the first place, that curvature that you say that they're following.
I didn't really hear what you said, but yeah.
It's okay.
Same thing I said like 15 times that you just keep avoiding?
No, I honestly didn't hear what you said.
Want the curvature measurement. Don't tell me that a plane is following it before it's even been measured.
8 inches per mile squared.
No, that's not the measurement. That's the value. How was that measurement? How was that value obtained? By what measurement?
Through the arc segment of a parabola.
That's just word salad, dude. What was actually done?
Not.
Yeah, what was done on the Earth to measure that drop over its surface?
What was done? They used trigonometry.
How? Provide the method.
They did math, bro. That's all they've done.
Yeah.
They wrote down some formulas on paper. That's not measuring anything in reality. That's not how you measure. Do you measure your door by writing a formula? You're just going to walk away from the door and sit down and write a formula?
Yeah, you can.
You're an idiot.
You don't have to measure the door in any way. Nah, you don't have to.
No, you do.
There you go. That's the part I'm asking about.
That's some cowbell right there.
So if you're flying right from Canada to the United States,
yeah,
why do they go up, curving around up through the oceans, right, and land?
I just have to say, brother, I know you want to go on to a point, but when you ask us a question, that sounds like you're unprepared to understand the answer because you should already come in with the fact.
The answer is simple: is that it explains the complete curvature. That's why instead of going from Canada to Russia, right, they don't just go straight across, the ocean that's in between us. That they go up, around, and they loop it.
Cringer, we're talking about distance.
Right, distance. It's a difference between 12.5 hours and 8.5 hours. Why would you not take the 8.5 hour route?
It doesn't matter why they traveled in the time it took them to get there. What we're looking for is the curvature that should be in between the 2 points that the plane is traveling over. That's what we're looking for. We don't care the distance or the time it takes for them to get from one place to the other. We're looking for how much curvature there is in between the 2 points. That's the only thing we're concerned with. And if you know that the plane can get that information, how did they do that? That's what we're concerned with. Not the distance, not how fast the plane's traveling. That's not going to help us. We need to know how much curvature there is between the 2 points.
Alpha, I thought you were going to sit back.
I'm talking to him, not you.
I don't want to hear you.
Oh, God.
Well, we don't want to hear you interrupting.
Well, at least I'm learning things tonight.
Well, then keep your mouth closed and your ears open.
I haven't really said much at all, but okay.
You're talking right now.
You just derailed an opportunity to learn.
And these are points that are brought up, over the course that we've been doing this. People think that is relevant to the curvature. It's not. I think what's relevant is when we're talking about geometric shapes, that the shape can be directly measured So if I say there's a cube in my hand, I know that because we all agree upon what a cube is and how to measure a cube or a cone or a cylinder or any of the other geometric shapes that I can talk about. Now, if I say that we're standing on an oblate spheroid, well, then we better damn well know how to measure that in 2024 directly. My goodness, it makes it sound like when we talk about geometric shapes, you guys are just like, your brain turns into spaghetti. Like, why? If we know how to measure shapes now, with all kinds of ways to measure too. I mean, think about the technology. We have lasers and LiDAR and just every kind of possible way to measure something. And you guys can't even think of one single method how to measure this.
So if you take
on its curving.
if you take a loose piece of string, right, and you run it from your house, you go the whole way. I don't know where I'm guessing you live in what, United States, Canada?
Yeah, U.S.
Okay, you go from the United States, you go the whole way to Russia, you go across that ocean, and you get back to your house. You tell me it's straight then.
Gringer, bro, seriously.
That's what I'm saying. You can't prove it.
No, but we're talking about a piece of string. Like, I mean, wouldn't there be a better way? All I'm saying is, why do we got to go to the, like, why can't we use a ruler, or something? Like, dude,
you can't use a ruler because if you're claiming it's a globe, the ruler will never prove your point.
Oh, no,
it's the same way you measure an unofficial or a globe that you can see in person. You take a string and you take it the whole way around, and that's how you measure the curve of it. It's how you do it. If you take a piece of string from your house, you go the whole way to Russia, you go across that ocean, and you get back to your house, and if you can prove to me that it's still straight the whole way around, then I'll accept it.
A piece of string, Gringer? Are you serious, dude? You can't be serious.
I'm giving a valid example. You can use
not valid, bro.
Whatever you want to use.
It's a far-fetched hypothetical. It's not even practical.
It's not a far-fetched hypothetical. If you run something from your house, right, and you go the whole way to Canada, and you make it back to your house, right, going the whole way to Russia, going through that ocean, and you can show me that you're still going flat when you get the whole way back to your house through that ocean, down past Antarctica, wherever you choose to go, right? And you can show me that it's still flat, then I'll believe
we heard you the first time. Gringer, can you check your DMs? Someone messaged me telling me to tell you that.
Really? Who did
Nobody
that?
DM'd me. Nobody DM'd me.
I wonder.
If you buy the string, I'll do the test.
Give it to Hills Angles. He'll do it. Yeah.
I believe,
how much string
let's
you
see.
need?
You need a lot, but I bet it would be worth to prove all of you wrong.
All right, well, make all checks payable to hellsangels.com.
If that's your standard, though, who did that for the globe?
Let's do a piece of string. Come on, man. Look at what we're doing here. I mean, you can't see what we're doing. Pieces of
Become
string.
desperate.
This is
no, I'm making a valid point.
Bro, this is a
you're
classic
trying to prove
at straws. Classic. You can't say that that's something practical. Like I said, it was far-fetched. Dude, there's nobody on Earth can ever do what you just said. It's not even feasible.
It's the same thing as if you take a plane from the United States, Canada, and you fly it to Russia. The same thing. They're not going to go in a straight line. They're going to go follow the curvature of the Earth up through the oceans, right? Exactly as how it's shown in what I sent you guys in the flight path thing, right? And it'll show you that if it was straight, they would go straight across, but they can't, right? It's not something they can do. If they go straight across, they'd go into the ground.
I don't even want to ask you how the fuck you know what they're doing.
Gringer, you went full ignorance, like right now.
I didn't go full ignorance. It's simple.
What? Simple what? Hypothetical?
So imagine you have a bowling ball in front of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you take off from a certain location on that bowling ball. Imagine a mini plane, mini bowling ball, however you decide to imagine it, right? And they take off, right? And so what is the reason for the 35,000 feet in the air then if it's flat? There'd be no reason to go 35,000 feet in the air if it's flat, right? Because they wouldn't have to worry about anything.
Oh my God, Gringer, you're all over the place. You're a hot mess, brother. I think you need to kind of get back in your thoughts about you're a hot mess.
Okay.
Take 5.
I'm not going to argue,
Get a
right?
glass
Because
of orange juice, maybe a bologna sandwich or some.
I just clearly explained something in regards to planes and proving it, and you're not really taking it into like consideration.
Oh, dude, but I am. Because I'm saying that what you're proposing is a far-fetched hypothetical. It cannot be demonstrated as a practical hypothetical. A practical one would be something that, as a thought experiment, you could do practically. You can't even do that practically. There's nobody that can do it. Nobody's gonna do it. It's just strange.
I mean, multiple airplanes have flown that before, and you can see that. And
No,
it's the
I'm not
same
talking about
thing if you
airplanes.
take.
I'm not Gringer. I'm not talking about airplanes. Your string analogy of how you can wrap it around.
Guys,
like that.
you want to see what the Earth looks like? It's like this.
If you enlarge a bowling ball times 300, right, it would be nowhere near the size of the Earth, right? But when you enlarge it to the massive point, right, where it's no longer in, for example, what we would consider human form, right? That's one of the reasons that you can drive around the Earth the way you can, or travel around the Earth the way you can, and it ends up meeting back in the same spot because it's that big. You can't fully comprehend it right at once, right?
You think you're going in a straight line?
You're just assuming the Earth's a globe now. You're just all the way assuming it now. There's no way that you're producing any evidence that it is.
I'm not assuming it's a globe. I'm explaining to you the reason behind why
Who
you can
did it?
drive.
What example can you give us that happening in real life?
An example of what? An example of what?
He lost the plot, dude. Like it was too much time.
No, I'm wondering what he's looking for an example for. The plane, the driving, or what?
What you just outlined is what he's saying. Who's ever done that? And you're like, done what? Like immediately after.
It's not. It's simple. Like it's simple understanding. If you enlarge a ball of any size times however many you want, right? Times to a size that it would no longer be carryable, like whatever you may conceive, right? Like obviously not the size of Earth, right? Because that would be too enlarged, right? But it would prove the same thing. You enlarge it enough, you'd be able to drive around it the entire time, whether it's a curve or not, because it would be that big. It wouldn't matter if it's a curve, right? It appears flat of where you're at on the surface at the time.
I'm saying this, but I don't know if anybody else can catch it. Doesn't he sound like he's not like you're losing touch right now with your point? It's like you're trying to make it sound like you're speaking of it's already a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe and we could only travel on the surface in this way that you're describing. But you can't do that because you haven't shown a demonstration of how the Earth's surface is actually curved to then say that what you're saying is true. It's a faulty premise. You're going on a base assumption. And that's fine if you believe it that way, but there's no demonstration of it being a curved surface. Just you're
Well,
saying.
you guys also deny the 670 people that have went to what we consider outer space and have seen Earth itself.
That's
what do they? Are they lying?
Dude. No, that's anecdotal.
So they're lying. What are they? All a part of that? Are they all in on it?
Listen, it's not about them lying. You need to get a grip, bro, because you're losing it. All right. So what it is people are telling you something that you cannot verify. Anything that they've said about anything that they said of what happened up there, can you verify what they said? Can you go there and say, yeah, I see what you mean now. I'm looking at what you're.
I can make a rightful assumption that if 700 people tell me something, right? All 700 people in on it.
Assumption, Gringer. That's what you can only do when they told you a story. It's assume that they're correct. That's it.
They haven't proven me any reason that they'd be wrong.
It doesn't matter. They haven't given you a validation of how it is. You haven't.
So what you're telling me is the only way you'd ever accept that the Earth is round, right, or is a globe, is that you'd have to go to space yourself and see it.
Well, if there's a method by which I can know that the Earth is exactly what they say that it is by their vantage point, then I could affirm that what they're saying is true. But because of the fact that that information is at arm's length away from all people, the only thing you and everybody else can do is just believe. That's acceptance without evidence.
It's not belief. I've seen the pictures, man.
All right, pictures are not the actual. Pictures are not the actual way that they actually view the Earth according to their story, like Gringer's saying.
It's not a story, bro. You can see the pictures.
But out, Twanger.
Yes,
Somebody else is
so-
taking the stand right now.
I'm tired of Alpha saying the same dumb stuff over and over again.
I got
sorry that
Bigfoot pictures.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it affects you. That because I'm talking about the thing that you want to play pretend about. You know, the Earth being a globe. It gets
Dude,
you.
you're
upset.
pretending that all the stuff isn't real.
It is not real. There's no evidence.
You're the
that you
one
can produce.
pretending.
No, it's not a pretend to say that the thing that you're talking about is fake. It's pretend to say that you think that that thing that you're talking about is real when there is no
Do
evidence.
you realize how stupid you sound right now?
No, I'm pointing out your error. That you're saying that I'm pretending, and I'm like, no, you are. You're the one that believes the Earth is something that it's not.
I've seen the pictures.
Great. Now, wherever have you seen something looking like the pictures in reality? Can you
Look
go
up at
somewhere?
the sky. Look at the moon.
Yeah, who cares about the moon? The pictures that they're showing you, Tonga.
You just asked me how I know, and I'm telling you.
So when you look at the moon, you're
Then you
not
say, "Who cares, dude? You're delusional."
Yeah, I say who cares because we're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth. Now, if they're showing you a picture of the Earth and you're saying, "Aha, the Earth looks like this," and I'm asking you, where on Earth can you see the Earth like that? Not the looking. Well, the moon looks like.
Why would the Earth be any different than the moon?
Because have you seen the Earth look like the images, Twonger?
Yes.
Where? Where have you gone geographically so we can
When
go
you're in
there?
an airplane.
Okay, which like how? What's the height
I don't know.
or altitude rather?
I have no idea. 20,000 feet, 25,000. I don't know.
Well, even a generous 50,000 feet, it still wouldn't be curving like the way that you think it would, because according to the size of the Earth, a geometric shape of the size of what it's said to be, you wouldn't even need. You would probably have to be a lot farther above the surface of the Earth, because at 120,000 feet, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you cannot see the curve of the Earth with the Red Bull
I
space.
say this earlier already, man. You're a broken record.
Well, I think it should land sometime with your mindset, because it hasn't landed yet, and you should take that into consideration. That a prominent scientific communicator has said that this cannot be witnessed at 120,000 feet, where you said at 50 it can be.
Show me the clip where he says that.
Well, we have it somewhere, but you got to also take into consideration that we're using Neil deGrasse Tyson as a hostile witness, because he disagrees with flat Earth. He knows, well, he doesn't know. He would claim that he knows that the Earth is a globe, but he says also that you can't see the Earth's curvature from the altitude.
Dude, let's be honest. Everyone here knows it's a globe. You just do this for fun.
No, they don't know it's a globe. They believe it's a globe. That means they're accepting it without any evidence, like you.
No, all of it is no. We know from the evidence. That's the point.
There is no evidence.
All of the evidence.
What?
Yeah, all of the none that you've provided.
You haven't
All
provided
of it.
anything.
I gave you moon evidence,
all of
star
my
evidence,
What evidence, you clown?
tide evidence.
Star evidence? Fucking astrologer or something?
I gave you sun evidence. I gave you all the evidence.
Yes, the star people descended from the sky and told you about the globe.
I gave you seasonal evidence, weather evidence, climate evidence.
That's a joke,
sun
dude.
evidence, moon evidence.
None of that is geometric proof, dude. None of that is any kind of geometric proof.
All of that is proof.
Wait for winter,
Longer.
dude. Then
You're
you'll
being
see.
wronger right now.
Yeah, you're going crazy here.
Wow, it rhymes, dude.
Yeah, I know. Every time.
None of that, not one of those things that you brought up overturns flat level water at rest.
You're just like the other guy. At some point, your mind is reaching like that brick wall that you can't pass.
There's
and
no
you're just
brick
trying
wall,
to-
bro.
Yeah, you're trying to punch it with your fist.
You're the one that wants to immediately like make up fantasy
That guy
stories
has
because you don't believe
completely.
it.
This frat guy is completely valid, like completely proven to me that you guys, no matter what, won't accept it being a globe. He just stated that when if he would go to space and he would see the Earth being a
It's
globe,
hypothetical.
he's still. No, this is what he stated himself. He said if he would go to space and he would see the globe, like he would see. No, I'm reading off what he just said. How is that a hypothetical statement? This is what he said.
Because you said if.
It's not true. It's a conditional statement. If
Can I read what he said? Or do you just want to keep calling it a hypothetical over and over and over again?
That's
because
what it is.
he stated that if he goes to space and sees
If he
the
goes to
globe,
space.
you're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish.
Just
You're not
want a
letting me
direct
finish.
measurement, and you're just trying to
You're
take us
not
on
letting me
hypotheticals,
finish.
right?
I'm reading
Because you
what
don't know what a
he said. If he goes
hypothetical
to
is.
space If he goes to space and sees the Earth as a globe, then he will still say it's flat Earth. He will still say it's flat Earth. That completely proves where my mind, where your guys' mind are at.
No, Fry is not a. He's a globe earther. He's not. Not a flat earther, dude.
He's taking Fry to be some
He
kind of
just said
credible
he's a
source.
flat earther.
Okay, who cares? What do you think we are? A hive mind? This is the Borg or something? Like one of us speaks for the whole collective?
I don't think you guys are anything.
Here's what that guy says. Why don't you respond to what we say to you? If I went up and I saw it's a globe with my own eyes, I would go, okay, there we go. That's the whole problem, though. Nobody can show that it is one.
Dude, you're just doing this for fun. Admit it.
Oh, shut up, dude.
Shut up. That's all you
You
have.
guys just do this to make people angry.
No, we do it because you guys are delusional. You think that reality is something that's a
Alpha, can you stop with this?
Reality is that 676 people are not lying about the Earth being round. 676 people have went to outer space and seen the globe.
Gringer, you just believe people. That's your evidence, is believing someone.
These are trusted individuals. So you're saying, so do you think the entire government... Do you think the entire government is do you think the entire...
No, answer. Is science believing someone? Is that what science is? Believing someone? Yeah. Is it believing someone? Is that what science is? Just trusting an individual.
It's true. What it is accepting the not only the proof, but what you would throw out that it's not proof, right? The images, everything that we. You guys don't even believe that space exists. So what are you arguing about?
Is that
you guys don't even believe that? You guys don't believe that space and the atmosphere.
You're running.
I'm saying right now, you don't believe that the atmosphere and space can coexist, so it does not matter at all. No matter what I say.
Is trusting somebody scientific? Is that how we get evidence of something scientific? Trusting someone?
But scientific evidence would be. But there's also another form of. There's also another form of physical evidence.
Is it trusting someone? Is that scientific?
It's not, but there's physical evidence and there's scientific. There's physical evidence and there's scientific evidence. Physical evidence is a picture. Physical evidence is a picture. When you see
Gringer, we got to the end. You said it's not scientific. Okay, well what I said was there's two forms of evidence. There's scientific evidence and there's physical evidence. It's you don't
like
even have physical evidence. What are you talking about? What physical evidence do you have?
Oh,
what physical evidence do you have, Gringer? You don't even have that.
Dude,
okay, what physical evidence do you have that the Earth is flat?
Why are you asking me? You're the one with the evidence that you don't.
You're the one claiming the Earth's flat.
Just watch a boat go down over the horizon. You'll see it.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead, Mick.
Bro, I'm just gonna say, dude, you're using the term. You're using half the proper phrase. You're saying these are trusted individuals, right? Now that could be fine, but in the scientific realm, normally people go about the term trust, but verify, right?
Yeah.
You can trust someone. Oh, they publish a paper or whatever. Oh, it's interesting. Let me try this shit out. Let me verify it, right? That's what quote unquote peer review is all about, right? The gold standard in the standard academic model or realm or whatever. There's no way for you guys to actually verify them. This is the problem.
To verify that it's flat.
Yeah.
When you go stand on the beach of the Pacific Ocean and you,
Gringer,
I'm not running away from anything. I'm letting you know. I'm telling you. When you go and stand, when you go stand on the beach of the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, anything, and you watch the boat drive away, why can you not see the boat for 15 miles or whatever the distance is?
You're reversing.
Is it your eyes?
You're reversing the burden of proof because you can't answer the question that Mick just gave you. I'd like to point that out.
What's the question? What is the question he gave me?
You were quick to give your little question, but you forgot to answer his.
He didn't ask me a question. He made a statement. Okay, go ahead and repeat it.
He was talking about how peer review works, and that validation would be the way to
right. And I heard that, and when someone creates a hypothesis on something, and you go and test it out and confirm it's the truth, that is what scientific evidence is.
Yeah, and
physical evidence, once again.
Hold on, Gringer, but it's void of trust. You don't need to trust somebody at that point. It's not trusting somebody like what you said. You said you have to trust them. That's not science, dude. You even admitted it's not science.
He said trusted individuals.
Yeah, who cares about trusting them?
Stop strawmanning, dude. And you asked for evidence.
About trusting them?
In your way of looking at things, then you should not vote. You should not do anything because you shouldn't trust the presidents. You shouldn't trust anyone. You shouldn't even vote because then your opinion is invalidated.
Damn right about that.
If that's how you look at it, then you should not vote. Then don't vote.
Yeah, but we're not talking about voting. We're actually discerning.
Well, no, I'm stating a clear fact. You're stating that you cannot trust someone part of NASA. You cannot trust someone part of the federal government. No, I'm telling you clear statements that you cannot trust someone. If you cannot trust someone part of the federal government, you cannot trust someone part of NASA. These are people who have studied the atmosphere, been to the atmosphere. Then you shouldn't vote. You shouldn't.
Okay, what's their evidence then? What's their evidence?
They've been there. They've been there.
Who? Post somebody who has and show what the evidence is that they
Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong's been there. He's seen it. He's been on the moon. He's seen the globe himself.
Yeah, you can't.
How do you know that wasn't just a movie?
That was a movie. Like once I stated just again, you shouldn't vote if that's how you look at
saw
things.
that on TV. Who gives a fuck about
Maybe
voting?
you're in a movie. You're in a fucking movie.
Hold on, there are arguments about voting.
You really?
That's what it is. You shouldn't vote. That's what it is. You're in a movie. Yeah. Because if you're voting, your vote really doesn't count because you're in a movie. Remember?
Yeah, so
no
people walking on the moon on TV is not evidence, dude. You're fucking spiraling.
It was
all you need to do, dude.
It was
just
fucking live stream. It was fucking live stream from the spaceship itself.
You don't know where. You don't know that that's the case.
Look at the video. Look at the video.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Look at the video. There was fucking billion.
Shut your mouth, you spiraling little spastic. There's one thing we're asking from you, one thing only. We just need you to provide a surface curvature measurement from the Earth. Nothing else. All this crap about what you've seen on TV and men walking on the moon and voting and blah, blah, blah. That's embarrassing for you, man. That's just you losing your shit. We just need the surface measurement. Yeah, it's just it's a clown show, dude. You're embarrassing yourself. I did you a favor muting you.
You know he's paid a reporter to win.
Yeah, he wants. Yeah, but I mean, he really wants to trust somebody, Heretic. Like at least someone that went to space.
Go ahead.
For God's sakes, man. The guy he just wants to have a good trust in someone, right, Gringer? Like you just want to
go ahead. Go ahead and believe. Have your little belief system in your little church and your congregation and these people on TV that you trust and place so much blind faith in. Go ahead.
I need you to raise your hands, and I need you to say it with me. Earth is a globe. And
you don't
okay, so look at that.
Go over the horizon.
Come on, Twanger. Say I believe in the Earth.
I tried saying that to them and they wouldn't accept it. You go stand on the Pacific Ocean and you watch the boat. You're going to clearly see, right, that the boat doesn't go in a flat line as you claim, right? It goes over and it eventually disappears out of your eyesight. What is the reason that I can see mountains fucking 100 and how many miles from here, right? What is the reason behind that? It's not because they're flat. It's because the height and depth of them, right? Because you can still see them, right? That's the only reason. You can't see whatever you
So
claim,
are you asking a question, bro, or do you have a claim? Which one is it?
He's firing.
You can look in the chat, and it's the clear video that it does exist, right? Go ahead, look. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Do it now.
Do it. I never once stated that boats are falling off the edge.
Gringer, you didn't take my advice, bro. You didn't get a glass of orange juice and get a sandwich. You're hangry, bro. You need to go eat something.
I'm not hangry, bro.
You can't attack.
I'm not hangry.
Arguments. Yes, dude, get a peanut butter sandwich, man. For God's sakes.
I mean, I know you guys all know it's a globe because you're in here every day.
Yeah, I'm sure. Twanger. You're always wronger. So
you've been in here so long. Like I know you've looked at the material. You know it's real. You're just like, let's frustrate people. That's all it is.
It's real. No, I just want to frustrate you. That's all.
There's an R in that word, by the way.
Can I do that?
Clip that. We got the admins. They're not really flat
I just want to frustrate him like as much.
There's an R in that word, bro.
Really?
There's actually 2 R's.
I know. Stop being a dickhead, right? Your name's still Twanger. What kind of fucking name's that?
No.
I've gotten many compliments on my name. Your name's kind of silly too, buddy.
Yeah, well, maybe you should make your name longer. Maybe grow your penis a little
Maybe
bit.
you should make your shit cringer.
Was it Gringer?
Get outside, boys.
The cat that fought against with He-Man?
No.
That was his name, wasn't it? Gringer?
No, this name is completely generated just by me. This is original.
I think it was the cat that fought with He-Man.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Cringer with a C.
Cringer. Oh, my bad. Yeah,
Okay.
right.
I was going to say, I was going to have to change my name here in a second.
You're right. You probably do have a unique name. I don't know. Maybe let's do a Google search and see if it's unique.
Is that like a redhead cringer?
Alpha.
Yeah, I'm a redhead, so.
Alpha, what do you do for a living?
Me? I
Makes people
bust
mad.
globeheads.
You what?
Okay.
I'm a professional globehead debunker.
You don't have a job?
Yeah, that's my job.
Yikes,
I
dude.
professionally annoy you.
And me too, I guess.
I don't know. You're a byproduct. You're just an innocent bystander of me annoying him.
I'm glad you admitted that at least.
Yeah, why not? Kind of fun.
I know, you clearly get fun out of this, bro. You're always in here.
Yeah, but I'm always looking for you. When you're in here, I'm like, yes. Turn up the heat now. And it doesn't. It should end with a rage quit. Then I've accomplished my mission, and I can go back to Netflix and chill.
By yourself.
Well, yeah.
Sorry. If you would start believing that Earth's a globe, I would join you.
That's actually a good idea. I think I'm going to go watch a
You guys
movie
are
or something.
so religious.
I know they are.
If you would just believe, please just believe with me.
It was like I was saying earlier.
Nutjobs.
My brothers, raise your hands, and I need you to just touch your TV screens and do it with me. I believe in the globe.
Yeah, you come to us like the door-to-door Jehovah's Witnesses, basically. Like, we're just sitting here, and you show up, and you're like, what will it take for you to just believe?
And once you're ready to shut the door,
Do you think the Bible is a thing? Do you believe? Do you think God is real?
We're not even gonna go there because.
Do you think God is real?
No, you didn't.
It's a simple question. Do you think God is real?
Because my brother, you just.
No, it's not. It's not about arguing evidence. Do you think God is real?
You just trusted in NASA, man.
No, it's not about arguing. I just need a yes or no. Do you think God is real? Do you think God is real?
Just believe.
All I need to know is a yes or no. Do you think God is real?
Will that make the glob real?
Do you think God is real?
No, it won't.
No, it won't. It won't. I'm asking, do you think God is real?
You would like to know that information.
You're running away from my question. Oh, let me just repeat what you said 20 times. You're running away from my question.
No, I'm just ignoring it because it's not relevant.
He's just he's still just
you're saying,
it's just like he's still just going, what's it going to take to make you guys
number one, there's I personally believe in God, but there's no hard physical evidence that he's real. None of us have been there, right? But you believe in something, right? It's the same thing, premise of that.
Same thing as a globe,
well,
that's not what I said.
Yeah,
if you
believe in something without evidence, you just conceded it.
It's different. No, there is evidence that the Creator exists, but I don't want to tell you.
What are you talking about?
Ruin it for you.
Not true. It's not true. You haven't been there. You don't know. It's not first.
It's true. It's true. So the necessary antecedent for creation is a creator. So if you can have information being passed on to the thing that's being created, and also for the
how do you know it was created, bro? What are you talking about?
Well, you're interrupting the fucking explanation.
If you keep interrupting, I won't be able to tell you, obviously. So if you have the thing that's being instructed to take this instruction and also have the capacity to understand the language of the instructions, then you have cells that can divide. But if cells that divide don't have the information capacity to understand the language of why they need to divide, they won't ever divide. So the method by which life is formed is done in such a way that the intricacy of nature being such that there's perfect ways that things are developed have to deal with like information being given to the thing, like such as DNA given to the thing that has a code to give it a structure, a formation. So once the cells understand that they need to divide in a specific way, then they start to divide and become more cells, and then all of a sudden some type of life form is being produced. And then next thing you know, that life form takes on a specific shape, and therefore that information that's conveyed from the information giver to the receiver is understood, and therefore it is translated over into creation, something being made. So all of creation follows a different type of specific pattern, which different things are created differently, and cells divide and form different things. And then we have different things in creation forming and becoming life on Earth. So this life is given by a life giver, a lawgiver, and a creator. So there's information being given, but only because the thing that it's given to has the capacity to understand the language that it's given the information from.
Yeah, stick to that, dude.
So then God was a dictator, right? Because if God created us on this planet knowing of what you claim, right, that Earth is inside of a physical ball, right? It's a physical thing. That's what was stated here yesterday, right? That Earth is not outside the atmosphere, does not coexist with the atmosphere itself. Space does not coexist with the atmosphere, right? So then you're claiming that God was a dictator, right? He trapped us here knowing what would happen, right?
No, we're not trapped, and he's not a dictator. What it is?
Well, how are we not trapped? We're inside of a physical ball. What you guys claim?
But we're not. See, so when you could go, and I would say it this way: have you explored every place on Earth?
I'm not.
Okay, so do you feel trapped?
Have you?
Answer my questions. Answer my line.
No, I'm in regards to leaving Earth, right? Because this is flat Earth. Remember, this is a flat Earth argument. I'm in regards to leaving Earth.
Yeah, you're saying leaving Earth, but I've asked you if you've explored every place on Earth. You said no, which means that there's places. Well, just let me get to a point, dude. So if you haven't explored every place, and there's some very beautiful places here on Earth that you haven't been to, do you think that because you haven't been everywhere, and possibly what could change your mind is that once you go to specific different places, you could see the beauty and majesty of the Earth that you live on, versus this very narrow view of just only the place that you live at, and possibly
that's an if. That's a hypothetical.
And possibly a shitty life that you have. You could probably get out of that mindset and probably into a different mind where you could think like, wow, this is such a great place, and it's not like a prison like I thought of it once was. Because even if you thought the Earth was a globe, right? Let's just say you thought of it that way, and you could possibly leave a dying planet. Maybe, perhaps, because you haven't been everywhere, you haven't explored how beautiful the Earth actually is. And then you could say, wait a minute, you know what? I don't care what happens. I'm still going to be on this Earth no matter if everybody leaves it, because I think it's a beautiful place.
But those are, you listed all ifs. That's all hypotheticals. What if right now I'm not happy and I want to leave? I can't. But that's a hypothetical. You can't say that. You can't say that.
Go
you
where?
Cannot say,
Go
right?
where,
You cannot say. You cannot say that even if I was everywhere, that I would be happy, right? That's a hypothetical claim, right?
So think about
whether I'm happy now or not. It's a
yeah, because you said so yourself. You're not happy. You want to leave Earth. So if, like T-Dub was saying, if you're leaving Earth, where are you going? Because every other place.
That's what I'm saying. Your guys' argument was that you can't.
Every other place would be more depressing than the one you're actually leaving, because the other places, life would be much harder according to the lore.
It's not the point. Your argument is that we can't leave.
It would be.
That's your argument, that we can't leave.
No. Your idea that you think you can, right? Because in my idea of the Earth being a globe, I can leave the Earth. Yeah, where are you going? To a more depressing place where you could actually die from. Not the point. You could die from actually leaving a pod or going outside of a little dome habitat or something like that. You just die like in what's that movie, Total Recall, where you're choking off with no air. Like, you would rather think about some idiotic.
So then you are admitting, right? You are then admitting that space does exist outside of the atmosphere. No. That's what you just said. Because
I'm talking about your mindset, Gringer. Your mindset is one that would be.
My mindset has nothing to do with, remember, hard proof evidence or facts, right? Your facts that you stated is that, no, the facts that you stated were that Earth is trapped inside of a physical ball. We're in a container, right? Meaning that we cannot leave the container, right?
I never use the word.
Right, but we're inside of a container where you can't leave, right? Restricting us from leaving, right? In so-called creation, you cannot go outside the Earth, whether you like it or not.
That's a problem. Why would you want to leave, and what's the purpose of you trying to get?
It's not the point of why. It's the point of can you or can you not.
Who cares? What's the reason why?
Well, it completely has matter to it. Because your claims of that the Earth is trapped inside of a container, then it completely invalidates leaving or not leaving.
What merit?
It doesn't matter. It has no relevance.
Yeah. Well,
it has no relevance.
You think
why or why I don't want to leave has no relevance.
You think it's a prison place? It's a flat Earth, you can't leave, so it's a prison. We're trapped.
In your claim, it is a prison because we're inside of a container, meaning we have no choice of leaving.
Listen, I told you it's not a prison. It's a beautiful place, and I'm glad that we live in a place such as this. We can make the most of it. It's your mindset.
You guys,
prison, Gringer.
But the issue is, you guys all have different beliefs on what flat Earth is. You guys don't all agree on the same thing. You have some people that think it's a container. You have some people that think this. I heard someone yesterday say that the sun's not even the sun, right? The sun is a controlled environment, right? So in all of your claims, they don't add up. You guys don't make sense.
Who cares? Because what somebody says about some speculation, who cares about that?
If flat Earth did exist, right, or if which in consideration it does, right? What you consider, right? Then what you consider doesn't make any sense, right? Because if we're trapped inside of a container, you wouldn't be able to leave, right? When you're restricted from leaving something that is what is considered a prison, right? You don't have the option to leave. If we were inside a container, if you're inside of a container, then you can't leave, right? You cannot break the container, right?
Let me get in here, okay? This argument about the trapped thing, okay, you gotta let that go, okay? Because in both worldviews, you're confined by similar constraints, okay? In the heliocentric model, there is still the standard model still suggests that there is a so-called edge of the universe. Now, if you want to go down that route, okay, if you believe there's a creator and the creator created the universe, we have balls spinning around and we can supposedly travel from one ball to another, you're still confined by the so-called edge of the universe. Okay, this argument is bunk. There's plenty of room to wiggle, okay, in either quote-unquote model, okay?
Yeah,
this
everybody knows.
Bullshit, like, let that go, man. Come on.
Everybody knows that you're just trying to poison the well as to how we perceive the Earth, and you're trying to make it sound like all of us are thinking that we're trapped. There's nowhere to go.
I never said that you guys think you're trapped, right? And I never said I think I'm. That's not what I said. I said we are inside of what you guys believe a container, right? Meaning that when you are inside of something that is unrestrictable to leaving, that is what you consider a prison, right? It's just like normal prison, as you would consider in your world.
No. What if it's a safe habitat that protects us from other things that on the outside? What if it's that way instead of the way you're doing?
So then once again, you are agreeing that there is something coexisting with Earth's atmosphere. Well, either way, what you say contradicts what you were saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
You can't backpedal. Explain on what you just stated.
You're making it sound like there's a prison here. There's not a prison.
It doesn't matter how I made it sound, right?
Yeah,
whether it's a prison, not a prison, it has complete.
You're making it sound like we're describing to everybody that the place that they live in is a prison. You're making it sound
that's not what I stated. I explained on why you could consider it a prison. I didn't say it was a prison. I explained why you could consider it a prison because
but it's not.
If you truly,
dude, check this out. You're missing the point. Your worldview could also be argued as being quote unquote a prison. It's just a quote unquote bigger prison with a lot more hell to go through to get from one safe place to another. So. That's fine.
Well, there's actually been no proven safe place outside of Earth. So whatever your argument just said there is invalid. No, it's not, right? Because we haven't explored all of it once again. Right? But what I'm stating once again, right, that you believe, right, that Earth is inside of a container, right? And once again, I already stated this, right, that if you are inside of a container that's unleavable, you can consider it a prison due to what we know about prisons now, right? You're trapped inside, you're not supposed to leave,
dude,
right?
Right, whatever.
So let me finish.
No, we're not going to let you finish talking about a prison, dude. We already know that it's.
You think the Earth is flat, right? I never said it was a prison. Once again, I never said it was a prison. I said that. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
I just don't get it, man. You are
I tried to explain it to you, and you're just backpedaling. First, you said that no, because you guys said yesterday, right? That Earth.
You're double speaking.
You are the one who stated yesterday that Earth cannot coexist with space, right? And you just said today that it's protecting us from something outside of our atmosphere, meaning something does coexist with Earth's atmosphere. That's what you stated.
You're just a hot mess, dude. You're not.
So okay, then go ahead, say what you stated. Go ahead and say what you stated.
So basically, if we're talking about this place that we're in right now, that it's contained, the idea that you keep using the word prison is making it sound like derogatory to the people who think that the place that they live in is very special, very vast, very beautiful, and there's no prison to be thought of. You're using that term as if it's something to say. Although Mick just described to you that you could actually think of the globe being more like a prison, because it's a lot harder to actually get from one place to the other, and it's more like terrifying to think about being on a prison planet. So if you even thought about it, you actually are on the prison mindset, not us. We don't think of it that way. So stop saying
I'm explaining of what you... Okay, I won't say we are limited to a safe haven, right? Is that what you want me to say?
Yeah.
You're limited to it, right? Because either way, we're...
Yeah, at least that way we're not disagreeing the fact that, yeah, there is a limitation in the place that we are because we have gas pressure. Now, if that is the case, then what's the beef with that? I don't find anything wrong with that unless you have some disagreement that you have something
because it completely contradicts what you guys said yesterday. You said that it's protecting us from something outside of what we are in now, right? If that is true, that's what he stated. That's what you said. That it's protecting us.
Why did you say that, Alpha?
Listen, this is what I said. So I said that if it were possible that because we're inside of a contained system, you said I was using the contrast between being in a prison and us and me telling you, oh yeah, think about it this way. What if this is a safe place to be living in right now? And it's whatever we're in right now is protecting us from the outside of this place that we're in. If you think of it that way, then you won't see it as a prison, but a safe haven. Do you get it?
Right. That's why I say it's safe haven. That's what I stated, right? But you're saying you're admitting, right, that there is something outside of Earth's atmosphere. Well, then don't say it.
No,
it's a way to
don't say it.
Your mindset. I wanted to change the way you're viewing the word prison versus like this place was created specifically for us to be living in. So for you, it's like, well, I'm in a prison. I need out. I'm like, dude, what if it's a place that's... Yes, you want to leave because you're like trapped.
I stated that I was comparing to the container. That's not what I stated. I never said I wanted to leave. I'm stating that you're arguing that there is a physical container around Earth, which there's...
No, it's a physical necessity.
That's what you argue.
That's here. Yeah, it's a necessity for it. It's an antecedent.
Right, so, and something physical.
He's just taking a standpoint, basically, of whining for your globe.
Yeah, he's whining.
You cannot escape something that's physical. You cannot. It's a physical feature.
Oh, bro, check this out. If we condense your argument down to a sentence or two, it sounds like, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like what you're trying to do is paint one picture of your worldview is lesser than the standard worldview of everyday person, because yours is limited, ours is expansive and much more vast. Therefore, yours is probably wrong because it sounds lesser, or it sounds like your worldview accepts a dictator that limits you into a confined place, but ours is expansive and limitless and all that stuff. That's not an argument. Okay, that's an appeal to your fifis. Come on.
It's not what I stated once. I stated that...
It is.
I stated that you believe...
your argument into a more...
And you're going to belabor the point.
Saying you believe.
Yeah.
You're going to belabor the point. As soon as we're done talking, you're going to go back to the belaboring the same point like you've been doing for 15 minutes. You're going to keep doing...
Okay, so do you or do you not think that Earth is trapped within a physical container?
The Earth...
It's a simple yes or no.
Yeah, it's inside a physical container for sure.
What is the physical container made up of?
Nobody ever made any statements on that.
Well, you said it's a physical container, right? So if you know it's a physical container, then you have to know something what the physical container is. What is the physical container made up of?
Matter.
We don't have...
So then you're making assumptions.
No, we don't need
because if you don't know anything about it, have you been to the physical container? Have you been to it?
We don't need to satisfy any itch that you have to scratch about what it is as far as speculation goes.
But have you been to it?
Do that.
Okay, have you been to it?
We do not have to tell you what the elemental structure is of the container. We just
Okay,
have to tell
okay.
you that
Let's get past the elemental structure. Have you been there?
that doesn't matter.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it? I'm asking for evidence, right?
Yeah,
It's the same thing you do to us, right? Do you have evidence?
The evidence is we have gas pressure here on the Earth that you're on. That's the
Well,
evidence.
there's also air pressure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So, that's what I'm saying. If there's something that's containing the gas and air pressure, what is it?
Well,
you have to know what it is if you're going to claim. If you're going to make a claim that there is,
that's it. It's the same
what is
thing.
The container?
Gas,
that's
air,
what I'm
gas,
asking. What the
same
container
thing.
is?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Containment is all we know that has the ability. Physical containment is all we know. The only thing that we know that actually has the ability to contain gas. If you can demonstrate that not being the case, or cite something that has demonstrated that to not be the case, then you have wiggle room. But at the moment, this is pretty much the brass tacks. So it's unfortunately
Right, and I've already stated that I think that it's Earth's atmosphere keeping the pressure out of this.
Yeah,
right.
that's
It's
your
we
claim.
all agree on that.
That's your claim.
What?
Now, can you?
You have nothing else to. That is your claim that you think it's a physical.
No, dude, you're mincing words.
Hold on, Mick. Hold
you want to take it? Go for it.
Gringer, you've made a statement that it's the air, the gas pressure, that's the container, right?
I said Earth's atmosphere, which is made up of tons of things.
Like what?
But none of us have ever been there, so we don't know what it is. None of us have ever seen it firsthand. None of us have ever. None of us.
No,
none of us have ever exited Earth's atmosphere, right? So there's nothing we can say in regards to it.
I'm getting the feeling that you're on something right now because he sounds discombobulated from reality. I don't know about you guys. He's really he's out there right now. Basically saying that we don't know what Earth's atmosphere is made of. Not what
I never
he
said
just said
you
it's
don't
made
know
up
what
of a
it's
ton
made
of things, and you said like what? And he just rambled on like it didn't.
I don't know about
I can obviously go into research and get the exact things Earth's atmosphere is made up of, right? And what's consistent in the atmosphere, right? But you're saying it's a physical container. I'm asking.
Just ask Google, what is Earth's atmosphere made of? Just type that in.
You made a claim. You made a claim.
No, stop.
You made a claim that you made a claim.
Gringer, go look up the
You made a claim.
I have to physically stop you. I have to.
God.
He's a runaway train.
He's starting to sound like fucking Matt.
Yeah, he sounds like Matt. Yeah.
You believe you made a claim. You.
Go look at the information and come back, and then we'll talk about it. Take 5. You know what? Get something to eat, dude. Dude's hangry. Yeah, just go look it up. I will mute you in just a moment, so give you some time.
He's doing this thing where the atmosphere contains the atmosphere. The gas contains the gas, right? But I don't think it's as if he doesn't see that the atmosphere is the gas. He's conceptualizing it as this extra thing.
All right.
It's just too emotional to think straight, that's all.
I agree, Heretic. So if I unmute him, he's not gonna. Okay, so Granger, you have to tell us the constituent parts of the atmosphere. Go ahead. Nothing more. You said you were ready. I can put you back on mute.
I'm not talking, am I?
No, you are now.
So Earth's atmosphere, right, is made up of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 0.9% argon, and 0.1% of other gases. Hello, am I unmuted? Am I muted?
Yeah,
unmuted?
we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes. Now, how is that?
Earth's atmosphere is made of gas.
Yeah, how is that being a container? What you just described.
You tell me. You're the one who claims it's made up of a container. That's your job.
You just T-Dub.
You stated that the atmosphere is a container. So explain to me how it's a container. That's your claim.
Are you?
That's your claim.
Serious?
You said Earth is within.
You said Hold on a minute.
All right,
Oh
this
my
motherfucker
God.
is now trying to spin shit on us. Dude, you said the atmosphere is the container. We're saying the atmosphere or the air is contained. We're not saying the air is containing the air. You are. This is your model. Your model states that the atmosphere, the gas surrounding the Earth, is being held in either by gravity or by
No, he said
some way
by the atmosphere is containing. Mick, let's get it straight, dude. He said the atmosphere is containing the atmosphere. That's
exactly. This is your claim, not ours.
All right, let's see. He's saying that we said that. I said that. What?
Yeah, no.
Atmosphere
Mind
containing
game.
atmosphere containing the atmosphere. Do you have any evidence of that? It's on 56K dial-up brainwave. Dee-doo. Shh, bang, 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 bang.
Your reverse card didn't work, man.
Yeah, it didn't work. No, you're saying
I'm not going to sit here and go in a continuous loop. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. His Adderall wore out.
Yeah, go grab a pizza, man. You'll be all right.
You should go to bed. That's what you should do.
Yeah, actually.
Go grab
It's 3
a
in the
pizza,
morning, and I agree.
Orange juice. You're a bit malnourished, man.
I'm malnourished. You also said I'm on drugs because I believe that the Earth's a globe. Because you won't
never
accept
said you were on drugs.
Because you don't accept pictures.
No, you're mad.
You actually said you believe I'm on a drug. That's what you stated.
Bro, your mannerism is what's suggesting that you might be on something. You're flailing around, getting all angry. You're raising your voice.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I could care honestly less of what your opinion is, right?
You're in here. You're in here raising your voice, and then you're saying you have the audacity. You have the audacity to say that you're not doing the very thing that you are doing, which is you're all up in arms about why you can't provide evidence.
It just mind boggles me that you think the Earth's flat, and I already explained to you how you can believe the Earth's flat, right? Because the Earth is so big. The Earth is so big.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that.
So the Earth isn't big.
How big is it? How big is it?
I believe the exact distance is 40,000 miles.
I believe.
Oh, okay. What is? Here, I'll look it up. What is the circumference of?
You know that you're looking it up.
The Earth.
Do you know that you're looking it up right
39598.
Yeah, you didn't know that information prior to you asking the question.
40,075 kilometers. What I just stated. 40,000.
Yeah. How do you know that's true?
You can't prove it's not true. Prove it's not true.
I'm asking you a question. God. Answer it. Answer the question.
Then what? Okay, well, so you're saying if that's saying right?
No, stop. Stop. How do you know it's true?
Go ahead.
How do you know it's true?
Okay, then what is the distance?
Well, dude, you just read it to me. How do you know?
Well, you said it's not true. So if that's not true, you give me the right information. You're making a claim that something else is the distance of the Earth than what I just provided. So you tell me.
Let's check this out. Whoever's around you right now, you need to talk sense into your friend here. Get him to realize that I'm asking him. He just told me a number. He's got to verify how he knows that information. All I'm asking for him to do is to tell me how he knows that. He's not doing that. He needs a piece of pizza or something. The guy's losing his marbles in this chat.
You stated, right, that that is not the proper distance, right? So I'm not cutting me off. I let you talk. You didn't choose to.
No,
now it's my turn. I just let him talk. Now it's my turn to talk. You weren't even involved in the conversation. Okay, I muted you. Thank you. I'm done hearing you. So back to what I was saying is that you just provided I provided a number, right? You said it's not true, right? So provide the number that is true.
Listen.
I'm asking you to.
No, stop talking. Dude, you're not being told that number is not true. We're asking you how you know that number is true. Think of it like when you're in fucking like first grade math class. You know, your teacher says, oh, you know, do these work problems and then give me the answer. If you just write the answer down, the teacher might actually agree. Oh, yeah, and look at your stuff. Yeah, that is the right answer. But how did you get to that? You might actually have the right number, but what's more important is showing your work. That's what's being asked here. Show your work. You might actually have something correct here. So he's not saying you're saying your number is not valid. Listen to the fucking words being said. Don't spin them around.
Okay.
Go get your pizza first and then do that. Come on.
Here's what I'll say instead. I don't believe the number's true. Can you provide the correct one?
Oh shit. Then why even say them?
No,
That's
what
the whole
you're
point.
so there obviously has to be a distance of the Earth or circumference. I don't believe that number is true. Can you provide the correct one? If that's not the correct number,
Why
you
are you
provide the
asking
correct
me?
one.
Why are you asking me to provide the evidence that you need to be substantiating? It's
Because
not my claim.
I just gave you evidence, and you said no, it's not a claim. There obviously is its distance and circumference of the Earth. If the number I just provided, I don't believe it's true. So do you guys have the right one?
It's not our claim to provide the information.
Okay, so then you don't even know what the distance.
It's not our claim to provide the evidence for your claim. This is what you need to be telling us how you know the information of, because you said it's true. Yeah? So now you got to validate that information somehow. It's not upon our burden to have the information given to you. It's upon you to give it to us. We need to know how you arrived, like Mike was saying, at the information that you're looking at. How did they get there? Simple. How did they get to that information? And you're quick to throw that information under the bus, man. Like, honestly, I do think you need to take some time away and like rethink all of this, because you're too emotional, man, to be honest. You got your feelings involved.
Are they still on?
Yeah, we're still on. And we're trying to tell Gringer, your friend, that he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe, but obviously I told him to get something to eat. Maybe perhaps he can eat something and come back and have a clear head.
Proof. So we shouldn't use. So what? Before you yell over me and like completely not talk about what I'm talking about.
As long as you don't put words in my mouth by asking me, so we shouldn't assume things. Because what I'm telling you is that two assumptions don't make a proof.
Yes. And what I'm saying is the definition of a logical syllogism is two assumptions make
another part. Assertions. Assertions and assumptions, bro. Assertions or assumed. Two propositions that are asserted or assumed to be true. Now, what can be asserted are proven things that don't have to be assumed. Right? So you can make a logical syllogism with two proven items, right, as the premises. So, using those two premises, then the third thing is proven, right?
But you don't need
premises
to.
that are proven to create a therefore, right, the conclusion, which will also be proven because the premises are proven. So you prove the premises deductively using the same deductive logic. And of course you have to start somewhere. So you have to start an axiom, something which is self-evidently true. That doesn't need to be proven because it's self-evident. Such as, you're not a cow.
Or,
right? You're not a cow, right? I don't have to prove you're not a cow.
So assertions also do not state that they're facts. It says a forceful and confident statement of fact or belief. It does not say you need evidence for that.
In this context, it means it means a statement that is asserted as truth, not as assumed.
Yeah, but like, it's still, an assertion can be wrong.
Yes, you're right. An assertion can also be an assumed assertion. But if your assertion, right, is a proven, something that's proven, right, or if your assertion is an axiom, then the combination of two of those will lead to a proof, right? So if you use an assumption, then you have what's called an inductive proof, which doesn't actually prove anything, right? It's an inference, right? So it's not proven. The only claim that can be made about it is this would be likely if those two things are true, right?
So a logical.
There's still an if. It's not proven. That's what I'm trying to say. It's inductive logic. It's not proof. That's what I'm trying to tell you. it wouldn't lead to a actual deductive proof.
Oh, if I had wings, I could fly.
Yes, exactly. If you had wings, you could fly. And
the globe doesn't fly.
Go ahead.
Sorry, the globe doesn't fly.
Wait.
Yeah. So if we did something like things with wings fly, Elijah has wings, therefore Elijah can fly.
Fallacy.
That would be, that's a fallacy. It would be an inference. Yes, we can infer that from the fact that Elijah has wings and the fact that other things that have wings can fly. But that doesn't prove that Elijah can fly.
So we shouldn't use logical syllogisms unless we can verify that both of the assertions are true.
Oh, you can't claim it's proof of anything. Dude, you're missing the point. It's not
proof once.
I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you the error in Glober's logic. You're illustrating it. You said we don't have logic. It's actually the globe that doesn't have logic. You guys don't even know what logic is. And you come in here and say, flat Earth is illogical. No, it's perfectly logical. Y'all don't know what logic is. That's the problem. And I'm not talking about you specifically, so don't take this as a personal insult. A lot of people don't know this. They don't teach it in school. It's not really taught at university, except for in the philosophy department, which most people avoid like the plague. So, I mean, it's just not. It's not something.
Look, I'm gonna make a couple of statements. Right. Water at rest is level. Perfectly valid statement because it's self-evident. Everybody knows this, right? No problems, no assumptions whatsoever. Okay, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Again, another statement, zero assumptions, nothing wrong with what I've said. Why can't Globers do the same thing? Why is there always a him and a haw and a shuck and a jive?
Usually, see, what Elijah's doing, he's talking about properties of physical reality that you can observe and describe, right? So he's just describing reality. Okay. Yeah. Now, globe earthers, and just generally, this isn't exclusive to globe Earth. I mean, it happens in a lot of so-called pseudosciences. They insert a concept, a conceptual idea within this, right? As opposed to an observation of reality. So they use something that occurs in their imagination as the premise for their syllogism.
Okay, so can I try a syllogism?
When you say gravity, that is actually a concept. Gravity's a concept. It's not a physical thing out there, right? You can't grab a handful of gravity. There isn't a jar of gravity, right? So if I say gravity to you, what is gravity? What is gravity in the physical world that you see, that you've observed?
Things falling.
Okay. So things falling is gravity. Not mass attracting mass. You see what I'm saying? That's a description of reality. Now, if I take that description of reality and place the word gravity with things falling, therefore Earth is a ball, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Right? You can't reach. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow from the premises, right? No matter how you construct something from things falling, you can't get to a ball.
May I try one of your syllogisms with things we can both agree are true without being interrupted?
Yeah, knock yourself out, man.
All right.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead.
We agree.
Don't say we agree.
Okay.
That remains to be.
We agree, question mark at the end of this. I'm asking you if you guys agree. Do boats go over the horizon and disappear bottom up?
I'm just gonna say no, straight up. What do you mean?
Well,
what?
You said over the horizon. I'll say no to over the horizon.
Yeah, that's the part. Yeah, I'm
towards the horizon, and you can't see them anymore, starting with the bottom and going up.
Yes, that is loaded sometimes.
No, it's correct.
It's a loaded question.
No, it's correct. Without the going over is correct.
Yeah, without
the going over.
While it is moving towards the horizon,
things disappear from the bottom up. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yep. And you too. And what's that? Yeah, and
no.
Yeah, things disappear bottom up. And
we know that angles of shadows in different parts of the Earth at the same time.
Wait.
What the fuck? What is fucking? What happened? Is this like the salad bar of my globe?
Did I use too many words?
I think
no, they're not connected. They're not logically connected, dude. They're like,
why are they not logically connected? They're both
how are the boats going over? Like, how are boats disappearing?
Okay, look.
No, go ahead. I can't take this.
So hold on, wait. When I said water, when I said water is level, that was one statement, right?
Yeah.
I didn't go therefore. I didn't have to.
I didn't say therefore.
Right. So if you're saying that boats go towards the horizon and seem to disappear bottom up, that's a statement. Yes. But what does it mean? Okay, so you're making another statement about shadows. So now the first statement is just a statement that is okay, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're going to make a statement about shadows.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a quick question.
No, not yet.
Yeah, well, I just want to, like, my buddy got banned.
Yeah, I said hell no, not yet, bro.
Yeah, is there any way you can unban him so he can join?
Hold up, bro. Who's this? Yeah.
Scotty.
And you.
How am I implying a lie, Trinity?
Type in chat. Shut the fuck up and type in chat. Bro, this is rude as hell. Go ahead.
All right. So,
the shadows and
in
whatnot.
short, yeah, the Eratosthenes experiment can be replicated.
What's the statement?
In short, that experiment can be replicated. We can both.
What is the statement?
Measurements of angles of shadows were taken at two different points, and they had a difference in angle.
Can that happen on both?
No, don't. Yeah. No, don't. That was a fuck up because he didn't even. What does that mean?
Which?
Okay, there's a difference in the length of shadows. So what?
Yeah.
So?
If those.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Yeah, because that's like.
Add in there, buddy.
That plus that.
No.
What?
What plus what?
Yeah,
I'm saying those are my two pieces of the syllogism. Do we both agree that those two things are true?
I wasn't even doing that. I was just making two true statements. I mean, it's something that you can happen across and go, yeah, I can perfectly describe this thing without adding anything extra. So I thought you were
thinking
just
about it.
So I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that you're doing that. Like, so it's like, okay, well, boats disappear beyond the horizon. Okay, from the bottom up. Okay, so you measure shadows and the lengths are different. Okay, so what is that?
Listen, can I explain it to him? Because obviously, if he fucked up this bad.
I understand.
The premises have to be connected to each other logically. So I'll give you the deductive syllogism again.
What we?
All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. You see how now they're connected logically?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, Aristotle is mortal.
All right.
Your claim, boats disappear bottom first, sticks and shadows measure different angles. Those two things are not connected logically.
So I need to say something about the ocean or the horizon for it to...
You need to connect those two premises logically to each other. They have the logical connection must be in the statements themselves. Look, you have to construct, therefore Earth is a globe, just out of one of those, because they're not logically connected. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from the sticks and shadows all by itself. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from ships disappearing bottom first by themselves, but they're not logically connected to each other because they're not even the same phenomenon. They don't even have anything to do with each other. So if I watch a boat disappear bottom first, does that have anything to do with angles of the sun, or the length of a shadow, or the length of a stick, or the placement of the stick, or the placement of the sun, or anything? Or is that independent of a stick or a shadow or anything?
So
you're trying to logically connect them to the curvature of the Earth, right? You're trying to connect it into the Earth being a ball. But you can't do that with those two just smashing it against each other. To do those independently. And they would, you'd say, here's one piece of evidence, here's another piece of evidence. But guess what? Here's your problem. Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, assumes the Earth is a ball, assumes that there's parallel rays of light, so it has three assumptions within it. Three assumptions that can't be proven and actually don't have any evidence for them. Because, and like Elijah said, affirming the consequent. The thing you're trying to prove, Earth is a globe, is in the premise. If Earth was a globe, and I did a measurement that showed shadows with these different angles and different shadow lengths, then Earth would be a globe, right? So that's affirming the consequent. It's circular logic. Your conclusion is within one of the premises. You might as well say Earth is a globe because Earth is a globe. You just cut out the second premise.
But two pieces of evidence that do not contradict each other and support the same thing.
No, they don't.
Okay, it's not a syllogism. You're right. What I said is not a syllogism.
They don't support a globe. Two sticks and shadows support a flat Earth, and so does freaking bottom up shit.
Actually,
the thing about a logical syllogism again is that it involves two premises that are true.
Yeah, those two things are true.
Yeah, but see, they're not connected to a globe, though. You haven't done that. Now, once you start trying to connect it to a globe, it falls apart. Because then you start making all these assumptions, adding these premises that are not proven.
Yeah, so if I want to make...
What was the claim? What did I claim? You actually can't construct a deductive logical argument that the Earth's a globe. It's not possible. And why do you think that's not possible?
Right, it is possible.
Then do it.
Look, you're not the first person that's tried this. It's not possible. You know why? I'm going to tell you why it's not possible. Because it always starts with the assumption that the Earth's a globe. Because that is not self-evident. If it was self-evident, right, if you went out in the freaking world and looked and you saw curved horizon or some other factor, right, that would indicate just from pure senses and was self-evident to anybody that this is a giant ball, then you could construct a logical syllogism because you would have an axiom, but you don't have an axiom. You have to have, you starting with something that you can't actually, that's not self-evident, that can only be constructed from rationality. It can't be, like I said, you're not a cow. I don't need to construct a logical argument for that. It's obvious you're not a cow. It's obvious to everybody you're not a cow. Anyone that knows what a cow is and what you are, it's obvious you're not a cow. Okay? Period. I don't have to fucking give you reasons why you're not a cow. I don't have to construct a deductive argument, even though I can, that you're not a cow, right? And but the globe cannot be just say it's obvious it's a ball. No, it's not obvious.
So
never been outside and be like, "Bam, check out this giant ball."
If you
have to construct it. How do you construct it?
If we give an argument backed up with evidence, it's not valid because it's not easily observable.
Giving an argument is not evidence.
Proof, dude. That's what you're not understanding.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not say. I said
if
with
I give
evidence.
You said if I give an argument with evidence. So where's the evidence?
Say the argument was evidence.
So where's the evidence? Because everything that you said is just assuming the evidence. That's why I said what I said. But okay, fine. I'll rewind. Where's the evidence?
Okay. So, I've been doing like cross-state drives recently. So I've had a lot of time to think, but not a lot of time to get in the server. So what I've been pondering the past couple of days is maybe a week ago or something. I was in the call and I brought up the Eratosthenes thing, or whatever old Greek guy's name is, and I was told that it is possible on a flat Earth, and I was shown some diagrams and played a Vsauce.
I mean, that's kind of not relevant to the conversation we're having, because if you read Geodetic and you read what Eratosthenes supposedly did, again, like Indio told you, there's like 3 assumptions in there. So, off the bat, you know that assumptions don't turn into evidence, right? We just, or did you disagree with that?
Assumptions do not. If assumptions are proven wrong,
no, you can't. You can't assume something and prove that it's right using the assumption. That doesn't make any sense.
Why do we have to prove something wrong that has no proof?
Well, the same argument.
I'm going to assume unicorns exist. Prove they don't.
Do you have evidence for that?
I don't need evidence. I assumed it. Like you just said, if you assume it, it needs to be proven wrong.
No, I said, you didn't let me finish. If it can be proven wrong and there is evidence that it does happen, that unicorns do exist, and there's no evidence against unicorns existing.
You just said an assumption needs to be proven wrong. You said
because I was interrupted.
So you misspoke then?
Okay, so do you want to correct what you said?
Yes.
Does assumptions need to be proven wrong?
If assumption has evidence that it is true and no evidence that it is wrong.
So where is the evidence? Because the assumption can't be the evidence. Like I told you, now this is becoming circular. Because if you're going to bring up Eratosthenes, if you're going to bring up Eratosthenes, and he assumed that the Earth was a sphere in the beginning, that's not proof.
What does the Earth being a sphere have to do with the measurements, though?
No, it's not. It's that he's assuming that it's a sphere. The measurements have actually nothing to do with it, because he's taking elevation angle measurements. Now, it's not an affirming the consequent fallacy to say therefore the Earth is not a globe, because by necessity an elevation angle utilizes horizontal lines.
So
that's
let me ask you that. So
the angles have nothing to do. No.
So let me ask you a question, Prissy. We're not trying to measure the circumference of the Earth. We're not trying to do anything. We just take a stick, we stick it in the ground, we measure the shadow length. What conclusion can we just get?
And you take a stick in another place.
Okay, and then we measure its shadow length.
Yes.
Now we have two values, 2 numerical values.
Yeah.
And what's the next step?
Why would you be doing that?
I don't know. You tell me. What's the next step?
To measure the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, so what's the next step?
I'm pretty sure it was compare the difference in angle, the length of the shadows.
And where do those angles intersect?
Those.
at the center of a sphere, right? You're assuming the sphere from the measurements. What if I don't assume the sphere and I assume it's flat? Well, I'll come to the conclusion that the sun's just closer.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I've been thinking about.
Yeah, so we have the same, well, during the time Eratosthenes lived, in China, they were doing the exact same thing, but they didn't assume it was a sphere, and they thought that they were measuring the flat Earth using the exact same method.
So that's exactly why I brought it up. Because
that's why we keep telling you, right? That it's like you're using an underlying assumption to reach the conclusion.
I would really love to get a couple sentences out in a row.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, we've done this lots of times, so it's like, go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay.
Here's your chance.
So it can be replicated on a flat Earth if the sun is closer. Right?
Yeah.
What do you mean? It can be replicated? What does that mean?
Okay.
You just
this experiment works on a flat Earth if the sun is closer than we think it is. Then the sun is closer to Earth than what mainstream science says.
Maybe. That's another assumption.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just...
So it doesn't work on your model either if you don't explain it.
There's no model. There's no, what do you mean by model? There's no model.
Okay, it doesn't work on what you think
on a
the
level
Earth is
surface?
like either.
Hold on, time out. Are you going to tell me that taking elevation angles or measuring shadow lengths won't work on a horizontal surface? Is that your statement?
But
no, because in order to know that, you need to know how.
Answer that. Doesn't work to do what exactly? What are we trying to do and make it work to do?
I asked if the sun was closer to the Earth than mainstream science says, and you said that's an assumption. But you can only measure the shadow lengths on a flat Earth if we know the sun is closer to us. So do we know it's closer to us?
That's an assumption.
What?
Yeah, that's an assumption. And it's an incorrect assumption.
So we don't know the locality of the sun. We don't know the locality of anything in the
Because you
sky.
have to position the sun independently, right? Let me ask you this. If I gave you two sticks and you can pace your distance, can you find where you are on Earth?
What did this have to do with locating myself?
Because you said to make it work. I don't know what that means. What does wait make it work mean? Make it work to do what? What does make it work mean? To do what? Find the distance of the sun or find the surface of the Earth? Which one are we trying to do?
So, I am saying, just hold on. If on a flat plane, we can measure the differences between those angles. If the sun is close-ish to the Earth, not as far away as what a lot of people say it is in a local area. Because that is what I've heard the explanation is that we have a local closed system sun.
So it appears to be.
Are you going to get to a
we
conclusion?
Don't claim that you can measure the position of the sun or the Earth using sticks and shadows.
I didn't say you did.
At best, using assumptions, that would be an indirect measurement of either the sun or the surface of the Earth. That's at best. That's the best you can do. But it's loaded with assumptions, loaded with the angles of the rays. It's loaded by, do you have the Sticks level, plumb lines? Is gravity actually freaking perpendicular? There's shitloads of assumptions. Is the sun in a common position? Am I looking at the same sun the other guy's looking at? Because the evidence is that that's actually not the case, right? Because of refraction and all. There's so many problems. There's so many assumptions loaded into this. This is a trash test. It's just trash. I don't know what else to say. It's just trash.
But we do know that there's a difference in the angles, right?
We know that if we take two sticks and they're some distance apart, right? That the shadows, all other things being equal, right? If the sticks are equal, both perpendicular, same angle, we know that they'll cast shadows of different lengths. That's all we can say 100% sure with certainty. Is the results of the observation. All the other shit, all the conclusions drawn from that observation need to be constructed rationally. When you try to do that, you're going to find out that there's shitloads of assumptions that you have to stack in there before you can reach any conclusion. That's why, listen, there's a reason why I'm on this, because when Clovers come in here and say, we don't think logically, yo, dude.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did. Oh my God.
No, I didn't. I said I came here to find out how you think logically, because a lot of globe earthers think you don't, and I didn't believe that. That's why I want to know the logic behind your argument.
Hey,
you haven't learned any
there's no logic behind your argument, so it doesn't even matter what our argument is technically.
You haven't learned any logic tips from your logic globe friends. You know, like that's the problem. Like, you're trying to figure it out on the fly here. If your friends were here, they wouldn't do any better. They would just be asserting the same things that you're asserting. Just, you know, saying that their logic is correct. But I mean,
I'm not saying my logic is correct.
No, I'm not. I didn't say you. I said your friend. Now you're being defensive.
Yeah, that's a great thing about logic, is that it's really objective, and you can just you can't change the rules or make up your own thing or talk about your feelings. It is what it is. It's either a logical statement or not. It's been laid out for a long time. No one's rewriting the rules. It's almost like mathematics, right? 1 + 1 is 2. Can't change it. Can't reinvent it. It is what it is. So the globe actually has no logic. It can't make an actual deductive logical statement to prove it's a globe. Period. End of story. Okay? So
that's what I'm saying. Like, when I make a statement, I'm like, there's no assumption to be had. If I need to measure an elevation angle, the first thing I need to do is to make sure my device is level.
So,
level is horizontal, and it's pretty freaking simple.
There's no assumption there. But but here's the thing: the truth in that disqualifies the Earth being a globe.
So, what do you
measure the elevation angle from? The horizontal. You measure from the horizon. You measure up.
This is something that we actually do. This is something that practically happens. I'm not imagining a globe. I'm not saying put a stick here and a stick there. I'm not doing any of that. I begin with something practical. You began with something practical. Okay, measure these shadow lengths. And we're like, okay, what's the conclusion?
So we make an observation. We agree that the shadows are different lengths, and then we are not allowed to do. What are we allowed to do with that information?
You do whatever you want. You just can't say I've proven something.
You just can't use it to support any scientific argument.
Think of it. Exactly. Well, that's not even science. It's a geometric.
So observations can't be used to back up facts?
Nobody said that.
Facts. Now you're just inserting shit that you don't have.
No.
Observation is the fact.
Yeah.
It isn't an observation to back up facts. The observation is the fact. So different shadow lengths on sticks that are distances apart, that is the facts.
Everyone in live stream voice chat, I'm just not reading what you guys are saying. All right,
can you address what Indio said? So you measure the shadow lengths. Those are the facts. What now?
I can use that observation to reach a conclusion.
What conclusion?
Build it.
That the Earth is round.
Okay.
How?
So how did you get to that logically?
because if I would have what do you mean if? What do you have with a problem with that word? Like,
no, I didn't. Would nobody stopped you?
Oh, I thought I heard you go, oh, when I said if.
Use that word, but go ahead. Because if you have to use if, that means whatever comes next after that is an assumption.
No,
that's how we use the word if.
Okay.
Because it's a possibility, it isn't known, right? So that part after the if, that's not a fact.
I think a problem that I see a lot in the flat Earth community.
No, just start with the two. You have the two angles. You have the two angle measurements, or the two shadow length measurements from two different areas on the Earth. You said, then we prove it's a globe. Well, make the next logical step, because you have an observation, you have some facts, you have two different shadow lengths. Now, what is the next step?
I gather more observations.
Okay, say you have 1,000 measurements.
No.
Now,
what's the next step? The same thing. Like different pieces of evidence.
The same exact thing.
So I can only use one data point in my experiment?
Right now, since we're talking about one method, how are you going to jump to another method? That makes no sense.
Because if we can all agree that these multiple observations are true.
How come I didn't have to do that?
I didn't ask you to prove anything.
Yeah, but I was the one that started this exercise. So again, how come I didn't have to do that? How come I didn't have to breakdance like you're doing now?
You can't even see what you're doing, can you?
Because I didn't say anything illogical. I didn't say anything untrue, and I even said that one of the self-evident one of the things that I was using disqualifies the globe. I said all of these things, none of it is untrue. Now you can challenge the third thing I just said, and I would, continue that conversation, and I guarantee you I won't sound like what you sound like.
Yeah. So
all you've done is said that shadows are at different lengths. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, glad we cleared that up.
Yeah, shadows are at different lengths.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you're observing.
But yeah, you said I couldn't use any other observations. I just have to stay here with this one thing.
No, but your conclusion comes from this observation. How do you get
not just conclusion? This observation?
Wait. But that's what Indio said. If there's a premise in here, okay, fine. How do you tie it to the Earth being a globe?
What was your example again? I remember water being level. What was your second one?
Well, that wasn't a logical syllogism. So that you had to follow closely to the conversation, because Indio and I were kind of on two different points, but it was closely related. Maybe it was a red herring.
I remember
whatever.
Men have wings, and things with wings can fly. Then men can fly. I remember that one.
Changing the subject.
That was.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm literally going back to the original thing we're talking.
No, that was the logical fallacy, which I pointed out. So. What was that? It doesn't even matter, because that was actually a logical fallacy.
Okay, so what was your example of a logical?
He didn't make
syllogism.
He didn't make the syllogism. I did. Okay. It was all men are mortal. Aristotle's a man, therefore Aristotle's immortal. Get it? Or all mortals die. Aristotle's immortal, therefore Aristotle will die. Okay? How about that?
That's not the same rules I'm bound to. Because we know Aristotle... No, we know Aristotle did die.
It's got nothing to do with Aristotle.
No, but why not? Why not? Why?
That all mortals die, dude. Aristotle's immoral, therefore Aristotle died. Is something wrong with that?
No, because the first one you said.
The first one I said was phrased, all men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Or no, therefore Aristotle is immortal, right? It doesn't matter. It follows from books. The conclusion follows from the two premises, and they're logically connected, right? So Aristotle has a property of the first premise, right? So I can lay it out like this: if A equals B and B equals C, A also equals C. Got it?
All right. So I need to make one of those. And I can't make one about anything. I need to do it about how the Earth is round.
Do what you want, man. But we're just telling you, man, the facts of the matter. The facts of the matter is you can't actually construct one because the globe has to be assumed.
You didn't construct one with the globe being flat.
I can. I can, no problem.
Need a good example.
Well, we have a logical axiom, right?
So can I get that syllogism that proves that it's flat?
The Earth looks flat, right? I see things. I can trust my own eyes, therefore the Earth is flat. Real simple.
So, how can
now before that's
actually I don't even have.
Wait.
I don't need a logical syllogism because, like I said, it's an axiom that the Earth looks flat.
So why do I need a logical syllogism either?
Because
if you don't,
you don't have an axiom. You don't have an axiom. That's the problem. When I
did not go into an axiom.
When I said, yes, I gave you. I gave you an axiom.
What was
I did? Water at rest is level. That's something that you can just observe. Like, holy shit, there's this lake. It's frozen.
Like the ship's going over the horizon.
Not over, because
okay, ships disappearing, bottom up, like the thing we agreed on.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. We agreed with that. But how do you logically connect it to it being a globe? That's the question. But let's not go in circular paths here. The point is, when we say, well, when we say the Earth looks flat, here's the thing about that is a problem for you. That's not really a problem. No one disagrees. No one.
Yeah. If I may interject, it's something.
Hold on, Helio. You know why no one disagrees? When I say no one, I mean even globe believers, because they think that effectively, as far as we can see, it's flat locally.
Except everything if you go high enough.
No, listen.
Locally means.
Listen. It doesn't matter how high you go. Mathematically, even at the height of the ISS, you can't see any curvature because you can only see 3% of the horizon. So, 3% of the Earth. So that horizon would look flat. That's paraphrased by Paul Larson, planetarium director. So, doesn't matter how high you go, the Earth appears flat, and everybody knows that. So that's not even in contention. So that statement right there is just true on its face.
Hold on.
Do you deny it? Do you deny it? I'm sorry. Do you deny it?
Yes, because if we go to a certain elevation, we can see curvature.
Not if we go to a certain elevation.
If we are at sea level, yes, it appears to be flat.
So then
at
great.
Sea level.
So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking? So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking like a globe?
I don't got the numbers on me right now.
Okay, so Google it.
Right.
And then when you find the numbers, give us a real world example.
Like the mountain you guys can go to?
You think you can see curve from a mountain?
Okay, the point.
Listen,
Sorry,
I want to hold on. In fact, come on, let me do this really quick. There's the term "we," meaning like I think he means by the general consensus and I, meaning I've done this. He's like, we've been there, and if we did this, if we did that, we might find this certain type of thing. So there's a definite difference between we and I.
Yeah. Okay, Helio, for real.
Yeah, for real.
Okay, thanks.
No, it sounds funny, but no, it's
we're talking about logical syllogisms, Helio. Like we're like be a part of the conversation.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Dude, I was listening. God damn it!
All right, so it's like, who cares about the we and who cares?
Well, obviously I do. So go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, we're trying to get him to understand the difference between things that are self-evident and things that are assumed. It's like, I don't even know if this is like a fruitless endeavor. I guess me and Indio have time. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, that was my point. I think that was my point, and so that's why I wanted to just like say that, to kind of like get everything back in, and
look. Going up into a spaceship does not make it self-evident, or whatever he thinks he can do. That is not self-evident. If you're trying to do it, right, like if I have to make it some special condition for it to happen, then it's not self-evident. Self-evident means just casual observation. I just go and do it, and it's obvious to everyone this is what it is. Right? We don't need to, like I'll use the cow example again. We don't need to, like, rip off his Scooby-Doo mask to prove he's not a cow. Right? Someone needs to just, like, take a look at him and hear his voice. So, cows don't sound like that. They moo, and they got, like, some fur, and they're about 1,200 pounds.
What's scary is it is that simple, and yet here we are. That's what's scary about it. Like, that's why I think that's how I found this new building on this new philosophy of the world and just abandoning, trying to be some sort of this hero complex, because man, you can't save a bag of potatoes.
Yeah, man. The reason I brought that up is just like when he was saying we did this, we did that, he's just trusting in other people that have done it, But when I say we, I mean all of us. Every human on Earth experiences the same Earth. So we're not talking.
I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right.
He's talking about the special club that he's not in.
Yeah. We all witness the same flat Earth. That's why he has to say, well, if you were to do this, because you already know, like, this, it's nothing to contend with. Like, you can't even go, I'll grant you that truth, because it'll weaken your position and what you're going to say next. And that's exactly why the people in the justice system are fucked up. I'm going to keep tying it back to that because I thought you cared about that.
Yeah. You back, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. We're not talking about special circumstances by special people that you don't know. Right? So someone claiming that if I go to some magic place, that's where it becomes self-evident. You just can't go there. That's not self-evident. Right?
So what about things that we can observe? And if we try and explain them, like...
What do you mean by explain?
Well, okay. Like, I can't see Polaris in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, and?
Why?
Because of perspective.
I'm gonna need a little more than that.
Perspective. Things that are over your head, they approach the horizon as you go out from underneath them.
But why?
Do you want the very technical answer? The things get smaller when they go farther away from you. Do they appear to get smaller? Okay. So the distance between something over your head and the ground, as you get out from underneath it, that angle, that space between the horizon and that object, that gets smaller as you get farther away from it. And eventually, that distance will be so small that you cannot resolve it. And you won't be able to distinguish the horizon from Polaris or any other star. So if you had a bunch of streetlights, like a row of streetlights on a flat plane, and they're all 50 feet over your head, you're going to appear the lights to approach the horizon.
Yeah, but like Polaris isn't 50 feet above my head.
All right, we'll check this out.
That's right. And you also don't have to go 50 feet down the road to make the lights disappear, do you? You have to go thousands of miles until Polaris vanishes, right?
Yeah, because it's a lot higher.
Yeah, and so you have to go a lot farther.
But why can't I see the sun? In the southern horizon. Why can't I see the sun in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah. Why should you?
But hold on. What are you?
Isn't it closer than Polaris?
Why should you?
Do we not know that?
Why should you?
Okay.
Let him answer that question. That was a good question. Why should you?
What do you? I said I can. So I can see the sun, but I can't see Polaris in the sun.
No. It is nighttime right now. So for me, no, I can't see the sun at all times. So what I'm asking you, because you said, why can't I see the sun? Well, what does that mean?
Why can't I see the sun at nighttime?
Yeah. Why? Yeah.
Okay, we have different explanations for that. That's not.
No, I don't have an explanation.
Oh, you don't know why we can't see the sun at nighttime?
No, we can't see the sun because it goes away.
Now, notice night is when you can't see the sun.
It goes away. It starts off on one end of my sky, then it goes over, and then it goes to the other side, and then at some point I can't see it. Notice again how I didn't add any additives. That a double, Megan? Notice how I didn't have to add anything to that. Yeah, what I'm describing to you is what we all experience.
Except in the North Pole.
Well, I don't know. Have you been to the North Pole?
No, but there is video of it. You can go to Greenland.
All right, that's cool. But what we were talking about, why you can't see the sun in the south or Polaris in the south?
Yeah.
So what does the North Pole have to do with that?
No, because you were saying the sun goes away at night. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does
everywhere.
for me. It does for me.
But it doesn't everywhere on Earth.
But what does that have to do with not seeing the sun in the south? I don't get it.
Okay. What I was trying to do by bringing up the sun is I can see the sun while I am in the southern hemisphere.
So?
And I can see, but I can't see Polaris.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does Polaris move across your sky from east to west?
No, but if I move, it does move in the sky.
Yeah, but if you move, everything moves in relation to you. It doesn't even matter if there's something in the sky. It could be a fly on your wall. So there's obviously a difference between Polaris that doesn't appear to move much and the sun that goes literally from one side of the sky to the other. As you stand and watch. No. For where I live, that's exactly what happens. It never not does that.
Okay. Then in Greenland.
So your argument isn't about Greenland, though. This is your argument. So stop trying to make it Like, it's very weird. So you said, why can't we see Polaris further toward the south? And the answer was, well, the angle is too small. You're like, well, why can't we see the sun from the south? I guess in the north. And the question was, why would you?
What? No.
We've evaded this question with you asking more questions. But you're the one that made the assumption that for some reason we should see the sun from the south. Why'd you say that?
I didn't assume that you can see the sun in the southern hemisphere.
No, you asked the question, why don't you said, why don't we? When we said, well, yeah, so we asked you, why would you?
All of my questions.
Arc of the sun is not in the same place Polaris is. Polaris is higher in the sky. This is a dumb fucking question.
Yeah, Polaris is higher in the sky.
Yeah, that's right. So why would you see it? You're farther away.
How do you know it's higher in the sky?
Because we can see it.
We can see the sun too.
So say I'm on the so-called, equator. Let's assume the equator exists. What's the farthest north the sun is going to get? In the sky. Yeah, the farthest north, 23 degrees from the ecliptic. Polaris is going to be 90 degrees from the ecliptic. Now, if I start walking south, yeah, Polaris is going to disappear. Why can I still see the sun? Fucking because it isn't as high in the sky, or as low in the sky.
So we know that the sun is lower than Polaris.
Dude, the sun's position, it has a range of positions, a range. Polaris has no range of position.
What?
The sun moves in the sky.
So I guess he has to start over because he doesn't even understand why.
No, I was asking you guys questions.
I don't know what any of this has to do with shape of the Earth, though. Let me ask you this.
Because the explanation that globe earthers give is different from yours. So I want to know what your explanation is.
We don't have an explanation.
We don't have an explanation because we're not concerned with what happens in the sky because the Earth measures flat and nothing in the sky can actually falsify that.
But why do you not want to? Why do you not want to ask questions?
Nothing can falsify it. Okay. Imagine I have a table. Right. I take out my tape measure. I measure the table, and it's 2 feet by 2 feet. The lights are doing all this fucking funny shit. I'm not over my table. And I go, God damn it, my table must not be 2 feet by 2 feet because these funny lights above it. They just don't work on my table. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, that's the dumb argument you're making.
What? No matter what the lights in the sky do, the sun, the stars, the moon, it's conjecture. It's conjecture because they're inaccessible and their position can't be triangulated.
So we should not ask. Okay, I won't assume. I'll ask you the question.
Make up stories like they've been doing for thousands of years about what the stars are and what they do. Keep doing it. I don't care. Like, why is it?
Well, here's a bet. He didn't. We got to get back to the first because you're asking us questions.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
But you really came in here to see if we really thought as illogical as your friends said that flat earthers think. And you come here to find out that you cannot make an argument for the globe that doesn't begin with a begging the question fallacy. You have yet to prove that wrong. And you still want to ask questions about the sky and this and that and the third, and you want to make statements without making them too definitively because you don't want to accidentally commit a fallacy. And you're like, well, I didn't say that. Well, none of that matters, bro. At the end of the day, this conversation began with, well, the reason we're all here is because there's no globe proof that begins without a logical fallacy. That is literally the only reason we're here. So you haven't defeated that point, and we're telling you that that's the only reason we're here. Well, other than the Earth measuring flat, but that's why we're here. So you talking about something else isn't going to get you the answers you came here for, which is why we think what we think.
Not just why you think what you think, but also what you think. That's why I keep asking questions.
Yeah, we don't think about it. We don't. We told you I don't know how many times. I don't make models of the Earth based on what the sky is doing. Therefore, when I look at a sunset, when I look at a meteor shower, when I look at an eclipse, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to describe what I saw. That's it. I don't think anything else. You know what I think about? You know what I think about? I think about whether or not I'm doing right by my child. Whether or not, these are the things I think about. When it comes to the sky, I watch it and then I describe. There's not much to think about.
I think the constellations are a good point of that. Looking up at the sky and seeing imaginary objects. And the constellations are proof of that, because we have names for these different constellations. And this one looks like
imaginary objects.
You're derailing the conversation, bro.
Damn, y'all say I changed the topic. That was some crazy shit right there.
Sorry, man. Can you just hold off a bit? This conversation's been going for about 2 hours, and we really I want to see it come to a halt. Not a halt.
So
I want to see it come to a conclusion at least. So can everyone stay out?
Yeah, thanks, Timbo. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. So, Christy Cal. So I'm going to illustrate what Elijah said to you. He's just describing something. When you watch a solar eclipse, do you see the moon go in front of the sun?
Yes.
Now, are you sure?
Yes.
How do you see the moon during a new moon? Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon when the moon is not visible. How are you seeing the moon during a new moon?
When it goes in front of the sun.
Well, you can't see it, so. Yeah, you can't see it. You can't see a moon go in front of the sun.
Yes, you can. What's going in front of the sun?
Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Yes.
Can you see a new moon?
With the naked eye?
Yeah, with anything.
Yes.
What device do you use?
I assume a telescope.
You can see a moon that's completely black through a telescope. You know what a new moon is, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't even know what to say right now. This was a good example of crazy cult behavior, dude.
Yeah, I know exactly what to say on this point, because I've made this point many times, and you've heard me do it, India. Yes, there's no way with any instrument that any person on Earth can detect during the new moon phase, during an eclipse. You're not going to be able to use an instrument to measure when. We know when it's going to happen, but we can't see the moon when it's when it's approaching the sun in the solar eclipse. There's no instrument that's ever been developed that nobody can ever find it. Nobody ever can find it. Even when it's not an eclipse, during the new moon phase, nobody can find it. Doesn't matter what instrument. We know where it's going to start to crest again, but we during the new moon phase, nobody can find it. Doesn't matter what instrument you have, you can't find the fucking moon.
Okay, and this says new moon crescent. Just because he stuck the word new moon in front of crescent doesn't make it a new moon. Now, a solar eclipse can only happen exactly during the new moon because what's called an eclipse node is required to happen at that time. And that is a full new moon, not a partial new moon. It's exactly at the new moon, not some other time. So, no one, listen, do you understand Do you understand that you think that you've seen a moon? That you can't even describe your own observation accurately because you have a concept in your head.
No, that's not. There's not a concept in my head.
Oh, you saw it.
Not to the solar
with your
eclipse.
eyes, but you didn't imagine it being there.
What else would be in front of the sun?
That is not. Listen, doesn't matter. Your incredulity.
Now we're back to we know.
Okay.
Hey, we know. Are you?
I have seen a solar eclipse. I have seen something go in front of the sun.
Exactly, something.
But the human race does not know what that something is.
No. Wait.
You don't.
Wait. Time out. You just described it accurately. We see something go in front of the sun.
Maybe.
That's the description without any additives.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
So now you're trying to, with this incredulity fallacy, like, you think that we all don't know what that is? Well, if we knew what it was, it would be a part of the description. Now, people assume what it is, but it's not a part of the description unless you assume, right?
Okay, so
What if, Percy, let me ask you this question. What if everybody on Earth said, you have a girlfriend? And I'm like, no, I don't. And they're like, yes, you do have a girlfriend. So I walk up to a girl and I go, you're my girlfriend. And she's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, well, if you don't tell me who my girlfriend is, you're my girlfriend. Okay. That's what you're doing. You're saying, listen, if you don't have an explanation for what goes in front of the sun during a solar eclipse, it's the moon, because everybody else said it's the moon.
I'm not saying it's the moon because everybody else said it's the moon.
Why do you think it's the moon?
I think.
What else would it be?
That's not an argument.
I think.
You literally just did the exact
Someone else asked what else could it be?
Crazy, dude.
Oh my god, there's some bitch who keeps fucking CMH keeps DMing me being like, yo, get me unmuted, I'll help you out. Dude. And you just like ban him because he will not stop DMing me.
Yeah, CMH.
He just wants to come and troll.
I know
he's annoying as hell.
Hey, Scotty, you're banned. So's your buddy. Good fucking bye. Bye, CMH. Have a nice fucking day. Thanks for telling us that, though. I appreciate it. Anyway, can we carry on?
Yeah.
I just checked in. Sky, yo, es más. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, what were you? I know we had a talk in the VC check-in. Did you want to continue that conversation, or we want to? Do you have more questions? Any questions?
Yeah, right you want to take a break for a second? Hold on, Jody.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'll take a break. I can always come back another day.
Yeah,
it's 24/7. I can come back whenever I want.
Damn Skippy.
All right. I'll sit back now.
Thanks, man.
I've always wanted to ask how you guys think gravity works. You know.
What do you mean by gravity?
Well, an object
and
going
so
down
it begins
at
again.
the force.
I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys later.
I've always wanted to know what you guys think about that.
So, a falling object is gravity.
Well, there's a specific speed to gravity.
So, little g. The observation that something falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, approximately. That's gravity? That's the gravity you're talking about? Or are you talking about mass?
Speed of gravity.
Yeah, things fall. Yeah, whoopee. Yeah, and?
So how do you guys explain that in most of your diagrams?
Explain why things fall?
Well, yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do I gotta explain why things fall? Okay, let's do this. I want to know why things fall, and I want to set up a scientific experiment to determine why that happens. Why does this object fall? What experiment can I do to figure that out?
Come on, tell me. I'm waiting.
No, I'm asking you, because you think that you probably think there's an explanation for this, a scientific explanation. So why do things fall? There is? What is it?
Gravity is a
I want
force.
yeah, that's not that's a story. I want the experiment.
All right, give me a minute. I'll get out.
Yeah, go Google it.
I'll go get something. Calm down.
I'm perfectly calm, dude. I've dealt with this question thousands of times. This isn't new.
But I just want you to explain on most of the diagrams that you have for flat Earth how it would work.
We don't have diagrams.
How would what work?
How would gravity work?
Wait.
What do you?
We don't have.
You're not even using the correct definition of gravity. Okay. The theory of gravity isn't things fall. It's also not things get pulled to the center of mass. The universal theory of gravitation is every particle in the universe checks every other particle inversely proportional to the square of that distance. The formula is F equals G M1 M2 divided by R squared. Okay? It has nothing to do with things falling.
Hey, you know more than me about globe. I don't know how you don't believe it.
Because I know more than you about the globe. That's why I don't believe it.
I don't know, man. It doesn't seem right.
That was weird, right? It was weird. See, the reason that we're not globers is because we know more about the globe than most people.
Yeah, because it's impossible. You figured out that it's impossible once you know more about their globe idea and what they're telling you. It's absolutely impossible for it to exist.
So I want to go back to the thing is, so to figure out the causal mechanism for a natural phenomenon, you have to have an independent variable and a dependent variable. The dependent variable is the observed natural phenomenon, the effect, right? So in this case, it would be a falling object. Now we want to know what causes that object to fall. So in a scientific experiment, what you have to do is you have to manipulate the cause, the independent variable, and watch the effect on the dependent variable, the falling. Now, the theory of gravity, right, is that mass attracting mass is the cause of a falling object, right? So let's do this. Let's manipulate the mass, whatever that is, right? So I'll take a school bus, and then I'll take a bowling ball, and I'll drop them at the same time, because mass attracting mass, this mass is bigger than that mass, so that mass should fall faster than this other mass. Well, when we do this experiment, they both fall at the same rate. So the mass can't be the cause. That can't be it, because we watched. It had no effect on the dependent variable. Nobody knows, and we were just talking about this earlier. Nobody knows why things fall. There's no experiment that can prove it or even demonstrate it. And no one can even think of an experiment that can actually demonstrate it. So Elijah, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, tell them. Go do that thing with the what was it? Manipulating gravity.
You want me to skip the microwave part?
Yeah, I thought that was super clever. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how. Sometimes, because I'm arguing with the shit that Globers say, sometimes I stumble on this stuff. So you want me to skip the microwave part?
Oh yeah, I guess. If it's not necessary.
So go to Google and type in "Can you manipulate gravity?" and tell us what and read out the first thing you find.
Gravity is one of the fundamental forces in nature. It confines how objects move, interact with each other. Scientists have long sought out to find a way to control gravity, but so far they've been unsuccessful. That's what it reads.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't control gravity. How would you control gravity? We don't have that big of a mass object to control it. So gravity is just something.
So what did Indio just tell you about experiments?
They said to manipulate gravity. There's a difference between manipulating it and seeing how it works.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Here, I'll get the definition of manipulate for you.
What?
Handle or control a mechanism.
Right.
Or a tool.
So as they said, they can't control gravity, right?
They cannot control gravity.
So the point is, if the entire point of an experiment is to test whether or not the independent variable affects the dependent variable. If you can't control the independent variable, then you don't have an experiment.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your MIND that you could use some introspection instead of advancing your
everything you say will
die. I think Heretic posted one of their statements to that effect to the channel. So I think part of this is kind of like us rubbing it in their face. We don't care about the stats. They do, and they fail.
Was that part of their moderator staff that said that?
Yeah, they've got some mods that are butthurt. I don't know if that was a quote by a mod that Heretic posted, but I mean, we've heard them melt down in town halls. And I think the top server admins, the owners, they don't mind that we're here. I don't think they're flat earthers. But I think what they're seeing is weak emotional meltdowns from people who need to get a hold of themselves and stop complaining. Because the way I see it, what's been set up here is a marketplace for ideas. It's like a big freaking buffet, like the Golden Corral or whatever. You've got your mashed potatoes, you got your stuffing, you got your turkey, you got your gravy, you got your chicken, and so on and so forth. People are just feasting off of the flat earth. You know, I mean, they're eating more of what we have than anything else. So, sorry, the market has spoken.
Yeah, well, I mean, we keep the server, you know, whatever. The mods, I'm sure they're a little bit they got different views on us being here and everything, but yeah, I mean, we bring activity to the server. We serve a purpose for the server. That's the way the more level-headed ones, pardon the pun, probably see it.
Yeah, the owners, I think, see this as a reciprocal relationship because we brought traffic from our server. Sadly, a lot of the butthurt channel mods have banned a lot of us from even entering their channel in the first place.
Yeah, that's funny too, because then they'll criticize you for not wanting to leave your echo chamber.
Right. They don't want us to leave the echo chamber. They want us boxed in an echo chamber that they can drown in a bathtub.
Pretty much. I mean, that's like the whole idea, more than just in here, like online with social media and stuff, with shadow banning and everything. It's, yeah, just kind of corral the outcasts so that they can only see, like the algorithm only shows people who already are researching the stuff, so like they contain it that way.
Yeah, I remember 8 years ago, Matt Drudge, he sold the Drudge Report, and he did an interview, I think, on InfoWars, and he said, what's going to happen next with the internet is they're going to corral everybody into digital ghettos, and that's all you'll have access to. And you may not even know that you don't have access out of it. He embellished on that point a little bit, and that's exactly what you said, and it's what we see happening.
It's been that way for quite some time already.
Yeah.
Starting, I would say, yeah, like around. It started around like the 2016 elections, where they kind of started implementing that.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just seems un-American for American businesses to be so petty. Bunch of weaks.
Pretty dead in here this morning, though.
There's definitely a lot of traffic yesterday, so I think everybody crashed.
Yeah, a lot of people do the late nights thing and sleep during the day. We have slow mornings, especially on the weekends, pretty often. So I'm curious if anybody knows. Old dude might. I always forget what. He's always changing his name. But the guy that was Sewer Jew and now he's Tard Force. It's really funny that he changed his name to Tard Force because I was actually talking in DMs with old dude about some people, and I called them Tard Force 1. Kind of a play on GF6 or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, like, literally the next day, I saw that dude using the name Tard Force, and it's a little bit ironic. If it's coincidence, it's one hell of a fucking coincidence. Because, like I said, I was talking about Tard Force with old dude in DMs, and then the next day he had the name.
I've seen a lot of really strange shit since being in flat Earth circles. I might leave that there. I want to say I'm kind of surprised because I normally would be very surprised, but given what we've seen going on behind the scenes, perhaps
I'm guessing
bulging
it's
behind the curtain.
simple. I'm guessing it's something simple, like maybe old dude used the term after I talked about it with him, and then he liked it, and I'm going to use that.
Yeah, it's fun to speculate beyond it.
Nefarious about it. It's just it happened really quick.
Maybe you should get into marketing.
I
mean, the Globers are having a really hard time selling their nonsense, so they need to hire flat earthers to help them out.
got a new catchy term for you. Use this; it'll get attention. Sell it to you. Hard force. That was trademarked. I want my money if he's going to use it.
That's right. Royalties now.
I want. I'll just ask old dude when I see him next if he knows what happened there. Because I've been curious about it for, I think it's been a little over a week now, or about a week. And yeah, I just want to know how that came about.
Yeah, so is that like a Yakubianite?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Yeah, I can never remember that name.
Took me a minute.
I sort of expected that with a couple people talking, maybe somebody else would speak up. I actually probably going to drop out here, or maybe just go back to listening for a little bit. I got to get out and mow the lawn. It grew like crazy this week.
Yeah, I'm going to have to drop off soon too. Take care, man.
Yeah, let it.
figure out, where their foundation of their belief is, and it's just not there. Sorry.
Yeah. So, Iranian Stomper, I've unmuted you, bro. If you can stop with the insults in chat, or I'll have to kick you.
I wasn't really insulting him. He's just. Old dude, you sound as though you're Scottish. I could be wrong.
Oh, yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the phrase "stroking your own cock"? Like, I'm not saying you are. I'm asking if you've heard the phrase.
Yeah, I have heard the phrase, mate. There's your answer to it. You're on mute. Go and address your attitude, young man. I'm going to put the kettle on.
This is an environment for actual intellectual discussion, not talking about body parts, you idiot. It's a shame that you guys waste time coming in here talking about bullshit when we're actually trying to point out obvious reality to people. Anyway, I'll shut up.
His mind can't handle a good conversation. Insults are better. More fun.
There you go, Iranian. You got your answer. See you in 2 days.
Yeah, these glove believers are something else, aren't they? They come in here and talk about anything but the actual subject. It's amazing.
I don't get it. I mean, I've been into cars and motorcycles and stuff like that all my days, and I've never had a pilot come up and start hitting me with planes or screaming at me because I ride a blue motorcycle or a green one, or I happen to be driving a car so I get attacked by lorry drivers. It doesn't really happen like that in the real world.
Yeah, that would be unusual, wouldn't it? That's hilarious.
Sure, I've had people pointing at me and say, "Oh, you hippie," or "Oh, you biker," or whatever, but attacked for it? No, not really, no. Or pilloried or ridiculed for it? Nah, not to the same extent, no.
This seems to be the one subject that just triggers insanity in a lot of people for some reason.
It's weird, bro. I mean, if they think that we're mental, why are they getting so upset about it and starting to call us names? And I don't get it.
What other subject do you get to act like a, infant in? It feels good sometimes to regress and be a piece of shit toward each other. Maybe.
Yeah, it does, but once you get past a certain age, the soft, plushy rumpus room where you can't hurt yourself isn't the answer. You approach it as men of learning with knowledge bases and information, or take it to a boxing ring or a wrestling mat and do it that way. You know, you don't mix the two when you're sort of grown up. There comes a point where it's like, no, that's one thing, and that's something else. But no one's taught them that anymore. They don't seem to understand. They try and bring information, but scream it at you, and then when you try and tell them something, they go into tears and they cover their ears. It is good to let loose at people sometimes, but there's a way and a time. You know, you call it sport.
But we're adults and we shouldn't have to deal with, other adults lying at you, like as if it worked, as if it was something that they could do, and we'd just be like, oh, we're Glovers now again.
Yeah, it's not going to be a word argument, really. I mean, the words will explain the evidence they could bring, but no amount of talking isn't going to change the reality that there isn't any curve out there. If somebody could show me how I'm wrong and how I'm misinterpreting refraction, how I'm misinterpreting this curve that they say is there, that I can't actually find, if somebody could explain that and show me, yeah, I could handle it, but there's been nobody yet. I wish there had been, though. But there doesn't seem to be.
That's the problem, old dude. There's many of these guys that have explanations that they think make sense, but actually don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's because I'm not being big-headed here. I'm trying not to be big-headed, but it's because we've went deeper. We've researched more about light and stuff, and all they know is one word called refraction that's meant to be 7/6R to bend light in accordance with the curve of the Earth. And if that's all you know, then that's fine. But that's not the whole truth. There's more to it, and it's nonsense.
Yep. Thousands and thousands of stories and explanations, but when it gets down to brass tacks, they don't have any empirical evidence. That's an issue, obviously. I'm good at stating the obvious.
Yeah, it's a lot to go over, though. I mean, I had my faith in NASA, from a young age, that we went to the moon and they've got that side of science covered. We give them all our cash and all our money and all our trust, and it's handled, it's dealt with. You don't need to learn it, you don't need to understand it.
Thank you.
But then when you get older, you realise, hang on, that's not healthy. All your eggs in one basket, and you don't know how many eggs are in there, or who's handling them, or what the basket's made of, or who owns the basket. You're not allowed to look. It's all a bit shady.
Yeah.
And now if you question NASA,
I'm not sure if you're dealing with eggs. It's that analogy, you know what I mean? They just become oblivious to everything.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so now we're not allowed to question NASA, or we're ridiculed or pilloried, or shoved to the corner of the internet. Just for asking questions.
So if any new of our fellow humans joined us, actually want to have a real honest discussion about the subject at hand, feel free to ask questions. Somebody's hot, Mike.
Was good, Bacon.
You.
We refined the solar eclipse thing, or
Again?
did we refine the solar eclipse program?
Yeah, I fixed that preview thing, so you can double click anywhere on the map and see how the eclipse looks like at any point in time. And I check its accuracy with observations from some live streams. So I found some live streams where the location was on the screen and the time was on the screen. And my prediction seems to be accurate within 30 seconds.
I think that's better than the Soros cycle.
Said what?
I think that's better than the Soros cycle, considering that only predicts to the day, not to the hour or minute.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said about the Saros cycle.
I'm saying it's better than the Soros cycle because.
Oh yeah. Well, the Saros cycles gives you a date. Like if you know the previous eclipse on the Saros, you know what's the next one within that Saros. So you can still use the Saros cycles to get the date of the eclipse. The rest of the information about the eclipse, you need to model something, which is what I did. So my software isn't telling you which date it's going to happen. You need the information for the day of the eclipse. So you already need to know what day the eclipse is.
Yeah, you can't get like the path or the time, of course, right? With Soros.
Yeah, you can get a rough path and a rough time, but much worse than what you get from something like I did.
Yeah, it's really interesting, huh? When you model something with a globe, like everything works at the same time.
Yeah.
And that really should be proof enough. You can explain every natural phenomenon with a globe.
How does a story turn into proof?
Yeah, always the stuff in the sky proves the globe. You guys are amazing. Go ahead on that.
Your story's got so many arms and legs, guys, it must be true. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I can explain like every natural phenomenon by making one assumption. That's that the Earth is a globe that spins.
You've got a really, really, really good story.
Replace my fantasy.
What, the fantasy of seasons
Yes,
and
the fantasy.
day and night cycles? Okay. It's pretty interesting if you think that's fantasy, right?
Happen now fantasize.
Yeah, fantasy of day and night cycles and seasons, man. Oof.
Because day and night cycles, therefore flow.
And how can you be so confident in something when you don't even have a model that can explain one or two phenomena at once? Like,
why do you feel so confident about the idea of having to have a model? Why don't you just look at reality and accept what reality is?
Sorry.
I think you should be able to make predictions off of the flat Earth, right?
You should be able to navigate.
All predictions are from a flat Earth.
On a flat Earth.
That's the problem.
Why do you navigate assuming a global flat Earth?
Recognize pattern. The bus comes up every day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes it's a little early, sometimes it's a little late. But at 9 o'clock every morning, the bus arrives at the same bus stop.
You gotta do something about your microphone.
9 o'clock the next day, the bus is going to come, or is that a posting?
And you gotta do something about your microphone.
Are we gonna get a map soon?
No.
Damn.
When they figure out what a constant is.
What are you mad for, you lost? Sorry.
Why do you want a map? Do you want to make a flat Earth falsifiable? Why would anyone do that?
Why would you presume that the map you have of the globe right now is accurate? You haven't.
You're assuming that we can independently explore the entirety of existence. That's pretty ridiculous, man.
Map the entirety of existence? What? No, I'm just asking like where continents are in relation to one another. Which you'd think would be quite the easy feat if celestial navigation truly does work on a flat plane.
So why are maps exclusive to a globe?
Not that they are exclusive to a globe. It's that they don't work if they're not spherical.
It seems like you can't conceive of what reality would look like without a map. Somehow these maps are.
Well, considering that people,
and I'm not going to accept the map that he offers me. That's all
I can't hear you. Your mic is dog shit. Can you please fix it? You're just mumbling in the background.
You gotta do something about your microphone, Kiko. It's really bad.
It'll be alright. I make
It's
a
not that we
dumb tune
can't
about
conceive how reality would be without a map.
map. Suddenly,
Can
I get called out on it.
Can somebody translate his microphone for me? I cannot understand a single word he's saying.
Yeah, same.
And I'm out here in the boonies with like 1 bar of signal, and y'all can like understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, he's completely like
Your mic is
intelligible.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, can somebody mute him?
No, maybe he'll fix it. Just give him time.
You heard me until I called you out on maps.
Dude, nobody understood a single word you were saying. You didn't call me out for shit. All we heard was gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
It's clear now. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Maps are not exclusive to a globe or flat. You're wanting a reification.
Okay, cool. So
period.
Cool.
Yeah, maps are not exclusive to a globe, obviously. So, but the thing is, maps gives us distances and directions, things that exist and are useful. And the problem is, if the Earth, just a second, please. If the Earth is a sphere, and you're using maps of a flat Earth, they wouldn't work. But if the Earth is flat and you're using maps from a globe Earth, then those wouldn't work. So maps can tell you. Can falsify either one of those ideas. If we have maps that work and they treat Earth as flat, and then the Earth cannot be a globe, and vice versa. That's why maps are important, and that's why you guys are not providing one. What?
Do you experience curvature every day?
Wow. Nice.
You have to account for the curvature.
It's for the red herring, but not that I noticed, no.
No, follow me, please.
I'll follow your red herring, sure. Yeah, not that I had noticed.
Do you feel like you have to account for curvature?
I know I have to account for curvature when I'm doing navigation.
So whenever you're walking or whenever you're driving, you have to account for curvature?
I don't have to account for curvature to walk. If that's your question, obviously no.
Oh, okay. So then, is a map suddenly having to require curvature? You're saying that...
As I said, maps don't require curvature. Maps would work in flat Earth.
You're traveling on your Lamborghinis, but as soon as you get into like an airplane, suddenly maps are different.
It's not that they're different. It's the longer the extension you're dealing with, the more problems you get with the wrong map.
With the wrong map. So maps have to be specific for a purpose, right?
Not necessarily. If, for example, you have a flat map of a flat Earth, they could work in whatever scale you needed.
I mean, like, if I was making
Maps
a map,
aren't exclusive, but if I want to use a map, I have to pre-assume that it's a globe because, you know, I account for curvature whenever I fly, so the Earth has to be shown accurately on the map. Otherwise, I'm going to get lost while I use this map.
So if I was to make a map, like 1 by 1 kilometer map of someplace, do you think I'm going to need to account for curvature over that distance? Of course not.
Oh, shit. So you don't have to account for curvature on a map, but it's necessary to distinguish whether or not it is flat or globe. It's nuts. I feel like we're...
No, he said specifically an area of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. He didn't say that's the... You're never going to have to account for curvature when doing a map.
If I was to extend that to, say, 10,000 kilometers by 10,000 kilometers or something, I don't know if that's... No, yeah. And was trying to fly an airplane, the distances that I would need to go, we were on a flat Earth, wouldn't correlate with reality. I would have to, like, fly these bizarre routes and would have to go like 1,500 kilometers an hour or something crazy so I could get there in the same time.
What map are pilots using?
That's the question. You don't have a map, so it's like...
No, I'm not saying Earth. I'm saying pilots. What maps are pilots using?
Well, pilots don't really use maps anymore. They kind of just let the plane fly.
Fuck. They don't use maps, but we need one to fly. Otherwise, we're going to get lost. Then what the fuck are you using? Why the fuck are we arguing about maps if they don't need them?
No, it's distance and travel time, not necessarily about getting lost, really.
The only thing you know is destination of the takeoff and the arrival, and you know the arrival time and the takeoff time. You're going to pre-assume everything else.
Yeah, I am going to pre-assume that it doesn't take 50 hours or, traveling at 2,000 kilometers per hour.
It doesn't take this straw man.
Yeah. Come on. This is your red herring that we decided to follow.
No, this is the argument that you're wanting to have, which is about maps. And I asked you about pilots, which use maps, and you're saying they don't need maps. Reification
if I was to go from Japan, I don't know, Chicago or something, how long would that take? Yeah. Just cope your way out of everything, I guess. That'll work. Is this what you do when, like...
Where do they make their emergency landings? Are they emergency landing in Hawaii?
Is this what... No, they're emergency landing in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, of course. What do you mean?
Are they? Do you have an example of that?
No, I have an example of, is it just red herring after red herring from you?
No, Japan to Chicago, emergency landing in the Pacific. Do you have an example of that?
I don't know where the emergency landing is, man. I just know that it wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth. I'm going to be traveling, 2,000 kilometers an hour in my commercial airliner.
Where do you assume that they would make their emergency landing flying from Japan to Chicago?
I never said anything about emergency landing.
No, I'm asking you to make a guesstimate because you're making a claim, but you don't know, and I'm asking you if you know. You say you don't know, so I'm asking, what do you think?
I don't know. It depends on where the emergency happens in their flight, right? Or the nature.
In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, they have an emergency. A woman needs to give birth to a baby. Where do they live?
Probably, they honestly might even just proceed to their destination still. If it's close enough. That happens.
Woman gave birth to a child on a plane and they emergency landed in Alaska. From Japan to the West Coast. That was the flight. Why would they have done that?
They could have been on the heading to Alaska by the time that happened, right?
Oh. Well, which way is the straight shot? Is it north and then come back south, or is it straight east?
That depends on your map, man.
No, that's your map. I asked you what map do they use. You say pilots don't need a map. And then now you're saying it's my map. I didn't understand that.
Well, yeah, it's not your map because you don't have a map. And you think that, you can just say you're right about everything when you don't even have a fucking map to describe reality. That's absurd.
Yeah. Why would I need a map to tell me that the horizon line is flat? The only thing you want is a reification fallacy. That's what you want. You want a model. We won't give you a small version of what we think the Earth looks like, because then you're going to bark about the little model that we've made up. When we ask about reality and what reality looks like, you want to talk about another kind of model, like a map, instead of actually talking about what you experience.
You mean like traveling on an airplane and not having to go 2,000 kilometers an hour to get to someplace,
No, I mean like sitting right now.
I don't know how
That's for a red herring. I'm tired of talking about a reification fallacy. I want to talk
No,
about
but
reality.
it's really not. It's like a
It is.
reality thing, you know.
This is what it looks like, and this is what it has to be. Otherwise, it's fallacious.
Yeah, it's fallacious to wanna map. How do you expect people to become flat earthers, or like how do you talk them into being flat earthers
Every
when you
map
say
is from Flat Earth, man.
what?
So every map's from Flat Earth, and you can chill the hell out.
So if
Well,
every
if
map
that
flat Earth,
was
just
the case,
Swell your tits, just relax, and understand that you're working from a 90-degree at level every time, and never ever will not stop that. It's weird to argue these things with grown men. Is the problem? What the hell is wrong with you?
you sound out of breath, man. You need to calm down.
What's wrong with
let's
you?
say let's say the maps we have are flat Earth. If
What
that's the case,
map do you need? And I guarantee you it came from a flat earth, bro. And you know that, Mr. I am a flat earther.
okay, I understand the claim. We need a little bit
It's not a
more.
claim, it's a process, and it's the process.
What are you talking about? What process are you talking about?
It's a level plane. The world is treated as a flat, non-rotating Earth. They use the word rigid in there sometimes. Rigid means unbending, just so we know. How many words for flat do you want?
I don't care
Just
about how many
one more word for flat,
I want to
please.
know what exactly is being done. You be a little bit more clear on what you're talking about? What process are you referring to? You just said there's a the process.
Dude,
And now
every
you just said a bunch of things
process
about
I'm talking about, every celestial NASA navigation, every measurement will be from the flat, non-rotating, rigid-ass Earth. So
Yeah, I hear that being claimed by a lot of people that don't know how to do navigation.
yeah, you say you don't, but you will not come and explain to me how the fuck you can do it without having a level, flat, non-rotating Earth.
With the globe. When I
It's
do
from a
navigation, I
curve you're
use the
looking
globe.
from, not to a curve.
Yeah, when I do navigation, I assume Earth to be a sphere, and then I get consistent results.
The from a curve will not happen because it doesn't happen. In the process, it doesn't happen. The world doesn't bend in the process. It only bends in the calculation after the process that is the exact same every time from a 90-degree outward from Polaris. And when they can't see Polaris, they pick the star they can see that they know is going to be there from the friggin' place they just came, and then they'll figure it out from there. It's not hard, dude. It's level,
not on the
it's
map.
flat. Level is horizontal. Level has zero slope. So how much slope do you think level has?
Let me address what you just claimed there. There's no math for bending the Earth
Christ,
after
it's not claims, kid. Jesus, fuck.
You just spoke for 2 minutes. Let me address you. There's no math after the process to bend the Earth.
You said you just claimed what level is. What the fuck level is? Jesus Christ! Shut the fuck up! Why are you even talking more?
Because I'm trying to respond to you after you monologue.
Baby, hi.
Adam, just calm down. You'll be all right. They do this every day. They've heard all the arguments.
Yeah. So the process requires some math. That's not after the process. That's during the process. You need math to compute heights and azimuths. Those two calculations, those two formulas, or the side reduction tables, they are derived from a sphere. If you think otherwise, then just feel free to demonstrate it. You're going to use a flat Earth for that.
Where do you get your elevation angles?
I'm the sextant.
Uh-huh. At what degree?
What do you mean at what degree?
At what degree are you starting?
Could you elaborate?
Every single time, what degree would you be starting from?
Could you elaborate? That question's not making sense to me.
It's hard to explain to liars, isn't it? Okay. You're starting from a 90 degree with a flat baseline. every single time.
What do you mean I'm
As a
starting with 90 degrees?
No, shut the fuck up. You know exactly what the hell I'm saying. It's the problem.
I don't. I'm not starting with 90 degrees. That's not making sense. I'm simply measuring an angle with the sextant. There's no 90 degrees that
What
I'm
angle are you measuring, buddy? What angle are you measuring with the sextant?
the height of the sextant, the HS. That's the name of the angle measuring. It's called the sextant altitude.
You're like, be nice. You're 2 years old, kid. Shut the fuck up. You'll be nice to liars.
Was that his rebuttal?
Apparently.
Nice.
It's a rebuttal. There's no rebuttal. There's no claim. You're not.
Yeah, there is no
saying
rebuttal.
anything that is a point. You're saying it comes from a glove. It comes from a glove. It comes from a glove. No, it comes from flat measurements, buddy. Did you forget? It's measure flat, and then it calculate imaginary curve. That's where we're at, and that's what you're trying to fight. That's what you're trying to fight.
Are you one of
That claim falls apart.
Is the problem, and I'm not hearing you. I'm just not listening to you. I've got things to do, but god damn,
not on me.
Chill the hell out. Level is flat, and you're traveling level. You're starting level. You're traveling level. You're landing level, and then you're starting level again. Level, as in non-sloping. No matter if it does, it never matter if it does get higher and lower. Flat's still flat.
Yeah, that's still not accounting for how you get directions in computed heights in navigation.
Height is from flat. Altitude is from level. You know, it's like everything you say will come back to the fact that you're using flat.
Okay, let me see if you at least have any clue on how the process of
Let me figure out how many words you're going to use in the next sentence or two that are going to need to have a flat Earth. Let's do that. That's how it's going to work out, because that's what it's come to.
Do you understand what the computed height of a celestial body is? The computed height in celestial.
You understand height is from a level surface.
You understand? Can you answer my question first?
So you have a flat Earth, and now you have a height.
Do you understand what computed height?
I think I just made sure that I understood what the hell you're saying. I think you don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, you didn't answer my question. You're now just asking another question. Can you answer mine first?
You said height, and you didn't.
No,
you didn't finish over what I said. Height requires a flat Earth. So what do you got now?
I'm asking you if you know.
So yes, Adam, height requires flat Earth is what I'm hearing from the nothing.
No, you're asking a question on top of my question, and I'm insisting on my question so you can answer it. Do you understand what computed height is?
It is from flat.
I'm not asking you what height is.
You fail at the words you use.
I'm not asking what height is. I'm asking if you're familiar with the concept of the computed height in celestial navigation.
Enlighten me.
HC.
Enlighten me, but oh damn, expect me to stop you a whole bunch of times for how many times you're going to need a flat Earth for what you're doing.
Okay, the computed height is your prediction for how high in the sky a celestial body is going to be, based on your estimated position and on the geographical position of that body. You have to compute first how high you would expect a celestial body to be from your estimated position.
Now you think you have the height to the celestial.
Angular height, not nil.
Now you think you have the height.
No,
which
I'm talking
requires
about
a flat Earth.
No, it's required.
Angles are straight.
What?
Angles are straight, and if you're using a sextant, you're starting from a 90 degree with the GP above you. I mean, the GP to the star above you, to the zenith, to the whatever the fuck they call the distance that you can see. I don't even really. The horizon? Is it to the horizon? There you go. Who cares? Who cares? All flat. Still. What's going on?
Who cares? Well, people that are trying to figure out where they are care.
Okay, you're still all flat. What's going on?
It's in conflict with the rest of the process. That can't be
Measure
the
flat, calculate imaginary ball. Yes, and then be like, oh, well, we got this pretend imaginary ball that doesn't work. Let's put it on a flat piece of paper and make sure that doesn't work quite right either. And then we're going to call those maps that come from a globe flat maps.
Yeah, so level just means facing, or it just means
Level
pointing.
means horizontal, it means flat, it means even, it means uniform, it means non-sloping, it means having no part higher than the other. There might be a few that I'm missing, but they're all flat and straight until you get to that damn globe.
Following the curvature of the liquid parts of the planet Earth. That's another.
Liquid finds its level. It conforms to the container it's in and then finds its level, which is flat and uniform and even and horizontal, which is non-sloping. You need slope for that thing that's called a globe.
Tides aren't level. I thought water found its level. Why are tides not level?
Do you think the water is still? Do you think the water doesn't have an ecosystem in it? Do you think temperature doesn't exist? These are things that matter.
Yeah, so what causes the tides?
And your level is still flat and even, and horizontal, and no part higher than the other, and uniform, and fuck, man.
Uniform.
Imagine basing your
flat
whole
and it's a
worldview
beautiful
off
thing because you can't rebut that. You can try, but you'd be a fool and you'd be a child to even think about it. You'd be going, level bends. The kindergarten teacher gives you a level and they're like, make a line. And you're like, oh, a bent line?
Yeah, look inside the device called a level and tell me if water curves.
What's that bubble finding, buddy? What's that bubble? What are you using the level to find? It's a tool called a level. What are you finding with the level?
That curved bubble of water. It's literally
You're
in
finding a curved level with a level?
It's literally called a level, and it has a curved bubble.
Have you heard of local flats? Have you gotten that far in your anti-flat Earth lying?
If I'm like,
how many local flats does it make to make a curve?
Adam, I would suggest not talking all the time because you're clearly running out of breath.
I honestly don't care what you say, so
I know you don't care what I say because you would be a globe earther.
You're a liar, and I already see through you. So what's the point in talking to you like you're an actual person?
I'm not a person? Wow.
You don't talk to liars like they're people.
That's interesting. At least you could prove I'm wrong, but you really haven't. You're just like...
Level is flat and uniform and even and non-sloping and flush and no part higher than the other. You'll need some parts higher than the other.
For the Earth isn't level then? The Earth isn't level on a flat Earth?
You know, calling people a liar is a very like strong thing to say. This person has not lied at all.
You just need to take a breather, you know. We can do some breathing exercises if you like, Adam. In through the nose, out through the mouth, you know.
My nose is stuffy.
Hold on, I'm looking for a charger.
So is there anybody out there who can explain the horizon?
I think we were doing pretty good on our conversation before. Bacon really got him worked up. It was interesting stuff.
What's worked up?
What's worked? I don't know. We were listening to you. I would say that's a pretty good definition.
Thank you. At least you're listening. Level is flat and even and horizontal and uniform. Horizontal is non-sloping in itself.
And level follows the curvature of the liquid parts of
the level does not follow the curvature of the liquid. The curvature of the liquid doesn't exist because water finds its level at rest. Even we are 70% water, and we lay rest. We will lay level at rest.
The water in your body is not liquid; it's crystallized.
Water doesn't find any.
I was just an anecdote, really.
We don't have crystallized blood in our bodies. That would be fucked up.
Definitely made out of water.
The liquid in our bodies is not crystal.
What is level? Well, it just means.
I have a question for Price of Adam. If you look at my
You
picture
have a
of
question for
21
me.
of all the level planes on the sphere, you at least acknowledge
How many level planes do you have on a sphere?
you can have level planes on a sphere.
How many level planes do you have on a sphere that exists in this fucking world that you'd have measured? You need some measured freaking curve. Meanwhile, you're measuring freaking level.
Well, wait a minute, Adam. Like, do you understand what level on a curve means?
Buddy, there's no point in arguing this. This is what are you talking about?
A level on a curve. Like, you can have level.
You can find flat anywhere.
Okay, so
level's level underwater,
even on a curve,
on the water,
on a curve,
above
you'll
the
find
water.
flat.
It doesn't matter.
So what if you're on a curve?
That's why celestial navigation works in a boat, on the land, or in the air.
Why does the celestial navigation work?
Because it's level. Level is level. It's not hard, guys. Damn.
Right, level is level, so you'll know where you are based on
Level
your
is still
location.
flat,
Because the Earth is level. Because that's what navigating's for, right? Because you got to know where you are.
How are you treating the Earth if you're navigating it? As if it's a what, non-wetting what?
Like, well,
Oh, a
Adam,
flat, non-rotating plane.
Adam, I just wanted to like get some constructive dialogue. So, like, you do agree that you can have level on a curve?
Stop talking like you have any sort of like, what is that word? Authority in this? You are a child saying that a level is bent.
Well, I'm not a child. I'm 41 years old, so I'm not a child.
Are you 40 fucking one? Jesus Christ!
I'm
level's
I'm just trying
buddy.
to.
What's wrong with you? Go build something.
I'm trying to have a discussion with you. I just want to build a conversation.
Hey, what?
So please don't call me a child. I know what I'm.
I mean, man-child is good. All right.
We're not. We can't. I can't listen to Talon today.
Yeah, I'm not trying to fucking. All right.
41 years old.
Child, no child, whatever. Level's still flat. My bad. Level's still flat.
I posted
Sounded
something
like-
in chat about that.
Sounding like 1984 just happened right now. Silence
Just
people.
look in chat. Just look in chat for me.
We've got what's this? We've got Bacon, Donald, Triggered Man, Talon. It's a who's who of upset globe heads today. Amazing. I'm sure together one of you could come close to proving.
You need to
that
tell
we're
me
on a
what you
giant
think triggered means.
baseball.
You need to tell me what you think triggered means.
Well, Donald, see, I'm sure we're about to find out. Donald, are you here to present globe evidence today?
I just did. It's in chat.
Okay, well, I can't read the chat right now. What is it?
Well, it's the difference
It's the
between.
WS.
What was that, Donald?
It's the difference between flat and level.
Like the words?
Well, the definitions of the word, sure, but they describe things that actually exist in objective reality.
Right. But we were asking about globe. We're asking about globe proof, though.
All right. Well, does the fact that I've measured it personally make a difference to you?
What have you measured?
The curvature of the Earth.
Oh, really? How did you do that?
Same way as Eratosthenes, but I did a little different. What I did was I had a buddy of mine go to a different.
Wait, Eratosthenes didn't measure curve.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I did it differently. So, what I did was I had a buddy go to a different latitude on the same longitude, and we both took an angle to the sun at the same time. And so from there, I knew the ground position of the sun at the time because I used the winter solstice, so I knew exactly where the sun was at that time. And so with those 3 points, I solved the triangle, the angles for the triangle, and that described the surface of the planet. It was a curve. There was a triangle of greater than 180 degrees.
A triangle would have flat lines and a flat baseline if you're drawing an angle.
That's not... Okay, so define a triangle for me. Define a triangle.
So that wouldn't.
So a triangle is an object with three angles. An object with three angles is what a triangle is. It's right in the word there. Triangle, three angles. It has nothing to do with the lines. The lines are useless. Hang on. The lines have nothing to do with it. Hang on, please, for fuck's sake.
Donald, just be calm.
Would it be possible for me to finish a sentence?
If you can be calm, yeah.
Would it be possible for me to finish a sentence? The lines have nothing.
Calm, yeah.
Would it be possible for me to finish a sentence? The lines have nothing.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for me to finish a sentence? The lines have nothing. Would it be? So the lines have nothing to do with the triangle. It's three angles. It's an object with three angles.
An angle is a straight line, though, Donald.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No.
No, it's not. Yes, it is. Google an angle.
Okay, who cares about the semantics? Let's see what the measurement was.
Okay,
so you
Donald,
said you got.
Okay. Yeah, you said you did that. So could you post the video of you doing this?
Why the fuck would I have taken a video of myself doing it? I don't understand.
Well, you just said you went and did something, didn't you?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I filmed it.
You and a buddy somewhere else did something, so surely he's recorded it.
No, why would I have recorded it? It was for me.
You didn't record it. Okay.
No, I didn't record it. I don't care about your recordings.
Stories. Okay. So, Donald, I do not believe that you proved that the Earth was a globe. So, could you provide us some demonstration
no, I measured
of the globe being proved? No, well, that's what you said. But you said you can't provide any evidence of that. Yeah, that's your story, Donald. That's your story, Donald. But you said you can't provide us anything.
Surface at or
no
close
data,
to the point
no
where
observation.
You got issues, man.
Donald, if you don't have anything to present for what you claim to have done, then that's no use. Because obviously we can't review something that you can't provide. So you're going to have to provide something that has been done in reality that proves that the Earth is a giant spinning space ball in a vacuum. Not just tell us your story of the thing you forgot to record on your phone, which would have been very easy to do at least. So you got something like that, Donald? Something we can actually look at? I guess not.
If you mute me, I mute you.
Okay. Bye, Donald. Thanks for stopping by. Another great rendition. We're all impressed.
More win for the club.
No evidence. Very good. All right. Next, Globy. Globe proof?
Okay. Yeah, I'll argue the process of celestial navigation is globe proof.
Who's that?
That's Bacon.
What are you arguing?
Saying the process of celestial navigation demonstrate the globe.
Hold on, my coming through, my signal's broken. I'm driving. You repeat that?
I said the process of celestial navigation demonstrates the globe.
Demonstrates the globe.
Yes, the fact that it works.
How does it demonstrate?
The fact that it works under the.
What about people in like the ancient world before they believed it was a globe, being able to navigate and sail and all that?
Those were different methods.
Okay, so they could travel across the Earth, assuming it was flat, and be correct, yes?
The methods actually didn't rely on any shape assumption. Like a following line
rely on any curve
doesn't rely on any shape. That's what I'm saying.
Rely on any curve assumption, did it? Right. So we can navigate across the world.
Let me answer you. Let me get my whole answer before you ask another.
No, I don't need to hear. I don't need to hear the whole spiel.
Well, then don't ask me questions if you don't want to hear the answer. Because I was in the middle of answering it.
I didn't really ask you. Well, the question I asked was about globe proof, but what you're saying isn't exclusive to a globe because you can navigate across the Earth.
You're talking about something else.
When you don't assume it's a globe.
No. I'm talking about the method of celestial navigation, the intercept method. You're talking about other methods that don't rely on the shape of the Earth. So what you're talking about is irrelevant because you're not talking about the same thing I'm talking about.
No, because your argument would be assuming a shape of the Earth. You'd be assuming a globe.
Yes, the intercept method does assume a globe. The methods of ancient
Well, I'm not
navigation are not
interested in your
those methods.
assumption of math. I'm not interested in your assumptive math. I'm interested in you demonstrating that there is indeed a curvature physically. So you would need to measure that or observe it. So who's done that?
No. It's not the only way to know.
Well, it has to be. Well, I'm not going to accept your assumption, so you have to be able to measure it.
You don't have to accept my assumption. I'm not asking you to accept my assumption.
Yeah, your argument requires the assumption. Because you just said you can't measure or observe it.
I didn't say I can't. I'm saying that's not the only way to know that Earth has curvature.
Okay. Well, I'm interested
words in your mouth.
Well,
Address what I'm actually saying instead.
Well, I'm only interested in who measured or observed it. How about that? So you said someone did. So who is that?
I didn't say someone did.
All right. So no one did.
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So which is it? Did someone or has someone never?
I don't know. I've seen a compilation of long
well, until then, until you know someone who has, you would be begging the question.
That's not true.
Assuming only. Yeah, that is true. Because if it wasn't an assumption, you would have a measurement or an observation of it.
You stop cutting me off because I say one sentence and you're already speaking again. Let me answer you when you make a claim.
I'm not making the claim you are. You're making the assumption of a globe. I asked you who measured it. You said no one has.
I didn't say no one has. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay, well you said you don't know anyone that has.
Well, actually, I do have a compilation of long distance measurements that clearly point to curvature.
Well, why the hell wouldn't you say that?
Why the hell would I say that?
To you? Why are you just saying that now when I asked you who's measured it? And you're like, I don't know anyone. I didn't mean to have it. Now you go, oh wait, I've got a bunch of measurements.
Yeah, I said that because you asked who, and that was not a single person measurement. That's a compilation of measurements from many different people.
Okay, well, what's the best measurement? How did they measure it?
Yeah, there's a series of measurements of long distance observations where you have both the height of the observer and the target and how far they are from each other. So if you have an elevation angle between two targets and you know their heights, you can, assuming a flat Earth, tell what's the elevation angle should be. And if you get something different, you can then work out what the difference was. What's the missing height of the object?
So this isn't drop over distance curvature you're talking about. This is angles.
Exactly
elevation angles.
Yeah.
Elevation angles which require a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, it's elevation angles from a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not really going to help you prove a globe, then, is it?
Why not?
Because then you wouldn't have a horizontal plane.
Why not?
Okay. Well, because a globe is not a horizontal plane.
Of course not. So what?
Yes. So, well, if you can't work it out, I don't know what to say.
Is there any point on the measurement where the horizontal plane has also the Earth?
At no point on the measurement is there curvature if you're talking about elevation angles over a horizontal.
If things are dropping from a horizontal, the further you get, then yes, then you have definitely measuring curvature.
Horizontal. So the surface would be horizontal if they're on a horizontal.
Yes, but the distance to the from the surface to the horizontal is increasing with distance, which means that surface is not following the horizontal plane. So horizontal plane is not the Earth. That's your reference.
The horizontal part is the Earth. The rest is just topography.
Right.
No, the horizontal plane is just a level plane.
So how are you measuring the drop over distance?
As I said, there's a compilation of
The
observations
Earth
where
is
you have
treated
the height
as
of the
a flat,
observer,
non-rotating
the
plane.
height of the target, and the distance between them. From those two, you can work out what the elevation angle should be on a flat Earth, and then you can measure it, and you can get the difference of that. So if the thing is lower, then it's missing some height, and you can work out what that height is. and the height seems to match the 8 inches per mile squared approximation that the globe gives you.
All right. So can you post this measurement in the chat?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll have to describe it quite well because I'm driving, so I can't look at it. If there's anyone else in the chat who can watch it, then
Yeah, this has been posted here already, so
what's
seen
the areas, like what's the distances, what tools are being used, etc.
Okay, so there are, let me see how many, 27 measurements. The shorter is from 1.5 miles and the furthest is from 105 miles. So they vary between 1.5 to 105 miles. That's the range of measurements.
105 miles. How did he measure 105 miles? What tool?
Let me see. Well, probably all of those were using theodolites.
Okay, which theodolite has an effective working range of 105 miles?
For elevation angles, I'm not sure there's any limitations for elevation angles on theodolites. I never heard about that.
Theodolites they usually come with a given range that they are recommended to be used within, right? So what model of the theodolite is it, and what's its stated working range by the manufacturer?
Not sure about any limitations of elevation angle measurements.
Well, the tool itself.
Is there a limitation on elevation angle specifically? Because why
the range over what you're using it for, it's got a tolerance of its accuracy over a certain range according to the manufacturer, which is why they list it in their specs. As far as
I don't think that's related to elevation angle readings.
Why
I might be wrong. So can you be specific on the limitation that you're referring
to? Well, no, it's your claim, so it would be on you to get specific with the model and its stated working range. For starters.
Well, we can cut this graph here on whatever range you're comfortable with. Because, as I said, there are angles from... Just a sec. Yeah, you have starting at 1.5 miles, so we can start at those if you want. 105 is just the largest one here, but we have some shorter ones if you don't think the far ones are accurate for whatever reason.
What's the elevation of the observer tool when it's looking?
For the 105 miles?
Has he recorded himself taking these observations that he's claiming? It's like a video or what?
Oh, some of those might have recordings. I'm not sure which ones. I have to look one by one because, as I said, this is not one person that took many measurements. It's a compilation of measurements by different people.
Well, whichever measurement you're talking about, you're going to need to show it actually being measured, right?
If that's a requirement for you, I can try to look one by one and see which one of those are recorded.
Well, whichever one you're wanting to discuss, you need to present it. But yeah, I mean, it's still an elevation angle requiring a horizontal baseline. So
yes, the theodolite establishes a horizontal.
Theodolite is just a pretty level.
And then he measures off of that horizontal plane it established. I'm completely aware of that.
Horizontal, non-sloping.
Yeah, so no curvature in a horizontal then.
Yes, we're not measuring the horizontal plane. We're
still
measuring
no curve in sight. Still just a flat Earth.
We're measuring the gap between that horizontal plane and the surface, and it seems that gap increases with distance, according to this.
Well, I mean, that's what you're assuming. What about how do you account it for refraction?
That's just the raw plotting.
Oh right, wait. But I thought refraction meant that things are moving all over the place, up and down, in and out. No, isn't that what you Globers say?
Yeah, well, the correction of refraction would lower the elevation angles, not increase them. So the amount of drop would just increase with refraction correction.
So how did they account for refraction in these observations?
As I'm telling you, the corrections of refraction only decrease the elevation angle. So the drop would be even more. This curve would have a steeper curve if you would apply. Sorry,
So he addresses
more
so
pronounced curve if you apply correction
tabled
refraction.
that out. So he's addressed that in the observation that you're presenting. Or
No,
you're
there's
just
no
saying
correction
that?
applied here. Those are the raw data. The raw data show that
so he's not accounting for refraction.
that would make it worse for flat Earth. As I'm explaining to you right now, when you correct for refraction, you get a lower elevation, which means
But that moves the horizon and everything, no? That would change the amount that you're seeing or not seeing of a distant object due to the geometric horizon being moved around by refraction, no?
we're not measuring how much of something you're seeing. You're measuring how high it is compared to eye level. And if you want to apply correction for refractions, you're going to get lower elevation angles. If you get lower elevation angles, the drop's going to increase. So this is going to be an even more pronounced curve than what the raw data shows.
Right.
Correcting for refraction isn't helping
the
you.
observation that you're looking at, I mean, if it's lowering, how do you know that's not just due to refraction?
I'm saying the correction would give you a lower elevation angle. Which means if you apply correction refraction for all those measurements,
But
you
your
still end up with
observation,
a
you're
curve.
saying that's lower. How do you know that's not just refracted lower rather than physically lower due to curvature?
Yeah, what the correction is supposed to give you is what the direction of the target is after you remove the effect of refraction.
Well, you can't remove refraction in reality because you're looking through the air. So how do you know what you're observing is an answer due to refraction rather than a curve?
Yeah, what you observe is definitely being
Got
affected.
no measurement for.
Yeah.
Even with these, your claim would be based on the assumption of curvature, which we do not
No,
have.
there's no assumption of curvature in these measurements.
Oh, right. Okay, so it's not detecting any curvature.
It is. The angle.
Oh, right. So you are assuming the curvature. Is the
You're
cause
not.
for what
You're
observing.
measuring it. Don't you understand the
No,
difference?
you're not measuring any curvature. You said you're measuring an angle, which requires a horizontal. You're not measuring any curve. You're making
you're not measuring the
claims
horizontal
about-
plane.
You're making claims about something that's observed in the distance in reference to this, to whatever horizon. I don't know what you've actually posted. Have you actually posted someone observing anything yet?
I posted a collection of measurements I'm referring to.
So what's that, like an Excel table?
Yes, you've probably already seen it.
Right, okay. So can we see any actual observations in reality? What's being observed? Since you're claiming this is the spinning, this is the curve.
As I said, some of those were video recorded. I would have to look one by one to tell you which ones.
Okay.
But,
well, your argument, bro. So take your time. Let us know when you've got it.
Sure. As if that would change
In the meantime.
anything, but, okay.
Well,
No,
it
in the
would mean
meantime,
that you actually are discussing. It would mean that you're at least discussing an observation of the Earth. Wow. Tough crowd today. Dear me. A lot of assuming a flat Earth going on while you're trying to prove a globe.
Is today 1984 Earth or something? Why are we muting a bunch of people?
Well, because Donald passed out. I mean, you heard that. You're not muted. You're free to be triggered.
I don't know if you were present earlier, but there was rather a lot of insulting going on, so that's why there's some mutes and some kicks today.
Yeah, the Globies thought they would start getting cute because there wasn't any mods in the chat, so they thought they could pretend that asking about maps is a good evidence for a globe, which is really quite pathetic. If the Earth's not a globe, why do we have all these flat depictions of the Earth, huh?
Why can't I navigate with any of them for long distances?
You can't navigate shit, Triggered. You've not been out of your bedroom. Come on.
Nice.
Let's talk about reality here.
Why are flights in the
You don't have a
hemisphere not 3 times more expensive than flights in the northern hemisphere?
You don't have yeah, because you value of where they're going, right? Bro, you don't have curve, you don't have motion, you don't have gas pressure in a sphere, in a vacuum. Just give it up. You already know. What you have is space cartoons and images from the government that you say you don't trust. So let's not mess about it.
Cyclone, he does have it in his mind. That's all that counts.
Yeah.
As long as it's in his mind, that's all they need.
Mind proof.
Don't need any evidence.
Way to not address the question. Do you even remember?
It's a world. He's in a psychological dilemma right now. Because he can see the evidence of him. He can see the evidence in front of him that he lives on a flat stationary plane. But as soon as he admits it, that the evidence is true, the globe in his mind is demolished, and he can't allow that to happen. So you have to live in a psychological dilemma, which is what he's doing.
Well, if we lived on a flat station
which
plane,
for some reason
flights in the southern hemisphere would be 3 times more expensive than flights in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, if we lived on a globe, flight times to and from A and B, especially across the equator, would vastly differ to and from.
Why?
Because the Earth's spinning different ways underneath the plane, Dumbo.
Yeah, am I like maintaining the momentum that the Earth imparted upon me, or do we not believe in conservation momentum?
So you don't have. So there's nothing to.
What momentum
So you don't have. So you don't have Coriolis then, no.
Wait, what? Conservation of momentum isn't a thing?
Do you know what Coriolis is?
Yeah, I do, but that's not like orders of magnitude higher or lower. It's very slightly lower.
Yeah.
Like speeds.
Tell us the physics of the flat Earth. Like,
it's measured flatly. Latitude, mate. How do you think that's measured?
I think that's measured angles to Polaris, right?
Angles from Polaris using the sea level. Yes, correct. Welcome to flat Earth.
Using the sea
that
level.
was interesting. So,
that last
I can calculate the height of Polaris on a flat Earth if there's a flat baseline and an angle.
We're using the star to work out the distance across the sea level.
So can I calculate the height to it, or?
Well, can you? Are you saying you can?
Yeah, it's a triangle, right? I have an angle and a baseline angle.
Okay,
right?
well, tell us. Okay, you're in the middle of the ocean. Give us the distance to Polaris above your head. Tell us how you do it.
All right, all I need is an angle of elevation.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Horizon.
Yeah, I'll even give you a bit of a start.
Are you not familiar with trigonometry?
60 degree angle to Polaris. How high is Polaris above your head, in your opinion?
Well, do you accept that the distance from Polaris to the 60 degrees latitude is a value? I don't know what it is. Like, is that a...
No, we're talking about celestial navigation. You're talking about the heights of stars, not me.
Yeah, you asked if I could do it.
So here's a little quiz for you. You're on the ocean, 6 degrees to Polaris, 60 degrees. Tell me how high Polaris is in the sky.
Do you not understand that if you
it's just a simple math, mate. You can do it, can't you?
Yeah.
Thanks,
But the problem is that you don't get the same number each time.
Go on then. Make a claim about the height of Polaris. Make a height claim of Polaris. Go.
Here you go. Do this. That's an observation experiment you can do with your flat Earth friends.
This is your claim
60
now.
degree.
You
60
say that
degree.
you can figure out how high Polaris is. Sorry, one deck.
Sorry, mate. Go on, you're all right.
I'm just saying, it's your claim now. We're saying that this is how it's done and showing you that this is how it's done. It's been done for centuries. And you're like, oh, but we can calculate the stars. Okay, well, go ahead. Do it then. Enjoy yourself. It's not what we've done, and it's not what we're doing or what we're getting to. But now that we're on to what we're getting to, you're still on a flat Earth.
Yeah, so if I have a triangle, can I not do right angle trigonometry or right triangle trigonometry?
2D triangle, yeah.
All right, so then I should be able to calculate the height to Polaris then if it's triangle.
Okay, then. Okay. Let's go for it then. You're in a boat in the ocean. You've got a 60 degree elevation angle to Polaris. How high up is it?
Well, can we accept the distance from the person?
Let's work it out.
Hold on.
That's all you need. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get a reference for you.
No, you don't need to know anything else. You don't need to know anything else, mate.
Okay, so I know that, but I'm trying to see if you know how I'm gonna do it, right? So
no, I haven't got a clue. I want you to talk me through it. Talk me through it.
All right, 60 degrees latitude. That means I have a distance to the North Pole, correct?
You just carry on, mate. We just want the distance to the star. You're going to claim a distance to the star, aren't you?
Yes. Trying to explain.
One of my favorite quotes was, think what you want until it comes to matters of life and death. And then I forget what the rest of the quote was. But basically, it means, and then just do the flat Earth fucking measurements, dude.
I'm trying to explain to you how you can do it, and you just keep on interrupting me or saying something about, like...
No, it doesn't matter. It's not what's done. You're making something out of something.
What he keeps doing is he keeps explaining and then asking us, is that right? We're not asking you to ask
I want you to agree on one thing.
No, we want you. You don't have to ask us questions in between your explanation of your claim. You've made a claim. Now we're asking you, you're in a boat in the ocean, right? So you're going to take an elevation angle to Polaris at 60 degrees, yeah? Tell us what the height of Polaris is now. You don't have to ask us any questions. You said you can do it. Do it.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get you to agree on a distance from, the North Pole to somebody on 60 degrees latitude. Can we agree on that?
Oh, look, he can't agree on that.
It's pathetic. Seriously pathetic. How can you think the Earth is flat when you can't even answer my question, man?
How can you make a claim of the height and you can measure it, but now you can't?
No, what do you mean I can't? I'm trying to get you to agree on something.
Nothing to do with me, Dumbo. It's nothing to do with me. It's your claim, Dumbo.
Actually. Yeah.
No. It's nothing to do with me, Dumbo.
Yeah, so if I have somebody 60 degrees latitude, there's a distance from the North Pole to that observer, right? We can get that
What do you mean, North Pole? Right? What do you mean, North Pole? We're talking about Polaris. What's the North Pole got to do?
Oh my God! Yeah, where do you think the Polaris is? Above.
Which North Pole?
This is pathetic.
You're saying it's
no. Which North Pole? There's like 4 or 5, bro.
You saying it's above a sphere, above a pole?
No, I'm trying to steel man it on the flat Earth for you. I'm making no claims about anything right now. I'm just trying to.
So far, you're still on an elevation angle, which is from a 90 degree, and you're still on a flat part.
Yeah.
All right. So if it's flat, then I should be able to calculate the distance to it, right?
So now that you should be able to, go ahead and do it. And now we're going to say, oh, but that's not what's done because it doesn't have anything to fucking do with what's happening.
Yeah, you want to know why it's not done? Because it won't work on a flat Earth, Adam.
How did you get your elevation angle, mate?
It's not done?
How did you get your elevation angle?
It's a reference, not as a place you're going to travel to, man.
That's why you've never heard this before. Because none of your flat Earth priests have ever told you this.
You know what an elevation angle is, don't you, at sea level?
Yeah, so do you know what the North Pole is?
No.
North Pole.
You don't know what the North Pole is? Wow. How can I have a debate about Polaris when you don't even know what the North Pole is? This is absurd.
Well, educate me. Educate me.
Is that my job?
Well, you're asking me what something is. I said I didn't know, so you tell me. That's what you call a conversation, mate.
Yeah. Nice flat Earth measurements, but you can't even tell me where the North Pole is, bud.
All you've got so far are flat Earth measurements. Go on.
Yeah, so if I have flat Earth measurements, a right triangle, I should
go on.
Right?
Yeah, so you got flat Earth measurements, you got a triangle, and you're trying to prove a curve. Carry on.
I'm not trying to even prove a curve. I'm trying to prove that Polaris would have to be in different places at the same time.
And
so you're saying Polaris? Sorry, so just do that again so we can record it. Polaris is at different places at the same time. Did you say?
No, I'm saying it would have to be if you were on a flat Earth.
How'd you prove that? How can you verify that?
Look in the side chat, and you can do this experiment with your little flat Earth friends, bud.
No, I've seen a talk, mate, live, face to face.
Yeah, do this experiment with your flat Earth friends, bud.
Experiment? What do you mean experiment? It's a measurement. It's not an experiment.
Sorry, observation. I didn't mean to use. I know that triggers you a lot.
No, we're talking about measurements, not observations. And you're claiming there's a height to Polaris that you can measure. So tell us all about that.
Yeah. So if I have a distance from the North Pole to an observer, which I can get from latitude.
But what you'll need, mate, is the distance between the GP of Polaris and yourself. How'd you get that?
That's the definition of latitude, man.
How did you get your baseline distance?
How did I? Because I know where the North Pole is, so I can just.
So okay, 60 degrees to Polaris. What's the distance between the GP and you?
Really, I thought it was a flat Earth measurement. You should know all about it.
That'll be the base of you.
You should know how to calculate this, right?
That'll be the base of your triangle that you're after. So how did you get the distance? How do you work out the distance?
So you're claiming flat Earth measurements when you don't even know how to calculate the distance to something.
No, I'm asking you to confirm your triangle baseline where you're gonna, and then you're gonna tell us how you get the height to Polaris. So 60 degrees GP of Polaris to you. What's the sea level distance between the GP and you? What's the distance?
All right, so Whitehorse, Canada, that's 60 degrees latitude. So we can just take the distance between there and the North Pole, or we could just figure out.
How did you measure it? How did you measure it?
How do I measure the distance?
How did you get the distance between the GP of Polaris and you at 60 degrees? What did you do?
This is hilarious. You don't even know how it works. You don't know how latitude. You retard. Oh my god.
So,
nice.
So 1 degree.
I'm not even going to say it just because
1 degree of latitude?
You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself.
What's 1 degree
You're
of
embarrassing
latitude?
yourself.
How many miles is 1 degree?
You're embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, well, you've got a height to Polaris to give us yet. That it's took 15 minutes up to now. That you can't give us. That you said you could.
So trigonometry.
Talking about
I've muted you, trigonometry, because you appear to be repeating yourself. And on the point of insult, bro, we're not going to tolerate that. If you can't have a normal conversation, just back out, dude. I'll unmute you. You can mute up your end, but if you just can't have a normal conversation, I'm going to have to mute you or kick you, bro. I don't want to do that. It's your choice, eh? I'll unmute you.
All right, so your claim is that we can't know the distance to anything, right? That's what you're claiming?
Never heard him claim that. I just got one quick question. Wouldn't it be a lot easier just to demonstrate the actual curvature that you think is there? It'd be a lot easier to look at the sky and doing math and all this other bullshit. Saying, show us the damn curvy wall. Thank you.
Here you go. Here's a bunch of distances from places. They're all the same distance if they're on the same latitude, by the way, which is what I was trying to get to, but didn't understand that apparently, that's how that works, whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. So, yeah.
Whatever you just posted is the demonstration of Earth's curvature.
Yeah, so nice red herring, Mr. Dave, but we're talking about Polaris right now.
It's a genuine question. Have you posted demonstrations of Earth's curvature?
Yeah, we're talking about Polaris, not about your red herring, man.
Well, I'll shut up. You guys like to say it. I'm just pointing
What's
that
the
out.
height to Polaris again, mate? What height is it, Polaris?
Depends on what the angle of elevation is.
So it changes height then?
Yep, if you're on a flat Earth, sure does. Yeah.
So the angle the angle's not changing, it's the height of the star that's altering, you're saying?
Oh, the angle changes, but the height changes as well because the angle is changing.
Okay, so what height is it at its highest, and what height is it at its lowest?
It's for you to figure out, man. That's why I'm giving you this demonstration.
How is it moving up and down?
Yeah, that's a good question. How is it moving up and down? Yeah, how can something...
You're claiming it's moving up and down, not me.
You're claiming to live on a flat Earth, man. I'm not.
Yeah, we measure elevation angles to Polaris, and it requires a flat baseline. We're using the surface of Earth to do that. The Earth is flat, and it's measured like that.
Jeez, nice Nathan Oakley quote, man.
No, I wrote poems about this 5 years ago, mate, so don't worry about it.
One deck is mini Nathan Oakley.
Yeah,
You do realise, though, that even if he is mini Nathan Oakley, that doesn't refute the point? You guys are aware of that?
Yes.
Well, if he assumes a flat baseline and an angle, then why can't he do trigonometry? It's
I'm not assuming it, mate. It's a fact of life.
It's just what it is, man.
All right,
Sorry.
so if there is a flat baseline and an angle, then how is
There
Polaris
is.
going
There
up the
is.
sky?
Yeah, it's not if. There just is.
Hey, that's what an elevation angle is, mate, from sea level.
Win the $5,000. Win the $5,000 that I offer.
Fuck yeah.
But it's free Bitcoin still going, isn't it? No one's claimed yet.
You'll probably need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah, you still got the David Weiss free Bitcoin challenge. Has no one won that yet? I mean, if there was free Bitcoins up for fucking grabs for proof of a globe and I was a globe with proof, I'd have that free Bitcoin by now.
I don't even know. I don't even know
What you're up to. Yeah, go for it, mate. You can sign up for it. You can do it. You just got to watch a couple of videos, and then you can come on Nathan's show and prove that you live on a globe and you get free Bitcoin. Dead easy.
So one way or the other, you must be able to either win $5,000 or 3 Bitcoin. You have to be able to win one of them, right? So I'm going to try both and see which one I win.
It's just the fight. You get the $5,000 if you can demonstrate that the height of Polaris doesn't change, based on changing in latitude. That's all I make. So it's the only thing I'm asking for.
Does Oakley have the Bitcoin in escrow?
Definitely not. Don't be so silly, Todd Force. Why would he do that?
Well, one might just expect an honest
no
actor to put
intention of
things into
giving people
escrow.
Bitcoin. He's got no intention of giving people Bitcoin.
No, Nathan
Nick,
Oakley
on
is
the other hand, was it like $10,000 in escrow?
Yeah, he has 10,000 escrow. Just him. So you know the proper procedure for these type of challenges.
Someone should ask him that when he comes on next. Is it in escrow?
Well, you can if you want.
I'll be the independent third party to hold the Bitcoins for Nathan.
I'll be the independent third party to hold both. How about that?
My $5,000 and his Bitcoins.
Yes.
I accept. Actually, I accept.
I promise it will all be there when you come back to look for it.
I trust you, Crypto.
Oh, thank you. And that's why you're King Glober.
Yes, sir.
No, that's not nuclear. We all know this.
Well, I think we should have a vote on who King Glober is. Because we're capable of doing a vote in the Discord, so let's just do that.
I think Ariel's King Glober. He's a aerospace
he's pretty
engineer.
Good, to be fair. He's pretty good. Have you seen him talk about radar, Todd?
Yeah. He's also an aerospace engineer, which is pretty base.
Is he, or is he still a student?
He's about to be a full-fledged aerospace engineer. I should say that. He's got like one more semester left.
No, he's not an aerospace engineer, right?
Well, he engineers rockets already, so I would just consider that.
I would say Eratosthenes is King Glober. Or Alberini.
I have.
I know you guys love your age. You guys like to go back in time.
I could send you some stuff if you're interested, Tard Force. I do the same thing.
Why can't Brenda be King Glover?
Why can't there be many King Globers?
Good point. But Brenda should be King Glover.
Well, it's kind of like being king of the pirates. There can only be one, dude.
Yeah, you're all individuals.
Yeah, our idea of a King Glover is like the worst Glover possible, whereas flat earthers, they want to put their best man forward. We just go, you know what? We don't need to worry about that. Matt Nuclear's King Glober.
Well, you can't put your best men because you've got no best men.
Scott Mackey is King Glober.
There's Spartacus. Listen to him.
I think King Flat Earth would be like, I don't know, Cret. In this room, anyway.
I think that Dallas Dave is King Flat Earther.
One vote for Oblate Flatzoid to be the court jester.
It's the commies, man. Isn't that what Dallas David always says? Or no?
I don't know. Do they all say some whack shit whenever I see them?
That's what anyone says who's paying attention.
So is Dallas David basically the Matt Nuclear of Flat Earthers?
Well, I know that one of them right now is on an arc where they're just talking about light only being able to work through water or whatever.
Who was the guy that kept on going on about water gas?
Oh, that's Dallas Dave or Jesus, whatever his name is. Or
that was Dallas David.
Yeah.
That was fun times.
Dude, my bees are loving these navels that are growing.
The Spurs Gizmo's pressure doesn't exist tour was good as well.
Yeah, the scare tactics about the bees, anyone who keeps bees knows they were just tactics.
Well, even bees know that the Earth is round.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Fat chance.
No, they've translated the wobble like 40 years ago. They understand bee math. They understand reference to the sun. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you not seen the bee movie?
No, dude, they've been tracking bee math for a while now. The bees use the sun as a reference for directions, and during the night when they're passing on directions for the morning flight, they understand that the sun would be located below them.
Is that a flat Earth measurement?
That is what the King Glober would say. The bees understand the sun is below them. The dying star is below the bees.
Is that a flat Earth bee measurement?
Yeah, Coop and I really
bees don't think the Earth is flat.
He's really putting his fight up, asshole. This is great. Did you interview him and ask them? You were like, so Queen Bee.
He's the king of the bees.
The bees even understand the constant change in the angle of the sun over time, which is only demonstratable on a curved surface, not on a flat surface.
Then the bee said, bzzz, and so therefore the Earth's a globe.
No, we're even talking about how a creature as insignificant with as small of a brain as a bee understands that concept.
Well, you've got a tiny brain. I wouldn't say you're insignificant.
Have you seen a bee? You step on them probably without even realizing.
Oh, yeah. You step on bees. When you step on a bee, that's when they sting you, genius.
Not if you're wearing a shoe.
So if you stepped on a bee and you didn't realize it, how do you know you've stepped on a bee?
No, when you
circle back.
When you step on bees, that's when they tell you that the Earth is a globe.
You guys have found
Yeah.
I don't think it's a level of desperation. I think it's just a level of understanding. Because bees are really
your upward inflection shows you have very little understanding.
That's just a speech pattern that people have, dude. I'm sorry that you're so thrown off by it.
Not thrown off by it.
You are, because you bring it up every time I come in here, dude. You must be like really insecure about it.
Dude, I was talking first, man. Come on.
Sorry, my fault.
Imagine claiming that the Earth must be a globe because bees. Come on, dude. You got to do
That's
better.
not my claim at all. I'm just saying that I'm saying that even bees understand it.
No, you said
and they utilize it in their directions.
No, you said that bees know. No, you said that bees know that the sun is below the Earth when it's nighttime.
I think he said it the other way around. I think he said bees are because globe. Bees are because globe.
Yeah.
No, we heard him.
I said that.
Bees being
I said that even. I said that even bees know that the sun is below them at night, and that's why they tell each other in regards to the directions utilizing the sun's position.
Yeah.
So they know it's dark. They know it's dark.
Yeah,
No, they know the sun is below them.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Oh, that just sounds like incredulity to me, but you're free to research it on your own.
But do you know what credulity is?
Yeah, it's your inability to really understand something, so you hand wave it away.
No,
Personal incredulity.
That's incredulity. Do you know what credulity is?
I said incredulity. That's the word I was using.
Cool. Do you know what credulity is?
No. Can you define it for me?
So it's the opposite of incredulity.
Well, that's what I would figure.
Where you are too willing to believe something.
Okay. Well, I'm not telling you to believe it. You got access to the internet. You can read up about bees and directions that they give.
It's about you. So credulity, which is the opposite of incredulity, is the willingness to believe something without properly analyzing it skeptically. So if you could accuse me of incredulity, I can just accuse you of credulity, and no one gets anywhere.
Sure. So I can just take a look at the research and look at methodologies and look at patterns that bees share when the sun is out, and look at recorded patterns that bees communicate whenever the sun is not out, and how they still utilize placements of the sun in reference to a 3D model.
Not under them.
Yeah, no, it would be under them.
Regardless, regardless, just going the incredulity is empty. It's hollow. It's nonsense. It's gaslighting.
Negatory, Ghost Rider, because you're literally just saying, "Oh, that doesn't make sense. That can't be true." Something along those lines.
Never said any of that.
No, you said things along those lines, though. You just said, "Oh, it sounds stupid."
The Earth is a globe is desperate.
No, that's not what my point was. But thanks for strawmanning. I said that even bees understand that the Earth is round, and that's why they utilize it in their math and their directions that they give.
Bees are math. Bees are doing math.
The bees are doing math.
Yeah, they can do calculus. That's wild.
Yeah, man, you're sounding dumb as fuck now. And even globes.
It's not a bee calculator.
Yeah, bees do math.
I'm gonna ask a bee the root of 9 the next time I speak to it.
Maybe not be able to do that, but they can calculate angles and directions and distance. Really cool stuff.
And they can
bees are very cool.
And they can communicate that to other bees.
Yeah, they can communicate that to other bees.
How do we know how do we know that they're actually conversing math? Like, do we know their language? That's wild.
Yeah, it's called Wobble, and we've translated it pretty well.
He told us to Google it.
We can speak bee now. That's crazy.
Yeah, we've been studying bees for hundreds of years.
Now that I believe.
Any globe truth?
And they've done this through a long, drawn-out, well-documented cases of putting out things like sugar water and different flower fields and water sources, pollen sources.
Maybe put out an abacus for them.
And recording how they communicate the locations of said resources to other bees, and establishing patterns of communication, and then using that to break down the wobble, which is what we call their little dance that they do to communicate information to each other.
Dude.
Psychological dilemmas.
We've got a David Attenborough who's been suffered a head injury.
Hey, David Attenborough told me that the global sea levels are rising.
Oh, that seems to be what the evidence shows.
Horizontal curve one back. Did he tell you one global horizontal curve?
Global sea levels?
Yeah. Global sea levels do seem to be rising.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, global sea levels are rising.
To wake up.
I think global sea levels are rising.
The word level.
Sea levels are rising. Yeah, Tard Force, the point of this was 10 years ago they had everyone convinced that we'd be eating gruel.
I mean, we kind of are eating gruel. Have you seen what goes into making a Big Mac?
You may be eating gruel. I'm not. Speak for yourself. What, are you writing a book? My point was they had us make it a mystery. They had us convinced that the bees were doomed. Now you're telling us how smart they are and they're doing math?
Yeah, they're smart. They're also getting wiped out in America.
No shit. Oh, bullshit, dude.
That's how smart they are, bro. They know math, but they sure.
What, are there no trees left in America either?
They're not smart enough to fucking get out of the way.
Get out of your house, guy.
No, but American foul brood is wiping out Italian bee populations along with Varroa mites and the such.
You believe all the bullshit, don't you?
No, I just take a look at numbers that are reported on bees.
Numbers?
Because, I have hives. I'll go show you my hives.
Perhaps they're cherry-picked?
Cherry-picked? I don't think so.
Well, obviously not.
Yeah.
It's clear that you're wrapped up in the doomsday story. We're going to be eating gruel. We're already eating gruel.
Are you familiar with what American foul brood is, or no? Do I need to explain it to you?
I'm assuming, Old Hoss, that you're a Christian because you're a flat earther or something, so you believe in a doomsday story too, right?
Oh, they're not going to answer that question. You'll have a better time pulling teeth from a donkey. But at the end of the day, I was asking him if he's familiar with what American foul brood is, or colony collapse syndrome.
You've got to believe.
People don't realize that all the bees that we utilize here are not native to America. They're native to Europe. That's why they're called Italian honeybees. And a lot of the shit that's wiping them out now is just new world diseases that the bees are not able to tolerate, which is why Varroa mites are so devastating to Italian honeybee populations. That's why American...
Manchester bee.
Manchester? I mean, I'm not familiar with them. I've only ever worked with Italians and like crossbreeds of Italians. It's kind of the industry standard is Italian honeybees.
You're crossbreeding Italians now? What the hell's going on?
Yeah,
you're crossbreeding bees and you're eating gruel.
Yeah, so Italian honeybees have a lower rate of intergrooming, so they don't like clean each other very much, which is why Varroa mites are so devastating to them, because they're not picking at each other, and the bees can't really clean their own backs, and so they're implementing interbreeding with other bee colonies that are native here to America that have a higher rate of intergrooming to get them to clean each other more, and thus knocking off Varroa mites, and thus lowering.
That honey.
Okay, so we're not going to be eating gruel.
Isn't like the New Zealand bee honey? Is that some sort of you get a lot of nutrition out of that honey, don't you?
Soylent Green.
I remember.
No, they haven't sunk the soil green yet, but no, they're getting there.
I'm gonna ask you again, and maybe you'll answer this. Are you familiar with what American foul brood is?
Well, I had it on mute. No, I'm not. I'd have to get out my flashcards. I've had a beehive before. I've battled infestors to the hive.
If you could explain it to me, I'd be grateful.
Yeah, so American foul brood is
I'm not a beekeeping expert.
Well, I'm currently working on becoming a registered apiarist in the state of Texas. So
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
I would like to become a registered beekeeper as well.
So American foul brood is a bacteria that is.
I heard the whole thing.
Well, I'm explaining to the one guy that asked. Nothing. The world doesn't revolve around you. All right, it revolves around the sun, which revolves around the center of the galaxy. But anyways, so American foul brood, it's a disease that's native to America, which is why they call it American foul brood.
Hold on. How did you get from a beehive to the center of the galaxy? Connect that.
I was making a quick joke, but clearly that went over your head.
You're not funny?
Okay, well, I'm going to answer the guy's question if that's okay with you, if I can have your blessing.
Oh. Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to bring this back to how you know that the bees are above the dying star.
Okay. Anyways, to answer the guy's question.
We know that every time a fruit box comes in you can see the insects at the store that are being brought in. I mean, what's going on?
Anyways, like I was saying,
My point was within your outer space center of the galaxy nonsense narrative, they had everyone convinced that we would be eating gruel by now.
Well, if you paid attention to any kind of labeling, you would realize that even
now
Tyson.
you're telling us the bees are adapting.
Well, like I was trying to say, I'll explain this to the one guy. Maybe I won't get cut off this time. American foulbrood is it's a native disease amongst like American bees. That they've all kind of have like their own level of resistance to, which Italians have no resistance to, and it pretty much liquefies the pupa and leads to like a really unhealthy hives and like lower numbers because the pupa just become liquefied. And there's no way to treat it, and the not the FDA, I think it's the only real way to treat American foulbrood is to just burn the entire hive to the ground to prevent it from spreading to other hives. And so when one hive in an area gets it, typically it spreads to the other ones because they are very social in how they visit with each other, and the drones will go back and forth between hives, thus carrying the disease, which is why it's so devastating, especially right now, to America's Italian honeybee numbers, which is the primary species of bee that we use.
Is this from the bee, or are the bees getting the disease from something else?
No, the disease. So like all your carpenter bees and like Native American honeybees, like they all. It's kind of like the common cold of modern bees. It's kind of like how I would describe, I guess, like a form of smallpox. You know how Europe developed resistances to smallpox, and they brought it over to the natives, and they were completely wiped out because they never experienced it before.
Oh, dude, stop with your listen.
I mean, how would you check a bee for that?
Stop with the smallpox blankets bullshit.
I didn't bring up any kind of smallpox blanket bullshit.
Well, how do you know that? See, my point was bringing up whatever someone said about the bees knowing the sun is beneath them. Within your narrative of this global crisis, the bees were going bye-bye. Anyone who's been outside knows the bees aren't going bye-bye. I understand you seem to know a lot about bees, and I think that's...
That is not true. That is just not true. That is not true. So it is the beekeepers.
I think it's great that you're a beekeeper.
Yeah, hang on. It is the beekeepers that are...
I wasn't talking to you, dude.
Hang on. It is the beekeepers that are keeping the bees alive. They are producing 10 times more queens than they have in the past right now.
You don't need beekeepers, mate. You don't need beekeepers.
You guys, like, you know, even if what you say is true, right? Like, the bees aren't
all right, Jekyll, how
going bye-bye. It's like, you know that populations of animals ebbs and flows based on environmental and, for instance, if there's more predators, right? It ebbs and flows based on that as well, right? It's not like bees are always going to be around and always have been around in the same populations.
Okay, well, tell the other guy that we're eating gruel that. Tell him to walk back from the ledge. The guy who's the beekeeper should know that we're not going to be eating gruel anytime soon.
I feel like we should rename him to Yakubi Knight.
Have you seen Yakub's beehive? Have you seen his beehive?
A friend of mine had a really, the doctors couldn't even explain what it was, this rash all over her body. Yeah, it wasn't eczema or psoriasis or anything like that, but it was really all over the face and her leg. And anyway, she tried different things. In the end, she just smeared honey on her body. And within about 2 weeks, it cleared up.
Are you, are you into like,
Don't get sexual.
The whole thing where you just like, you have like scented candles and you get rid of all your ailments by just being zen?
No, this was a friend of mine. I said it was a friend of mine who tried a lot of.
Honey might have actually done that, but I feel like your angle isn't to say like there's other ways you can treat rashes. It's to say, you know, sort of like disparage medicine.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I have had pharmaceutical like sort of painkillers in the past when I've had bad injuries. I've had like painkillers and stuff, but I'm very rarely ill, to tell you the truth. So I don't really I've not had much medication or reason to have medication. I tend to keep my diet quite good, as far as I'm concerned. I eat, nice, good foods, fruits, vegetables. I do like a bit of lemon. I have a lot of lemon water with ginger.
Is lemon horizontal and level?
Depends which way you put the knife into the lemon to cut it, mate.
Lemon is always curved, and it has a rate of curvature that the Earth doesn't have.
It's a bit of an oblique lemanoid, mate.
Yeah, it's an oblique citrusoid.
It's a citrusoid lemanoid with no actual real radius, but it looks round.
The thing about lemons, though, is that you can measure the curve.
Yeah. So you can't beat a bit of lemon to keep your alkaline levels up. I like eating high alkaline foods like peppers, portobello mushrooms, walnuts, and the higher alkaline is a good indication that if you've got a high alkaline level, you very rarely get ill or suffer with a common cold or stuff like that. So the higher the alkaline, the better. So I tend to try and eat high alkaline foods.
Hey,
but yeah, Jekyll. I mean, I've got nothing wrong with a scented. I do like a bit of a scented candle now and again. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, is it?
Does your girlfriend know you're gay?
Bit of an instant tick. No, my boyfriend does though.
Very good, very good.
Hey, Tard Force, I'm not trying to shit on your beekeeping enthusiasm. I mean, I'm enthusiastic as well. I don't have the expertise you do, but to parlay the majestic nature of a bee into somehow getting back to this water ball, that's pretty weak. And then I don't know. And I think this whole the whole thing, you bringing up smallpox blankets. Maybe I'm breaking up, but
I didn't bring up smallpox blankets.
Yeah, the smallpox blankets that you were talking about, the Europeans bringing over.
I didn't bring up any smallpox.
You just mentioned smallpox.
Yeah,
you didn't say anything about blankets.
My point is, anyways, I think it might demonstrate how embedded this whole mainstream superficial myth that you're riding the wave of.
I didn't bring up any blankets.
Yeah, Tard Force
really wants to talk about Native American
common cold, and then he goes, "No, it's like smallpox."
Yeah. Well, we understand that smallpox and other New World diseases wiped out.
Yeah, well, stop that. Stop acting like that narrative is something that you know is legit. Anyways, maybe I can meet you for him sometime because, I've struggled with keeping wasps and whatever mites out of a hive, but I've never done it on a grand scale. I've seen bee boxes on a grand scale, but I'm not shitting on that. I'd like to meet you in a beekeeping forum sometime, but I don't know, to wrap up the smallpox, bees, and outer space thing, maybe that should raise a red flag. I don't know.
I must have missed the original claim about the bee situation with the globe. I don't know what that was all about, but he needs to behave himself.
He said that bees know the sun is beneath them.
Oh, how does he know that? What the bees know?
Yeah, they're math.
Yeah, we're
doing math.
They were doing algebra.
When they communicate directions to each other, when they they actually use trigonometry. But when they describe the location of the sun in reference to the directions, whenever they are passing on locations of resources to other bees during the night, they will describe the sun as being below them in regards to which angle they'll travel.
Oh, dude!
I don't believe you.
Yeah, we've broken down the
wobble.
wobble
Equatorial
like
mount now.
ago.
Is that what you're saying?
So bees know the Earth is flat, basically.
At the very least, they know that the sun goes below them.
And how do you know this? Have you spoke to a bee lately?
Yeah, we've listened to we've broken down their wobble. We understand their language.
Right.
Oh
So,
my lord!
I know how to talk to bees. That's easy.
and what about wasps?
I don't speak to wasps. I stay clear of their neighborhoods.
I remember when I was very young, I climbed a tree. I was out with mum and dad at a restaurant. I was only dead young. I was met some people out there climbing a tree around the back. It was in like a beer garden type of scenario. And my parents were with some friends having a drink, and I met these guys, the little people like me, climbing a tree. And I disturbed a wasp's nest, and the wasps were all over me. I think I had something like 147 stings I had.
Holy crap.
I fell out the tree, and because all these wasps were on me.
Oh, see, I got.
We're not talking about bees.
No, listen, this guy.
I want to hear it. This is great.
My parents were around the corner. This guy jumps out of his chair to come and help me, right? And my dad must have heard me screaming. And he's come round the corner and seen this guy. I'm on the floor, and this guy, and I'm screaming. What does my dad do? He fucking punches the guy.
Oh, Lord. This is great.
Thought the guy was having a go at me. And I'm screaming, he was attacking me or something. Anyway, I had to go to hospital, and yeah, so I got stung that day, mate.
Anaphylactic shock or some shit.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, mate, the wasps were in my mouth. I had stings on my tongue, inside my mouth.
All right, I got a wasp story. We had they're called white-faced hornets. I think they're white-faced hornets. They used to make nests, well, they still do in Maryland, and me and my buddy thought it was a good idea to, we had like a little toy bow and arrow, and I took one of these M80s that my grandfather sent me from these, they're government made, they're made to throw in fields before you cut the hay so that all the snakes and rabbits run out, so you don't cut the rabbits and snakes up in your hay. So I taped one of these to a frickin' toy arrow, and I shot it perfect, like right up in the bottom of the hornet's hole, and it blew apart. And friggin' we were running, and my buddy got stung like 3 or 4 times. I didn't get stung at all, but it was a pretty good story though, man. Like my sister stepped on a hive one time. She got stung like 80 times. Crazy.
Sorry.
I took a flamethrower to a hive that lit me up when I was mowing the lawn.
Flamethrower.
Yeah, dude, fuck those motherfuckers. Those paper wasps. They came down from the tree, fucking stung me like 8 times. I came back with a bee suit and a flamethrower, and I took care of them.
How many people here? How many people here are bee earthers?
Bee earthers. Bee earthers. I'm a bee earther, sure. I'm a bee earther, yeah. I like bees.
I thought you were a coffee earther.
I'm a coffee earther too. But if you, dude, I don't know. I was shot by a black, so I really don't know if I'm into the bees. I'm kidding, man. I was shot by a black, but I'm fine with the blacks.
What?
You said bees. You said the bees. Are you into bees? A lot of people call blacks bees.
What? First time I heard it.
Yeah, cut the shit.
Big dick bees?
Wait, correct. Are you saying for me?
It was a joke. Just it's a joke. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we try not to go real degenerate here. Okay, you got all the other channels. You can be like full.
How is that my fault? What do you mean?
Why you, dude? Like, I'm trying to explain what's going on here. Who said anything about fault? Why would you suddenly just add a word, my fault, and then? Did I say
cut the shit? Does that implies like?
I said cut the shit. Does that mean you?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, well the shoe fits, wear it, homie.
Yeah. Love fits, man.
Yeah, race, politics, gender, these issues are not flat earth related. The only way you can really connect them is to say that these are identities, and flat earth could be an identity also. And then be like, okay, well sure, well flat earthers have a wide swath of the population. You're like, there are black people in flat earth. So being really kind of bigoted and saying these cringe shit makes an unsafe space.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, I didn't say you did. Why do you keep
Yeah,
piping up. Like what?
He was talking about me. I apologize. That was
all the other channels. You can go into this, like, there is the idea on the globe side about miscegenation and anti-miscegenation and race realism and race science. That stuff is not welcome here. That is considered the same level of pseudo science that got people onto the globe to begin with. All people are created equal. You're going to have strengths and weaknesses, and when you hash it all out, it's going to be about balanced.
So did you say it's going to be about balance?
Yeah, funny.
No, don't. Yeah, one deck. Seriously, dude. You're already on thin ice, dude. No, I'm just joking. I just want to see what you say. The same time tomorrow, remember.
You've got to believe.
The other thing, too, remember, we are broadcasting on YouTube, so all YouTube TOS applies for this channel. Discord TOS, YouTube TOS, and all server rules and guidelines.
To be flat Earth or not to be flat Earth, that is the question. So let's bring it back down to Earth, and
let's keep it leveled.
Keep it leveled, keep it straight. Let's just level with each other. Broaden our horizons. Just looking out. I'm just sat at home at the moment, looking out my window at the trees, and they're just so still. No movement, just nice and relaxed. There's no indication that I'm living on a globe that's spinning.
Do you understand what motion?
Sure, there is. There's lots of evidence.
I need to see this evidence.
Do you understand what motion is relative means?
No, he doesn't understand that.
Would you allow me to explain it to you?
Yeah.
So, if you have a huge amount of space, it doesn't matter how fast you're going, it's going to seem like you're not going that fast.
Okay.
I mean, that's what motion is relative means. If you have a small amount of space, like if you're on a highway or something, and you're in a car and you're driving down a highway, 70 miles an hour is going to feel really fast. But if you have a huge amount of space with no reference points, then like in an airplane, then you're not going to notice the speed, and your body doesn't have the ability to feel that speed.
Right. So how big is the globe?
I mean, everybody's been saying 3959 circumference in miles.
And how fast is it spinning?
That's radius.
It's spinning at 20. It's spinning at 360 degrees every 24 hours.
Oh, and how
do you measure that?
Huh?
Measuring?
I mean, there's mountains of ways to measure. You can measure the movement of the sun to measure the rotation of the planet.
So you're not measuring the Earth, then you're just looking at something in the sky using angle measurements.
Why is that not measuring the Earth?
Because you're measuring the angle of the sun?
No, I'm measuring the rotation of the planet.
No, you're measuring the angle of the sun in reference to the horizontal plane of the Earth.
In reference to, because everything is relative. So yes, you have to measure one thing in reference to another. Always, you have to. It's unavoidable. So yes, I'm measuring the sun that we know is not moving relative to the Earth, to the rotation of the Earth, and using that to measure the rotation of the Earth.
How do you differentiate which one is moving?
According to your logic,
accelerometers for that. That's a good way of doing it.
According to your logic, though, if you were on the sun, you would have to conclude the sun was moving and not the Earth.
Well, the sun is rotating too.
Yeah, but you're making an argument that the Earth is rotating because the sun appears to move, and that that's relative, correct?
Well, everything is relative.
Exactly. So if you were on the sun, it would be the opposite.
No, because when you were on the sun, when you're on the sun, you'd be able to see the motion of the Earth through its orbit.
Yeah, but we could. You're just saying, like, in reverse. What we're saying is, obviously, the sun is appearing to move, and we're stationary.
Well, except you can't do that because the angular size of the sun never changes.
But we can always measure the angle of the sun on a horizontal plane. How would you measure Earth's spin?
It's irrelevant. There's no horizontal plane. I don't understand what that means.
It's not irrelevant. I mean, somebody's obviously measured Earth's spin. Who measured it?
I've done it personally. You can do it personally.
What did you use? What instruments?
My cell phone.
Right. Okay, then that's great. So talk us through how you measure Earth's spin using a cell phone.
So you use the accelerometer and the suite of sensors in your cell phone, and it measures you can measure the rotation of the planet. You can measure the movement of the planet through the solar system in its orbit, and you can measure gravity with your cell phone.
Okay, so before cell phones, how was that done?
Lots of ways. We've had laser interferometers for decades.
I mean, when was it first noted, the speed of Earth? What year?
I don't care. Why should I care? What difference does that make?
No, I'm interested in the history of the Earth and our life.
Then you should absolutely go do that research yourself. I don't care.
Well, I have done it, and I didn't come to any sort of really solid conclusion or evidence.
Oh, well, then you got bad sources. You got really bad sources. Then you should update your sources with better sources.
Have you got any recommendations who I should use, please?
Well, I mean, I don't want to take away from your research. You should do the research yourself and find better sources. You need to figure out how to find better sources. Do you know how to find good sources, reliable sources? Do you know how to find a reliable source?
Would you say Google's a good source?
No, Google's not a source. Google is a collection of a place where you can find sources.
Okay, about AI?
No, AI is unreliable as all fuck. Never use AI as a source.
Okay, so any good authors or books you could recommend?
No, that's a horrible place to go.
So where else?
Anybody can write a book. You should go to physics. Go to physics. Physics is a pretty reliable source.
So it's about the physical reality where we live, yeah?
That's what physics measures, yeah.
Yeah. So has anybody observed the Earth moving?
Yeah.
Is this physics or astrophysics you're talking about?
Have you ever observed the Earth moving?
Yeah.
Donald, which one are you talking about? Physics or astrophysics?
Physics. Again, physics.
No, I mean, dude, you're screaming and your mic, maybe it's me, but you scream and your mic purposely mutes so you don't come off like a spaz, okay? Just talk normal, functionally normal, okay?
Stop making me repeat myself then.
Because I'm not hearing you, okay? You sound like you, the first time, like you made a weird noise.
Physics.
The second time,
just physics.
Just physics.
All you need is physics.
Yeah, from the Earth-based physics, you do not use curve or rotation. That's a flat Earth methodology.
I've personally measured the curvature of the planet, just so you know.
With physics? Well, how? Well, show me that physics you did where it had the curve of the Earth baked into it.
Right. So what you do is you get two people at different.
You're very low, mate. Are you spinning too? I think he's
is his mic low, or is he just screaming? It sounds like he's screaming.
I think I've got it. Not screaming. One person says I'm screaming. One person says they can't hear me because I'm so low. Which is it? Pick.
It sounds like you're yelling so much that your mic is not picking you.
It sounds better when you're shouting and you're angry and you're triggered.
One deck. I think I've worked it out. Donald thinks that good sources are any source that agrees with him. So all you need to do.
No, I never said that. That's a lie. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying.
What you do with deck is find out what Donald thinks, and then just go to the sources that agree with him, and then you have a good source.
Well, I've tried
Google.
Not
AI, I guess, because he's
tried AI. Libraries are no good.
Well, if you go to NASA, they cite God, so you can't use NASA according to Donald's worldview.
He said that he measured the curve of the Earth. Let's
So I personally measured the curvature of the Earth. Unless you get
but the Earth's not curved, though, is it?
Wait, hold on. Is this where your friend and you?
Can you measure something that does not exist?
Is this where your friend and you did some calculations of triangles based on the sun?
No, we did a measurement, and then we solved for the triangles. Can you measure something that does not exist?
No.
No, you cannot measure something that does not exist. So when I took a measurement of the surface of the planet and it came up curved, that exists.
Could you provide the...
How did you do that?
There's no way you did that, mate, because it's not curved.
Yeah, but
I did.
How did you get the planet, though, too? So if you measure the surface being curved, that makes it a planet? So is a baseball or basketball also
You think
a planet?
Earth is not a planet?
Oh, this
Doesn't
again.
matter. How did he do it?
Go on, tell us how you did it. Give the game away. Shock us all.
I was trying to do that. I was trying to do that when I was very rudely interrupted. So
I'll tell you what I'll do, mate. I'm going to put a clip. We can get a contract. 1,000.
Can you just talk about his measurement?
Just post the data. How about that? Just post the data and we'll go.
I just want to know how. I just don't want people to interrupt him. I just want him to talk.
So take a measurement to the sun on a solstice day, like say we did it on the winter solstice. So from two different latitudes at the same longitude, and get a measurement of the angle to the sun, you can plot that on a surface, and it'll tell you what the shape of the surface is. If you do it on a flat surface and you plot the position of the sun, you get two different positions for the sun at the same time. If you do it on a curved surface, you get one position for the sun at the same time for the two different measurements. Now, once you've done that, and you know what the ground position of the sun is, because we did it at local noon, so we know exactly where the sun was on local noon on the winter solstice. And because you know that, you can solve for the triangles, and you can get the surface of the Earth, and you can get the measurement of the circumference of the Earth.
That doesn't make sense.
Why? What doesn't make sense?
Well, because I don't know how you've got a flat baseline to measure from, but it would make a lot more sense.
I don't need a flat baseline.
You're talking about triangles now. But it would make a lot more sense.
Why do you think I need a flat baseline?
I waited for you to finish, and now you can't help it interrupt me. It's really annoying.
You said something silly. I'm sorry, you said something silly.
Well, fine, then I'll just fucking interrupt you every time you talk, because I think everything you say is silly. How about that?
Well, I needed clarity.
No, you just need to interrupt.
No, I needed clarity.
No, you need to interrupt.
Why do you think I need a flat baseline?
So anyway, as I was saying, it would make a lot more sense if the surface was flat and we had some sort of curving effect in the sky, such as the celestial sphere, which is where lots and lots of arrive from in the first place. So once you're on, you would get two positions.
I didn't want to interrupt to tell him that he was roboting.
Did you document your measurement of the Earth's curve, by the way?
Well, yes, but all of my shit was stolen a few years ago, so I don't have it anymore.
Oh, okay.
His dog did his homework.
No.
This is what he said before.
My house was robbed, Dick.
That sucks. Sorry.
Houses are burglarized.
It broke in. They broke in. They stole just all his proof for the globe, and then they left.
Stole everything I fucking had, Dick. They took everything I had, Dick.
Couple flat earthers broke in and took your shit, eh?
They used the time machine because they knew at some point Donald was going to get on this flat Earth topic because he deemed it a conspiracy.
Why did they steal my water heater? Why'd they steal my water heater then?
I just sympathize. I'm sorry. That truly sucks, man. We gotta be sympathetic to getting right.
My kitchen cabinets.
They stole your water heater. I just can't imagine walking down the street carrying a water heater. What you guys doing?
They
Who would want your nasty ass water heater, dude? Your nasty.
They drove a van up to my house. They drove a van up to my house. They didn't carry anything down the street.
What did the neighbors say? They just saw you
They called the cops.
And the cops were like, "Hey, he's gonna be against flat Earth someday."
No. Flat Earth didn't really exist in a meaningful way back then.
Dude, Flat Earth has always existed.
Well, no, it's come in spurts. There was the Robotham debacle, and then there was a couple of instances since then when it's happened. But it's a very recent thing since like 2000, I don't know, 11 or 2005. Was it 2005, 2006, something like that?
They stole the water heater because water measures flat. They didn't want to know.
It's always curved.
Dude, water heaters are like not worth very much in the secondary market. I think you're full of shit. There's not really a lot of copper or usable metals in there either.
Well, what if a guy needs a water heater?
Very just buy a water heater, like.
Kidding,
or you could just steal it from somebody else and not have to worry about paying for it.
Yeah, because it's full of water. A water heater is full of water, dude.
So?
And the used one is full of nasty
Do you understand how to
shit.
drain a water heater? Do you understand how to drain a water heater?
So they had time to drain your water heater, disassemble
Yeah, they had
it.
all fucking day. I didn't live there anymore. We were moving. I was moving to a new house, and I didn't live there anymore, so they had all fucking day.
And
while I was at work.
And your neighbors called the cops, and the cops said, don't worry about it.
They just didn't come. They didn't say anything. They just didn't come.
They must have been in on it.
No, they weren't in on it. I'm on a border of 3 different cities in that area, and they didn't care. They just gave it to a different city who gave it to a different city who didn't worry about it. Fell through the cracks. It happens.
So are you telling us that the case was never solved? You didn't prosecute the burglar? That's sad, man.
There was nobody was ever caught. Nothing ever happened. No. Why are we talking about my house getting robbed anyway?
Wait,
because the story is fucking even more hilarious than the Globe.
Hold on. So
I couldn't care less what you believe about my house getting robbed. It happened,
Donnie,
and you can fuck off.
Donnie, so that means that the burglars have your curve measurements?
If it actually happened, my sympathies, but it is a bit of a.
Maybe we should find
burglarized, not robbed.
Maybe we should find those burglars because they have the curve measurements.
They have all of my shit. Well, they did 22 years ago. I doubt they have it now.
The pawn shop's got all your shit.
What was the exact?
I don't think most of my shit was worth pawning.
Oh.
And chances are, it was probably for the better because the burglars probably read through your stuff and realized how much.
For the better. That was all of my shit. They took all of my shit. I liked my shit. Don't you like your shit? I like my shit.
Were you trying to get on an episode of Hoarders?
Can I make my joke?
I also like my shit.
The joke was it's probably for the better because they saw through your bullshit and your measurements, and they turned to flat Earth. So
they saved you. They saved you from a lifelong embarrassment.
It was just a stack of boxes, dude. They stole a stack of boxes with all of my shit in it.
I'm kidding.
I was moving from one place to another.
22 years ago.
Also, this is fucking ridiculous, so I'm just going to go away from it.
Okay.
Yeah, Donald, see if your house getting burglarized is the most traumatic experience you've encountered, you've lived a charmed existence.
Not even close. Not even fucking close. Just
okay, let's we move on. Yes, we all agree it sucks. They stole your shit.
I think the worst part was they took his chewy Chips Ahoy.
It's almost as ridiculous as the Globe, but I don't know. I think the Globe's a little more ridiculous.
He had half a box of Twinkies and some chewy Chips Ahoy that they got off with. Still hasn't come back from that.
I missed it. What did any of this have to do with the globe measurements that he got?
Because that's his proof of the globe was.
I got stolen.
Yeah.
Yeah. The burglars broke into his home and stole his globe Earth proof.
The telemetry went missing and all that sort of stuff.
His most precious possession that he had, aside to his used water heater.
Chocolate covered graham crackers.
I can't believe they stole a water heater. That's freaking insane.
I was trying to make the head honcho burglar going, okay, guys, let's get the water heater.
That's the only thing worse than that's like stealing your toilet, you know?
I mean, one would assume that the experiment or the observation couldn't be all that difficult to replicate, right? Donald, have you considered redoing it, or was it that arduous to do?
Maybe his friend that he did the measurements with, like, he fell out.
Stolen?
Yeah. Some other people stole that friendship. It was in the box as one of what the other, like a certificate of friendship in the box, and once it was stolen, that was it.
Still talking about me?
Is it your, like, did you have a friendship bracelet or something that got, what happened?
What do you mean what happened?
Because you had you and your buddy, and you had you, your buddy, and the Earth, and all those things remain, but yet somehow these measurements have never resurfaced.
Yeah, the question was the process to actually do the observation of the measurement all that arduous that you hadn't considered redoing it?
I don't need to redo it. I already did it.
Well, I mean, it doesn't count as evidence to show anybody anymore because you don't have it. So the thought was, oh, well, if it's so important and it's so accurate.
Just because I don't have the numbers written down doesn't invalidate the measurement.
I don't.
Triangles
I mean, I believe that you. I mean, I'm sure we all here. I won't speak for everybody, but
I were able to do the calculations in my brain without any paper, would that invalidate the measurement?
I believe that you believe it. Right. My point is, in terms of presenting it to somebody, right? If you don't have the evidence anymore,
are you able to measure something that does not exist? Is it possible to measure something that does not exist?
No. Can I finish my statement?
No,
right?
You can't.
Okay. Well, then
that does not exist.
That wasn't my point. My point was, you did the measurement, you got out of it what you got, and that's great. But in terms of cold hard fact, evidence to present to somebody, that's no longer the case. So if it was so important, so if it's important that you do that, right? You would think that you would redo the measurement and have the evidence again, right? So my question was: it all that difficult? Was it all that difficult to do that you decide not to?
Would it be possible for me to ask you a quick question? If every bit of human knowledge disappeared right now, would that change anything about the shape of the Earth?
That's not what. No, that wasn't my point.
No, it wouldn't. So my numbers being written down is pointless to bring up. It doesn't matter.
My point was, I mean, I don't disagree with you, right? Facts are facts, and measurements are just kind of reinforcing the facts and helping us understand them, right? My point being, again, it was just a matter of, if you wanted to have the evidence to show other people, right? You would think
evidence. Measurements that I didn't happen to take personally, but have been taken. So it's been measured over and over, and I can, if you want those measurements, I can do that. We were talking about my measurements.
Right, that's all. Yeah. Because you brought it up.
Mountains of measurements. I can give you mountains of measurements.
Well, okay. Well, why hasn't that been brought up before? If it was just so much more easy to do than go down the rabbit hole of, I lost all my shit, it was robbed.
I mean, because you assholes always say do your own research. I did my own research and you don't accept it. So now do you want me to show you someone else's research?
Sure.
Okay, well, I can give you mountains of measurements of the shape of the Earth.
Okay, go for it. I mean, my question was really just about your personal stuff because we're on that topic. But if it's irrelevant, then it's irrelevant.
You're not accepting it, so what difference does it make?
Well, because it doesn't exist anymore.
What?
This stuff is not in your possession to be shown to anybody, so therefore we can't go by that, right?
Doesn't matter. We just said that was irrelevant. 30 seconds ago, we said that was irrelevant.
Well, it's right, because you have other stuff, supposedly.
Yeah, here.
Go for it.
Mountains of measurement.
Okay. I'll leave it to the room there. I have nothing on that. I just wanted to make that comment.
Here, I'll YouTube
measurements of Earth curvature. Go ahead, man. Let's see it. Great.
I've already posted one. Here's another. I mean, I can do this all day. I can just go through and get different. How can I survey the benchmark? There we go. Here, you can do the measurement yourself with this link right here. This link right here will allow you to do the measurement yourself. See? Mountains and measurements. I can just keep doing this. Let's see here. United States Coast and Geodetic. There we go. Here's something from the U.S. government, even though I know you guys don't trust the U.S. government. But hey.
So are you words and picking the first things that pop up, or have you actually gone through these things?
I have gone through geodetic surveying. I understand what geodetic surveying is because when I was younger, I was curious about it. My parents put me through a course.
Fair. I'm just asking a question. So if this is stuff that pops up on Google first few results, and you're just grabbing them because they align with what you had before, or had
because they're geodetic surveys, and I understand how geodetic surveys work, so I can attest that these will all work.
Well, it's a bit of blind faith there because you haven't looked.
No,
at these
how is it blind faith when I've done it myself? How is that blind faith when I've done it myself? I have done geodetic surveying personally.
I'm sure you have, but these instances of it that you're pointing out.
So my testimony is no good. Other people's testimony is no good. What will you accept as evidence? My measurements are no good. Other people's measurements are no good. What will you accept as evidence?
Number one, you're not hearing what I'm saying. Number two,
I am.
I'm not. Number two, you're cutting me off. Number one, what I was pointing out was the stuff that you're spazzing in the chat, right? Have you actually gone through these specific ones, or are you just plucking them out because they are geodetic surveys and because you've done or have seen other ones? Therefore, these ones must obviously be accurate.
Geodetic surveying personally. So anything that's based on geodetic surveying, I can personally understand that it will work.
Okay, my point is, have you validated these ones, or are you just plucking them out as first couple of search results?
It says it's based on geodetic surveying. I understand geodetic surveying. I understand that those will work.
Okay, so you're assuming.
I'm not making any assumptions. I've done this myself. I've done it myself. What do you not understand?
I don't not understand that you've done geodetic surveying. I mean, I've written an essay before, but just because I find someone who wrote an essay doesn't mean I'm going to go by it unless I read it, right?
That doesn't make any sense. It's not analogous at all. So because is the middle of a sentence, because you're talking about something very, very general. I'm talking about something very, very specific. You're talking about something that oh my God, you bitched about me interrupting you. Go ahead. You're way more important.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's laggy.
No. You're way more important. Finish up.
That's not it is laggy, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Lag does not matter when I am actively talking, but it does not matter. You're right. So, if you don't accept my measurements as evidence and you don't accept other people's measurements as evidence, what would you accept as evidence?
Who's saying we're not accepting your measurements? We haven't seen your measurements.
You have said that over and over and over for the past hour. You people, all of you, everybody in this room is what I'm talking about.
Did anybody see his measurements that they
already agreed that doesn't matter. We already agreed that doesn't matter.
Who agreed that doesn't matter? We understand your story, right?
No, we agreed. Okay, you remember when I said that if I did the calculations in my brain without writing it down, that it would not invalidate the measurements? Remember when we agreed on that?
It wouldn't. I understood it as we agreed that it wouldn't invalidate the legitimacy of the measurements, but in terms of actually proving it as evidence and putting it on display for others to see, well, that's null and void because there's no concreteness to it.
That's not what we agreed to, and I wouldn't have agreed to that.
Okay, well, I think that's a very important point. It doesn't illegitimize.
Let's move on to something else then. Let's move on to something else if we disagree about that. Let's move on to something else. What about other people's measurements that I understand the process works?
Okay.
Why are those not evidence?
Right, and that's why I'm asking, have you looked at these specifically, or do you know they didn't make it?
Yes. Let's say I've read every single geodetic survey on the planet.
Let's say yes or yes.
Let's say yes.
Okay.
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I have done geodetic surveying. Because I have done geodetic surveying, I know how it works, so everything that is based on geodetic surveying, I can tell you will work.
Okay, so suffice to say, you're plucking these out because they have keywords that you're familiar with, and you trust
God,
them.
it's because
you're
they
expecting
are
us to trust
geodetic
them.
surveys. They are
Okay.
geodetic surveys.
Okay, so I yield because this is getting a little bit out of hand. But my point
You
made.
are being ridiculous. You are being
Nah, man. No, this requires hyper specificity. It
That's
really
what
does.
I'm doing. You're not doing that. That's exactly what I'm doing. Is hyperspecificity, geodetic
Why?
survey.
Because I'm asking you to. I'm asking for a little, and I'm scrutinizing a little bit before I actually delve into your work, the legitimacy of the work. That's not good enough, or it's too hyper specific.
So I have done. What do you not understand about me having done geodetic surveying and understand how it works? So knowing that things that are based on geodetic surveying will work. What do you misunderstand?
That's not what I.
Okay, Donald, I'm not going to claim to be an expert on geodetic surveying, but is my mic working?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I know that they start with the assumption that they're on a globe. So
that's not how it works.
Then they make all of the measurements fit what they think is a globe.
That's not how it works.
I'll go ahead and explain it to me, man. I'm an idiot, right?
It took me 8 weeks to understand geodetic surveying. You want me to explain it in a couple of sentences?
Well, that should be your first clue, but they might get so complicated that they make you think that you're actually doing something, that they're actually just taking observations and making them fit what they think it is. That's what they're doing.
Observations, measurements are different from observations. Measurements and observations are very different things.
Somebody that knows geodetic surveying, go ahead and take this from me. I don't know. I don't claim to know it. I know the base assumption, though.
There's no assumptions except for math. Math is the only assumption.
Damn, where's the NDO or somebody like that when you need them? I can only tell you, Donald, as a human to human, I looked into geodetic surveying back in 2016, honestly and unbiasedly, and they make assumptions about being on a globe before they even go outside to do any measurements or observations.
No, they don't.
That's what happens.
How long do you think geodetic surveyors have been measuring the planet?
Yeah, they do, Donald. They reference the WGS 84.
Hang on 1 second. I was asking this guy a question. How long do you think that geodetic surveyors have been measuring the planet?
I would say as long as they've been trying to pretend that we're on a globe. Now go ahead, Lord.
No. How long do you think?
I don't know enough to really get deep into it either. But dude, Donald, like, as far as you're claiming to have done geodetic surveying, tell us more about it. What's the process of doing it?
So it took me 8 weeks to understand it. You want me to summarize it in a couple of sentences? So what you do is you measure the planet.
Wait. You said you did it. It took you 8 weeks to understand it. Which one is it? You said that your parents put you through it because you had an interest in it. Like, what's the story here? How does this go down? Like, where did the interest start? What classes did your parents put you through, and then when did you do actual surveying?
So, my parents knew a guy who was a geodetic surveyor, and he spent 8 weeks with me, showing me how the equipment works, how to take the measurements, how to do the redundancy, and all of this other stuff. So, it wasn't a class; it was a geodetic surveyor teaching me how to do geodetic surveying. And the reason that I was interested in it is because I read Samuel Rowbotham's book in 5th grade, and I got interested in measuring the shape of the planet.
Okay, so then what measurements did you take? You keep on saying that you've done this. What measurements did you take?
Well, everything you do as a geodetic surveyor is a measurement. I measured the drop of the horizon. I measured distance between two targets. We did reciprocal zenith angles. We did azimuthal measurements.
You're being very vague and just kind of like...
Oh, I'm not. I'm being extremely specific.
No,
I'm
you're
being
just throwing keywords out there. Like, what plot of land did you go and do?
That doesn't matter. We did it all over. We didn't.
I don't believe.
Listen. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't believe you.
We did it all over. We didn't just do it in one spot. We did
Where
it
did
at
you go?
Lake.
How
We did
far?
it at.
How many different?
Jesus Christ! You asked me a question, then interrupt the answer to ask me another question.
Is
That
this
doesn't
like
make any
And
Brenda?
what happened, Donald? You found curvature?
Why does Donald sound like Brenda?
I have no idea.
Did you find curvature, Donald? Show us proof.
Well, I mean, you guys don't accept math, so how can I show you proof?
Do you have the measurements that you took?
Excuse me. I was in the middle of a sentence. I was in the middle of a sentence.
I'm speaking to Donald. Not math. Show us the curve. Show us your proof.
You can. Proof is in math. The only way that I can show proof is in math. But you won't accept
Well,
it.
Donald, the curve should be visually observable.
It is.
No, so
it would also be apparent.
Horizon. We call it the horizon, buddy. We call it the horizon. That's the curvature.
Don't just like be a math denier. Listen, if he found curvature, it would be apparent in the numbers in his data. So do you have that data?
So you've seen physical
how many times do I have to tell you that that's irrelevant? We keep agreeing that that's irrelevant, and then you keep telling me that it's not irrelevant. So I don't understand. You're contradicting yourself. You have to stop.
Now you think that I'm flat man.
What? So it's irrelevant whether or not I wrote them down. Personally, I can give you more measurements if you want. It's been done.
Show us your curvature.
The horizon. We call it the horizon.
No. The horizon is flat. It doesn't curve. Show us the horizon you saw.
I've measured the horizon.
Excuse me. I'm in the middle of it. I'm asking you to show us the horizon that you saw curving. I want to see it.
All you have to do is go look at it. Okay, so what you do is you take a level. You take a big, long level, the longest level you can get, and you put it right. So go to the beach and put it right on the horizon, and then step back and look at it, and it will curve compared to the level. I've done that personally. It works. I did it in Miami, and I did it in at Miami Beach, and I did it at the Gulf. Hello?
No,
I was in the middle of a sentence there, buddy.
You've seen, right, to support what you're saying here. If you provided it, we could scrutinize it specifically and maybe kind of come up with some explanations for that one thing, right?
Yeah.
Because maybe only one or two of the multitude of variables are at play there, and then it could be justified, right?
Yeah.
But
I have one example.
I think it's better if we have that, right? Because you're making a claim, right? And then you're supporting it with evidence, and then we can attack the evidence specifically instead of going around in this theoretical kind of loop that we are, right? So usually, as far as I know, I am new to the channel relatively, but as far as I know, that's kind of the more or less the structure that we try and adhere to.
Yeah.
This is my first time in the room. Apocryphon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to get a baseline of how we do about this. What do you think the sun is?
Oh, we're gonna move the point. Change the point.
Yeah.
It's not changed topics.
But I posted my image.
Yeah, you posted how optics works. Congratulations.
Okay, so you said everything converges to eye level, right? Everything will converge to eye level.
Depending on the distance of it, yes.
Right? Depending? Now it's depending?
Of course, that's reality.
No, that's not reality. It converging to everything will converge to. It's not going to be depending on anything.
Convergence is proportional to distance.
The further away you go, the more it's going to touch the horizon. That's converging. It's not going to be, well, if I move far enough, it's not going to happen anymore.
For instance, okay, if you are standing in my camera and a light pole is right next to you, the light pole will be really, really high. But if I was to take that photo and the light pole way in the distance, that's still taller than you, but it's going to look way shorter than you because where you took this photo from, everything in that distance was a particular level, height. But everything beyond that is going to be lower.
Dude, but that lightning,
not fucking getting it. You're
but
not
that
getting
lightning
it.
pole will never drop below your eye level. That's the point. It shouldn't.
Nothing's dropping beyond your eye. What's dropping beyond your eye level, bro? What in your paradigm?
You just said it is depending. I said I asked you
will things that are above your eye level converge to eye level as you move away? And you said no, depending.
He didn't mean it depends, like as in it happens or it doesn't happen. He's saying it's proportional to the distance. It depends, like the amount of convergence depends on the distance.
Yeah, but this is like geometric, right?
Example,
you can draw out how your angles of view will show and how large it will be. You can calculate all of this in math.
Yes.
Are you saying that's not true?
For example, okay, where the photo you posted, okay, that tower is based upon its height is based upon the position of the original picture being taken. Now, everything beyond that tower will obviously be lower than that tower because that's reality. And I'm going to say it one more time.
That's what you see, yes, but it doesn't make any sense with perspective.
Listen. I'm going to say it one more time. If I took a photo of you with a highway of street lamps, now the street lamp that's right next to you is going to be way taller than you. But the street lamp that's way at the end, you're going to be taller than it. Because optically, that's the way it fucking works.
What do you mean taller? Then it would be longer than you, or what do you mean it will drop below your eye level? What do you mean? When you say taller.
All right. If you're not getting my fucking
I understand you're being like completely you're being like very ambiguous in your terms. You're mixing it up, and at some point you're saying it will converge to eye level, but then you say the opposite.
Let me say it again. Let me say it again.
Seems like you're being like very.
Let me say it again. Let me say it again.
On purpose.
Okay, let me say it again. Let's say I take a picture of you. You're 20 yards away from me, okay? And I just so happen to take the photo on a highway with light poles, okay? Now the light pole right next to you is going to be 20 feet, and you are 6 feet. I'm going to assume you're 6 feet high. Boom. There you are. You're smaller than the light pole. But the light pole that's still 20 feet high, but is a mile away in the background, it's going to be lower than you. Now, you're not taller than 20
feet. No, it's not going to be. That's wrong.
Holy fuck. You're bricked, bro. You're bricked.
Not if you are the same height as that person, right? If you're filming it from the same I'm saying like you're holding a camera and then you're filming the guy and he's the same height as you. It doesn't matter how far away you go. That lightning pole will never go below that guy's head.
Hey, bro, I have photos for this. I have a very, I use the Modelo beer, and I use a fucking, look at it's
but
really,
I'm
really
talking
simple.
about perspective now, right? I'm talking about a model. I can draw this out.
I'm going to show you.
If I can make a drawing here,
hold
right?
Hold on, buddy. I'm going to post it right now. And hopefully you shut up about it because you're not getting it now. But hopefully you shut up. Okay. Let me find my little fucking photos.
Well, while you find it, hold on. Let me ask a guy. What are you trying to show in this one? It says observer height level, 1,200 feet.
The observer height is 1,200 feet, right?
Yeah, but what are you trying to show with that?
The mountain, the tower is 600 feet tall. We know how high that is, right? The mountain top, it's black rock. The mountain top in the background is 750 feet. That's 750 feet as he moves away. That should converge to his eye level. It's below. Okay, then you're not making any sense. Like you're completely above. Like you're saying it should converge to eye level. It should converge to eye level, but except when it don't. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like guys are saying,
bird's eye view and that. So no, you will be. The optical effects are going to be elevated, right? Bird's eye view.
Bird's eye view? What the hell are you talking about? He's just pointing the camera at the mountain.
Look at Look at.
I know that you can look it up and down, but he's below the mountaintop. He's not looking at the mountain from a bird's eye view. He's literally above the mountain. He's literally below the mountain, and the mountain is still lower than him.
Okay, look.
How is that possible?
Listen. I'm going to show you how it's possible in the photos. In the photos I posted. Check it out. The first photo There's a Modelo beer next to a fucking block of wood. Clearly, that block of wood is taller, right?
Yeah.
But look at, as I move the block of wood way in the distance, it's lower than the.
Yeah, but you put the camera below the. You put the camera below the tip of the bear.
No,
That's what I told you. I said if you lift the camera up, it's not gonna happen. If you lift the camera up to the same height as the bear, it's not gonna happen. But that's what
same principle.
You don't understand what I'm saying. That's the problem here. You don't understand what I'm saying.
So you're saying that your photo, that the camera was above the tower? Bullshit. He fucking took it from the ground. You fucking nitwit.
No, I'm not saying. No, it's true. This is literally true. Some people, if somebody lived there, please go there and take the same image. I swear. Oh, so are you saying if this image is true, then you have a problem with flat Earth? So you know, like you're saying the picture is a lie.
No, there's,
why?
there's
Is this
no
where you're
problem.
going? Like Jesus
No,
Christ.
hold on,
man.
guy. No, don't get upset. No, there's
I'm not
no
upset.
problem.
He's just calling me a liar. It's just it's a weak argument.
You come on, calm down. You said observer
I'm not
eye level,
excited.
right? So eye level, and then we have a high horizontal. And this is bird's eye view.
Yeah, but he's above the buildings in this case.
I just don't.
In the image where I'm looking at, he is actually below the image. He can't look down.
Flat image. It's just a flat Earth image. So there's no problem for flat Earth here.
Yes,
the problem
it is.
for you is that you're trying to show a globe somewhere. There's no globe.
Yeah, but
there.
you're saying he's looking down on the mountain, but the mountain is taller than him. How can he be below the mountain and look down on the mountain?
Dude, how bricked are you that you can't understand that a
literally
mountain in the this? How bricked are you that something? Look at. For instance, the photo I posted. This is a flat patio. It's completely flat. Okay, how does that brick of wood become lower than a Modelo bottle?
Because the camera is below the tip of the mountain. You're not looking at it from the same elevation. I can show you an image, right?
No. Every photo
I can show you a drawing.
Calm down. Every photo is from the same position. Every photo is from the same position, bro.
Yes. I know it's from the same position, but your camera, your eye level in this case is not at the tip of the it's not at the tip. Lift the camera up. See if the same case if you lift the camera up to the same height as the bear tip.
It's gonna be the same principle, bro. If I would,
no, it's not.
You know what? For you, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it right now. I swear to God. Let me do it right now, okay? I'm gonna take a Coors Light fucking can and this big ass. Hold on.
Then you have something tall here.
All right. No, that's fine. That's fine.
You're saying.
Look at. Hey, I'm gonna fucking prove to you right now. I'm gonna prove it right now. I'm gonna put this fucking. Hold on. I'm gonna put this fucking camera higher it's gonna be at the height of the fucking beer can that I'm gonna place. Let me find something that I can fucking place my camera on so I can take a fucking photo that's equivalent to the 6 to 8 inches high of this can right here. Hold on, give me a second. And I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna move the pot that's clearly taller than the fucking can. I'm gonna move it back. And you're going to see that pan is going to look smaller than the fucking bottle as I pull it away. Give me a second. I'll fucking do it right now.
Because
you are ignorant.
Be sure that you have it at the same height, right? Don't have it like a little bit lower or a little bit higher or something like that.
I will make sure. Yeah. For you, I'll make sure.
I will kind of trust you, but like you called me a liar earlier, so I'm a little bit. You said my picture was a lie, so I'm not sure what you'll do now. I'm interested.
If I may add, also Apocryphon, be sure to also take a.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Someone from the Discord panel says something, they'll be the first ones to tell you to shut the F up and stop interrupting.
Sure.
I don't know. I mean, Brian. I don't know. Brian's not really like I don't have a problem with either one of them, but just those two. It's like they suck all the air out.
Sure. Minus that, yeah, it would be done sooner. I'll grant you that.
But I just been listening to I've been listening to FED and QE and Nathan Oakley like every day for a couple years now. I think I'm just getting burnt out on all of it.
Numpty.
In 1 year and up the under.
I still laugh every time I hear the word numpty, man. Like,
yeah.
Stupid. I just picture like a Humpty Dumpty. It's funny.
Just like when you call someone a dumbass cracker, it's so like, man, that sounds like something like my dad would call me.
Grandpa QE, of course.
Well, I call FED the boomers of flat Earth.
How old is the guy?
Well, I'm assuming Nathan was born in 1980, so that would make him like 42.
Okay.
What the heck? All right, so if you're born in 1980, it's an awesome year. Let me tell you why. If you take the year we're in, no, check it out. If you take the year that we're in, 2024, the first two and the last two equal your age. So you take 20 plus 24, that's your age. Because you're in the 20th century, or the 20th 2000s, right? And so it's always going to be 20 because you're not going to live to be 1,000 years old. So the first 20 of your age is represented by the first two of the year you're in, and the second part is your age. So 44. There you go.
Yeah.
That doesn't work for any other birth year. The awesome thing is it doesn't work for any other birth year, which makes people born in 1980 better than you.
Well, yeah.
Exactly.
That is pretty good. That is true, though. It's weird how it does only work with it 1980. Yeah, because if you were born in 1970, it wouldn't follow the same. Huh. I never thought of that. That's cool.
Unless you live. Man.
1970 works in the year 3000.
Oh. No, because where are you going to get the extra 1,000 years from? Think about it.
Well,
you can't add the first two and the second two. No, because then if you live 1,000 years, you'd only be 52 years old.
It didn't say it was perfect.
It only works. It only works if you're born in 1980. Only.
Yeah, I was born in a year. Mine's pretty special too. I was born in a year where the grade that I was in was my age.
So when you were in 12th grade, you were 12?
No, excuse me. The no, my apologies, not my age. The latter two numbers of the 2006, 2017, all that stuff. That was the grade I was in. Not my age, sorry. It was the grade I was in. So in grade 11, it was 2011, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you'd have to be born in 2970 till it works again.
I guess so, yeah. I'm 93. Not age, but born in 93.
Oh, you're the oldest member of our group.
I'm probably the youngest, actually.
I'm 96.
Oh, shit. Fuck you.
Rookies.
It's so weird that I'm an adult now. It's strange. Like people I talk to are like the year they were born, I already have lots of memories before they were even born. It's just, I don't know. It's stupid. Oh.
Yeah. Time flies, man.
I'm at an age now, and I have a kid neighbor, right? He's like 8 or 9 years old or something. He comes down, we play fucking like Super Nintendo, Super Mario, and his mind is blown. You know, it's hilarious. Yeah. He's too young; he doesn't know that stuff, right? So that was the shit I was playing when I was his age. So it's kind of fun.
Like my 8-year-old, she asked me what I used to watch on YouTube when I was a kid. I'm like, I didn't know YouTube didn't come out till I was in high school.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was on like pinball.
Oh yeah, on the computer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one Windows 1990. What is it? Windows 95 pinball game. Like it came with the computer.
Yeah, I think you didn't need internet for it either. So.
Yeah, I know that one.
That's another thing my kid gets confused with. She gets confused between the internet and the electricity. Like the power goes out. She goes, "How come the internet doesn't work?" I'm like, "Because there's no power." But it's it's like she can't. It's like I didn't have like internet in my house till after I met my wife and we got together, and she had, and then we got Wi-Fi and stuff, and that was like the first time I ever lived in a house that had like Wi-Fi in it. Weird.
Yeah, I remember when my dad got like 50 megabyte upload download, and it was like the shit. It was like he was paying maximum amount. I was like, oh my god, it's the fastest. And
50 megabytes actually pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. But now I tell my friends that, and they're like, "That's crap. I get 1 gigabyte." Blah blah blah. I'm like,
oh yeah,
I guess I'm poor.
Yeah. To be fair, I only have 8 megabyte or 60 megabit download or whatever. I
don't even know what any of that means.
It's the speed of your internet. How fast do zeros and ones travel through, your wires to get to you, basically? How many of them in a period of time? Indicating like, oh well, this 1 megabyte or this 1 megabyte photo, let's say, how long is it going to take on average for you to actually be able to see it? You click on it, it takes a couple seconds, bang, and that that's how you can gauge.
Yeah.
Nerdy shit, I'll tell you that.
My problem is I'm just incredibly stupid, so like stuff just tends to go right over my head.
Well, at least you're inquiring. Most people don't even bother. So
yeah, it's all about knowing the limitations.
Stupid. There's always someone dumber than you, so don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
No matter how stupid somebody is, never forget there's always the globetard.
I'll tell you how I made a dumbass mistake. I've been living in this new house for like 2 weeks now, and it's got a bunch of like water totes that have connected to the drainage systems for the drains and the pipes, or the gutters. Sorry. And I'm always wondering, I'm like, what are these used for? I'm like, I'm an idiot. And then all of a sudden I turn the nozzle, as water comes fucking flying out of there. I'm like, oh, you're an idiot, Christian.
But remember, especially because you have a house, that's orders of magnitudes better than any globetard.
And only you can prevent forest.
Thank you very much.
But continuing from our brief conversation last night, I started this assembly earlier this morning, and we've been going a good bit of today. So, it's always good to be back here on our home server.
I passed out last night. How long were you guys up?
I just got up an hour ago. Lazy Saturday.
Yeah, well,
Oh, was he?
Apparently, Flatsy's having a singing contest on the politics server. I'm trying to find where she is.
When is that going on, dude? When's that happening, yo?
I'm trying to find that out right now. I mean, if you want to PM her, maybe that'd be a good idea.
I think she said 12 o'clock. I can't remember.
Yeah, isn't there like a channel for that? Singing competition or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
It's right now. It says live at the top of the server. I'm going.
I'm gonna go see that too.
Oh, it must have been just posted.
Joiner. What server is that on?
Politics.
Oh, okay.
It's like a state.
Yeah, it says singing competition.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out. I'll see you guys there if you come.
Bro, that was great. I actually heard you sing that shit.
I was fucking dead the whole time. I was thinking about raising my hand. I got a bunch of hilarious things I could sing or rap.
Do it.
Rock.
Yeah, that had me weak. Honestly, I was like, "There's no one that's gonna be able to follow up with that girl just saying." And this guy comes in with the that was awesome, bro. I was dying.
The Indian guy killed me when his voice cracked at the best part. I have to drop out.
This has been genuinely fun. I did not think this is what I was gonna do today.
I want the same boat. I'm surprised Flatsy is number one right now. Like, yeah, I was gonna say I'm surprised Flatsy's number one. Everyone else fucking sucks.
Right when she was mid singing, so I caught that. I recorded some of it too because the chat was going crazy.
Nice. It was funny because we were in the 24/7, and then I was like to AI, I was like, "Hey, do you remember that Flatsy's going to be singing today?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's right." And as soon as we left to go there, she started singing. It was like right on point.
Perfect.
Worked out. I'm almost tempted to skip Ballbusters.
Is that today?
Yeah, it's at 12.
Are you on PST? Are you on Pacific time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where are you at again? You said Arizona or something?
No, Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, you're up there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the ocean.
What was I talking about?
Arizona.
There he is. AI, what up? Dude, I'm glad you pinged in the chat because I was on the I was on the shitter this morning and I see that message. I'm like, let me join. And then she's mid, you know, laying down the pipes. Pause. It was great.
Yeah. Someone reminded me, and so I joined over to check out the status, and they were literally introducing her as I was joining.
The chat was going crazy for her. I screen recorded it, some of it, so she can feel good about herself. The chat was loving it. Did they talk about flat Earth at all? Because the guy was like, "I don't mess with flat Earth," but that was good.
Yeah. I mean, she just said she's from the Flat Earth channel, and he just said Flat Earth. It's Flat Earth. You know, mess with. That song was good.
Oh yeah, that's good promotion right there. Let's see if Flatsy will join. I'm not sure if she got the message. I did not think I was going to be doing this today. And here she is. Flatsy.
Hey.
I screen recorded your session, at least some of it.
Awesome. I was happy that you guys came over for it. That was awesome.
They loved you.
Man, I was like, as soon as they called my name and brought me up on the stage, I was like, dang it, I'm in the, just about to be done making the kids their snacks for lunch.
You're so super mom.
And, I was a little bit winded, but I got on it. I just needed to sing for a minute and catch my breath.
All right, I'm just going to post it in the chat if you want to. Because you probably weren't able to read the chat while you were singing, right? I would imagine.
Oh, no, I didn't even think about reading the chat while I was singing. I was singing.
The chat was going crazy. Oh, it's in the chat. It's loading.
Yeah, chat was going off. 10 out of 10s, fire, blah, blah, blah. A sec.
Someone said, ask her what gravity is.
No way.
Yeah, I said gravity is a word.
It should be in the chat.
That was good timing, eh? AI. And I called it out. We just got there. He started singing.
Yep.
Nice. I didn't know that I was going to go up so soon.
So you told him you were from the flat earth community?
I told QE I'm in a singing competition on politics, so if I'm late, you'll know why. He said we're going to have a little discussion on priorities, young lady.
Oh my god. Neil, you said bars to the guy who was like, oh, that shit had me dying, bro. He said bars.
That's the thing. I got a couple songs I can actually do, but I have like more trolling songs in my repertoire.
That was really funny. That girl was good too, Flatsy. You got some competition.
Which one, the Halo one?
Mike. I forgot Mike was here too. Hey, what up, Mike? No, the girl that was singing right before the ho 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 dude. The chat was simping for.
I don't know, man. All I know is I can't hear shit because there's too much blood coming out of my ears.
Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Someone posted a picture of like an AirPod or like a headphone with blood on it. Dude, I was that had me weak.
Like 10 or 15 people, there was only like 5 legitimate, obviously trained vocalists.
Yeah.
You know.
It's kind of funny. Like I didn't think I was gonna be doing this today, and I stayed. You know.
We're waiting for Flatsy number 2. That's what I'm there for.
Yeah. Unless you guys are gonna do ball busters, or what time? It starts in like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, it does. I'm just. You didn't record the singing part, did you?
Oh, I guess it didn't, because I was on my headphones. I guess it didn't record that part.
AI.
There's a guy
He said gravity is a word.
Did that go on the recording?
There was a guy in the chat over there who said something about I played the recording back and it didn't sound as good as I thought. Meaning either he recorded himself or they actually have a recording or a live stream of sorts. Yeah. That's my guess.
We need to do that stages thing. Can we turn that on for 24/7? We can revamp some shit over here. But I like that stages. It's almost like Twitter Spaces.
Yeah.
Discord.
Why did they say that? Huh? Somebody in the chat, I'm looking at your screen recording. It's like these people tell you they're vegans. Like, I'm not a vegan.
Oh, did you see? I responded that. I think I responded to that.
I wouldn't put it past the idea that at least half of those people in there are vegans from what they sound like.
He'll keep saying bars.
Nobody's can actually be a vegan. It's just not possible.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you know why? You know why?
Why? Because you breathe air and there's bacteria in the air.
No. Because when you're nutrient deficient, you start to eat yourself, and you're an animal.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Yo,
an onslaught.
Yeah, people don't realize that, dude. If you're constantly nutrient deficient, your body is going to cannibalize nutrients from your own flesh.
AI. There's a boatload of people that just joined. Who's on the computer? Can you guys unmute them? Ardor. We got Pillow Prince. That's a cute name. We got Real True Green. Who's on the PC? Flatsy? Oh, yeah, you got it? I guess I can do it.
They all seem unmuted to me.
Wow, they're on 7. All right, so Abdul. What's up, man? Am I saying the name right?
Hello.
What up?
Nothing much. What about you? What you doing?
Is this your crew?
Nah, I don't know them.
Are you rolling solo, huh? That's good timing.
I'm solo. Yeah,
All
boy.
right.
Did you just jump here from the competition? Did you just get here from the singing competition?
What singing competition? I just joined the server. Like I just found them.
Yo, hello.
Give us a quick reaction to flat Earth.
What's up, guys?
Flat Earth?
Yeah, just your quick reaction, like it was a YouTube video. Just give us your reaction.
It's fire, I guess.
It's fire. All right. What do you feel like you know a lot about it, or a little? You still
about the flower,
learning?
about the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Not the discount, like the flat Earth.
Yeah, like the Earth outside.
He's talking about like the shape of the Earth, I think.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, if the Earth is a ball. It sounds like so weird. I would say the Earth is flat. Because there's no way we live on a ball.
Why?
Bro, because we will fall down.
Fall down?
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, that's valid. Anyone else? Do you know anyone else in the
fall
chat?
down, man. The water will fall down.
Can you repeat that?
Where would it fall down to?
Yo.
So if I'm looking at like a lake, where would it fall to? I'm good.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's a good question.
Into the galaxy.
So you would see the water go up into the sky, and then where from there?
I think y'all know when it rains. I think it's like when it rains, it's like the water that falls down. It's like, I don't know. I generally don't know. Y'all got like any theory?
No, I mean I hear you, dude. If it was a globe, right, the water would just fall off the edge all the time. If it was concave, it would be raining all the time, right? Because the water would be falling down. Got to be flat.
I think there's the same down for everybody. Oh, Elijah's here. Oh, I mean, let me just say, and I'll pass the mic. But like, I think that down is the same for everyone. So if I point down to the ground and you point down to the ground, we're both pointing in the same direction. So fall would be that direction. How do you fall off the ground or fall from the ground that you're already on? If you're going to fall, you just fall right back down to the ground that you're already on. And then how do you fall from there? So, yeah. No, I wouldn't worry about things, quote, falling off the earth.
Guys?
All right. So who else is here? You have Pillow Prince and M.
Yeah, hello.
Wait,
who said my name?
Me. TB. Question for you.
For you.
Are you moving? Like, do you think the Earth moves?
That's a tough question. Like, I have to think about that one. I'm not really sure.
I mean, just like, what does your gut say? Or deep down, what do you really think?
I don't really think that it moves, to be honest. Like, that would only be the case if it was like.
Can I talk?
A circle, like a sphere. But like, cause it's flat, like that would be kind of weird.
If it spins, like we will like all spin, right? That makes no sense.
Yeah, exactly. And like we'd be dizzy like every day.
Yeah.
I just don't think the Earth is like
I kind of think that people that actually believe that the Earth is like a ball are like controlled by the CIA. It's like the CIA.
They're just like delusional, bro.
It's the CIA, I think.
I think it's the government, like brainwashing.
Yeah, the government. Yeah, they brainwashing us with the media and stuff. They don't want to like.
Yeah, they don't want to reveal the truth.
What's the truth?
The truth that the Earth is like flat. They don't want the media is like brainwashing us. They don't want to like they want to make us like believe that the Earth is like a ball, but it can't be a ball because we will like all be dizzy. We will fall down, and that's a lie.
If it's flat, what is it shaped like?
You mean what you mean?
Just like a Minecraft.
What shape is that?
Isn't that a square?
A square.
Now the Earth is flat. I believe in it. I stand on it.
Square. What about the other planets?
Creation. I heard you were going to be singing soon, so I'm going to go back over there and listen.
Yeah, I think it's starting.
Now it's the CIA. There are no other planets. We controlled by the CIA.
Can I sing with you guys as well?
Yeah, there's a singing competition going on right now. We were actually just talking about that.
Oh, really? No, I'm gonna win.
So what does the winning get?
I don't know.
Ooh. Is it like a prize or like?
I have a question. What is the edge of the universe like?
You fall down.
Edging?
Like you get
edging or like the edge.
The edge of the universe.
There is no edge.
There's no edge. Why?
It goes far beyond the ice wall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
the universe.
Edge.
Is the
There's
Earth
no
in
universe?
space?
There's no universe.
Is the Earth in outer space?
The Earth's in Earth.
Earth's in Earth. Okay, so what about outer space?
There's no space.
There's no space.
Yeah, what if there's no space?
It's like it's like the media. It's controlling us. It's like
so what's that black stuff?
We in the matrix. We in the matrix.
What if
Break
it's
out
just
of
a
the matrix,
screen?
guys.
Maybe it's just a screen.
Guys, it's the matrix. We are in the matrix.
What's that black stuff with the stars and what is that?
No,
Maybe
that's
it's a
fake.
screen.
That's from the CIA. Listen. That's from the CIA. They make that, so we believe that. Don't trust the CIA, guys.
No. You know what they do when we're babies? They put VR headsets on so that.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Wow, like some Sword Art Online shit. Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Stop trolling, man.
Who's trolling?
Abdur.
So no outer. How is there no outer space? What about like the planets?
You're Abdur.
I think they staged that as well.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes. Why?
Say wallah, you believe in a flat Earth.
Yeah, bro. Now look,
say wallahi.
Yeah, bro. That's not really religious of you. You can't say wallahi and everything. Bro, that's not. No. If you say wallahi and everything, you're gonna go to hell.
Yeah, where are you from, man?
Me?
Yeah.
Belgium.
Belgium, okay.
I mean, I don't think that's funny. Like,
I'm watching
it's
YouTube
just a country,
while talking to you guys.
I'm just like, how is outer space not real? I don't understand.
Because maybe it's just a screen.
Nah, wait. So CB, what do you think?
What do I think about what?
Like,
about the Earth?
Is it Earth? Like,
I just don't think it moves. I don't think it moves, bro.
What do you mean?
I mean, like,
can you like expand?
You know, if you're like in a building right now, the building's on the ground, and the ground's not moving. So if you think the Earth moves, then the ground would be moving, and then if you're in a building, you have to say you're in a moving building, and that's crazy. Are you guys in moving buildings or?
No.
Yeah, we're not a moving building. I would know if I moved.
So, I just don't think the Earth moves. That's all. That's pretty much it. Buildings don't move. I don't know. I feel like that's easy. Right? All the experts and stuff, they're going to say the buildings move. But that's up to you. You pick the side, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's up to you. Are you a moving building earther or?
Oh, you're not me.
So.
Now I stand I think the Earth is like flat.
Well, so what shape is that though? If I gave you a piece of paper and a pen,
it's like a pizza. You have to imagine a pizza.
A pizza? So it's like a circle.
Yeah.
Why is it a circle?
Yeah. Why is it a ball?
Nah, wait. I have like some say.
Because all the other planets are balls.
Bro, it's from the CIA.
No, wait. You see when you have a pizza, like the crust, the ice wall is the crust, and like they don't want to see it beyond that. Like, You have to think.
What do you think is behind that ice wall, though?
Behind?
So is that pizza in space, though? Or like where does it exist?
I mean, they spoke about.
Bro, you're so funny, Abdur, man.
Is it like the third?
Boy.
No.
Is it like
this guy,
Mercury,
Gio,
Venus, and then like the pizza?
he's making fun. That's why I left.
Yeah, that's why, bro. That's why.
Yeah, you didn't hear that?
Your blueprints, do you know, Abdur? No, right?
No.
No, right?
No.
Nah.
Yeah.
Which me?
I think you're the troll. Because you're making it seem like I'm the troll, but I'm not doing anything. Dude.
Yeah, what's up? Unmute yourself, man.
So
yeah.
You can't
we're not
just
gonna say
put his
anything?
name and just not say anything. Like,
You're from Belgium, right?
Yeah, I'm from Belgium. Wait.
Speak Belgium, man. What language do you speak in? Yeah.
Yeah, I speak Netherlands.
All right, speak it then.
Right now?
Yeah, right now.
What the fuck? Yo, turn that shit down. It's not funny.
Speak
it right now, man.
Bro, real true green. Stop asking this question, bro. I feel like. What is your problem with me? Tell me right now.
Bro, I just know something.
Bro, you got a problem with me. I don't know why.
You're from Netherlands or from Belgium, man? Decide.
Bro, I'm from Belgium.
Belgium, okay. Speak it then.
I speak Dutch. What? You want me to speak Dutch?
Bro, speak Belgium language.
Ik ben goed hier.
Say it again.
Ik ben goed hier.
What does that mean?
Ich bin gut hier.
Ah, du bist keines Deutsch, ne?
What? Right, real green. You got a problem with me. I feel like you're giving me this weird energy of like you hate me.
I mean, we were just talking until this real true green guy was like,
all right,
speak.
No, what is your problem with me?
It was like
you're trolling, man. Stop trolling, man.
I'm not trolling. I feel like you trolling.
You're trolling, man. You can't even speak Belgish, man. You can't even speak Belgish. You say from Belgium.
M-guy, do you think he's trolling? Be honest.
Nah, I think like we were having a wholesome conversation here until like he was talking. I'm not gonna lie.
He's trolling, man.
Yeah, bro.
Stop.
He's trolling.
But
I'm not trolling.
Real true green. Wait, stop. Real true green. Where are you from?
Yeah, where are you from?
Where do you think I'm from?
I don't know. That's what we're asking.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Germany, man. Germany. Yeah.
Wait.
Interesting.
Do you speak Arabic?
No.
Oh. Sharmuta.
I know what that means, though.
Guys, can we just keep it like family friendly?
Yeah, that's the family show, guys.
It's just like when I'm so angry, like I can't control it. Like my class said once I got angry and I nearly like killed the teacher. So.
Yo, whoa, chill. So can we talk about the Earth?
There's a pizza, right?
Yeah, it's like you gotta imagine a pizza, and like the crust is like a bit taller than the.
How would you get that point of view, though? Did you go to space to see it like that? How do you know it's like that?
Yeah, but like, did you go to space and see it? No, it's.
You guys said there is no space. So what is there?
I don't know what there is. Like, I'm trying to find out though. Like.
So is the Earth in space or not?
Is the Earth in space? I mean, I don't know. Is there a space? Are we even on Earth?
We're on Mars, man.
Yo, hey, I was trying to stop trolling. Stop trolling, man.
Not cool, bro.
What about the water? Do you guys think water curves up or curves down? Like if you have water in like a swimming pool, does it curve down to the middle or does it curve up to the middle or neither?
I don't know, man. That's a difficult
Is
question.
it like a hill or like a valley?
You know,
Or
like in
neither?
Minecraft, like when you place down a bucket of water and like you have it in full and it becomes like an infinite water pool. I think that's what happens with pools. But except for
So it's just stand still. That's what you're trying to say.
like still water.
I'm wondering still, like, is the surface of the water, is it curved down or does it curve up? Like, you know, if you put water on a leaf, and like there's a bubble, it like bubbles up, right? Does the water do that, or is the water like if you put water in like a beaker, you know how to have like a meniscus, it goes down. Is it like that, or is it like the bubble, or is it neither of those?
It goes
I think neither of those.
Nice. It's
Neither of those. So is that true for like swimming pools and ponds and lakes and in the ocean too?
That's a difficult question.
Oh, have you been to a lake or the ocean before?
Nah.
No, I mainly just like sit in my room all day, play Valorant.
Okay. Do you think water behaves differently? Like different bodies of water behave differently? Like a lake will do this, if a swimming pool will do this, if it do this, like something like so.
I don't really drink water.
Okay.
Drink.
I drink still water.
No, I drink more like 7-Up.
I'm gonna drop a link to the singing competition, guys.
That's made out of water, though.
You guys should work on your acting a little. So just work on your acting a little bit. Just you'll be better because the whole screens and the CIA is really bad. And the pizza, by the way, I would recommend that. But yeah, I'm gonna drop a link to the singing competition if you guys want to join and go listen.
You sound a bit worried.
All right.
Worried about what?
I don't know. Your voice just shaky. I study sociology.
I'm just walking the dog outside right now, bro.
The dog?
What kind of dog?
The homie's dog.
Wait, so you're outside?
I got a link. Yeah, bro, the weather's real nice today. But where do you guys come from? Like, how did you get a link to the server?
I was like just scrolling on
my friend,
Google.
He suggested a server, but he was like, it's not really for him. He was like, it might be for me. So just send me the link.
How did y'all come to the conclusion like the Earth is flat, guys? Like, when did y'all like?
I don't know. It's not.
I was just born different.
Well, when I realized the water is also flat, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, still.
Do people like clown on you on like? Some people.
Oh yeah,
like,
but they don't know what it is, bro. They think it's a pizza, and they're like, you believe in pizza Earth? It's like they're all clowning something they don't understand.
Yeah, they like in my school. They're like always, you stupid, bro. You stupid. Yo, the Earth has to be a ball and stuff.
They couldn't defend it if you asked them to.
They just they just don't understand it. Like,
I have like a question that's like off topic a bit.
Yeah.
Do any of you like watch that one person who got viral from the Park to Me
Ew.
podcast?
He belongs to the streets.
Nah, our podcasts are actually very interesting.
Really, don't simp, bro.
You kind
of the no simp zone.
Still water.
Does it know?
All right, so links in the chat for the competition, guys. I'm gonna go listen for a bit.
All right, thank you.
All right. See you.
Also starving. I'm gonna eat. Peace out, boys.
Hello.
It's the foyer. You can't control me out there.
No, it's just kind of funny. Kind of look at a bit out in the sticks. So it's like not somewhere you trip and fall in. It's more like to have. What are you doing here? It's like we're way out in the sticks, dude.
I had a dibble dabble in Gem Pandas thingy. I had a dibble dabble in Earth Awakenings. So cosmology's not on. FED science is kind of a bit flannelly tonight. There's no one in Johnny B server, but there never is. On the level, empty, obsolete, empty. You know, it's gone all quiet, isn't it? Basically, this year, really. I don't know what's going on.
It comes in waves, man. Like high tide and low tide, you know. Like in waves. I was gonna ask, like, who are your people? Like, if you were to go hang out with your people, like, where is that? Is there a certain server where people hang out at, or this is my place?
Yeah, I usually spend most of my time in gems, shouting at the people that you lot get push over there because they're nuts, frankly. Johnny B and Pete Shea, basically. Pete Shea, yeah. Oh yes, Pete Shea. He is a character. He is Pete Shea and Johnny. You have to say it. They're both bulletproof. Right? There ain't nothing in through. There ain't nothing injuring those boys.
That's funny. I don't know the other guy, but so what's the latest fresh for?
It's all got a bit stale, really, isn't it?
Happens. Get a little CPR, revive something.
I've had a few drinks, and I was just having a search around because I'm on a diet I'm on a Discord diet for a week, at least a week next week. Tomorrow because I'm off to China. So.
Wow. Oh. Safe travels. Hope you have a good trip.
Yeah, it'll be all right. It's work, but it'll be factory hotel. Cry on the phone to the wife, and then come home again. It'll be. I've done it. I've done these kind of trips before, and if you're in sales or you're in management, then it's quite pleasant. I'm just an engineering bro. I'll get treated like a worker ant over there. So I'm certainly not logging on and doing this over there. That's just
We got to get your fix before you go. That's can help you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty.
It would be. I mean, I'd like to go and look at some old stuff in Beijing, but I don't think I'll get an opportunity to. There's a bit of a logistics issue anyway, because there's a lot of clear up after the floods. So the company aren't going to. The company, my company and that company have got limited dealing, shall we say, in terms of travel. So it's a bit
restricted.
Rather than it's a little less casual than it would be normally. I'll go and help configure a fab for chip manufacturing, but I don't know how much of it is actually going to be. How much time I'm going to get outside of that. Frankly.
Get to some brass. Pazza, what can we tell people who think that they can curvature airplane? What would you say to someone like
from a conventional airplane, I'd say I would say how did they see it, whole straight line up to the window? Can they confirm the window's curved or straight? Can they, is it an observation of refraction? Is it an observation of reality? It's not conclusive, is it? I don't think there's any conclusive physical observation of curvature from the first person you can have, really.
Yeah, no, I asked because I get the sense that people don't necessarily want to hear folks in this. They're more inclined to hear it from someone on their own team. It's like they need the hand on the shoulder saying, "Listen."
Well, they do hear a lot of conflicting shit in this, don't they? They do hear people say, "Oh, I've definitely seen it," and others say, "No, you definitely can't see it." And then you get like test pilots who take death traps to the edge of space, and they fly there, in in the darkness of the upper atmosphere who say no, I couldn't see it, and then you get other people who say, you know, I was in an airship and I could see it, you know. So it's one of those things. I don't think it's a purposeful discussion. It's a bit like shining lasers at the horizon. It's not purposeful because we all know there's so much variance where you're going to draw your conclusion.
I guess, but no, it is funny because there does seem to be some mix seeing curvature thing. Because if you do go to Google, we just double check this. Pretty sure Google can see about 30,000 feet, which is like, which kind of goes with majority of people. But you've been around the topic for long enough, you understand that this is certain, and not just because it's just they say it's too big, right? So,
if it was there, it would be very nuanced, and I don't think with your naked eye, just looking left and right, scanning across the horizontal of your vision, you would be able to. You'd have to have some optical mechanism, you know, set in a aircraft that is gyroscopic, you know, very balanced. If it was there, it would be nuanced, wouldn't it? You know, even if you concede what they're saying, it's at those kind of heights, it's going to be just there. It's not going to be really there. But then you have to elicit the question, you know, what's the atmosphere doing between me and there? So I don't think it's actual discussions.
Yeah, I agree. It's not something that we typically. It's not evidence for us to. Oh no, you see no curvature from an airplane. Just it's typically like a rebuttal to the. You can see it. Just wanted to.
Yeah, I think the only way you're really going to know is if you go up so high, it becomes a sphere at distance or something at distance. You know.
Well, actually, I think that's where we might differ. I think because you would say go up away, like go higher. We would say come down to the surface. But then you said that you don't think lasers is good enough.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not an expert. I mean, there are loads and loads of people who purport to be experts in land surveying who talk about, you know, the converging verticals and all this sort of thing, the plumb and everything, and use theodolites, and they allegedly compensate for refraction, and they do over great distances see this diversion or conversion of plumb, you know, and this sort of thing, which I've never done, so I can't tell you if it's true or false.
Okay.
But it's a category evidence as far as they're concerned, should we say? If I'm playing devil's advocate.
Well, I mean, this does seem, at least for post 2020, hearing things from like parents, and I think yourself were saying things along the lines of using the horizon as inclusive. But what I find interesting, when I first joined the discussion back in like 2017, all the hullabaloo was about the horizon. From my understanding,
Sure.
Team Globe was basically saying that the horizon, you know, they were making location and yada yada. So once we address and rebuttal that claim, now they're going, oh well, you can't use the horizon.
Well, you can't. Yeah, I mean, optically, it is furry, isn't it?
Though, like, so why would they originally use it as the, and then just turn around and say, well, it's inconclusive? It's like, wait a minute. I think you would always say like, oh well, you can't just squint at the horizon. But dude, what? Why then is the original claim? Why, if it's?
I think conclusive evidence is maybe things like corroborate. They purport that at the two equinoxes, vernal and the spring equinox, the sun is traversing with the GP of the sun, the ongoing sub-solar point, so to speak, the zenith, is running along what we call the tropical Capricorn and Cancer, and how you represent that on any map is entirely up to you. But effectively, they're the northernmost and southernmost limits of the traversal of the sub-solar point. Now, if you go to like any of the almanac derived websites or timeinddate.com, they'll give you a surface velocity of the sublunar point. In other words, they're effectively saying what is the between a location on the Tropic of, say, Capricorn, seeing the instant it sees the sun at zenith, how long before some other place sees it, and therefore they're working out a speed along that line of the subsolar point. And the thing that gets me is that the two solstice, sorry, the two equinox, the speed in which it travels along the both tropics is marked as the same. All these engines. Now, clearly, that doesn't actually work on a flat thing. If you work on the premise that when you see the sun directly ahead, directly above you, anywhere in the world, it is directly above. If you're working on that premise, then that would suggest that the expected radial divergence you'd expect from the flat Earth isn't there, and that would be arguably an evidence that there is a convergence and a divergence either side of the equator, which is more likely to be it's more manageable mathematically on a sphere than it is on a flat surface. I mean, you can also look at the distance between if you look at a sundial, say, set up in London, you look at a sundial set up in Berlin, they will both be pointing northwards, and they will effectively simultaneously using modern communication at the angular divergence between them. You can do that across Australia, for example, as well, if you've got a sundial and two gardens. And that divergence is symmetrical north and south. And you wouldn't expect that if the sun was moving across a planar surface. So there's loads of little bits and pieces like that. Now, clearly, there's an argument as to if you're going to map the world, you're going to have to work out the distance between things. And there's a lot of contention about are the distances east-west across Australia, southern Africa, Africa and Southern America, are they truly representative as they're comported? So arguably you could do physical surveying of places like that. That would be conclusive on with it, I think.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah. But I've not got the aspiration or, frankly, the commitment to do anything meaningful in this sense. So, I wouldn't. There's lots of passionate people either side of this, and you think that ultimately someone will want to do it.
Well, I like to think of it like a football team, American football. There's 11 different positions on the field, so everyone has their own little role to play. So anyway, you brought up something about like maps or something. My understanding is that there is no one true map of the world, regardless of what your position is.
Not flat map, no.
No, I mean, no, I would say for both sides, there's not one true map, many maps. Unless you would say that there is one that is the.
Oh, yeah, there's many different projections, that's true.
So you would agree that there's not just one map that represents all? Or you say there?
Well, if you follow the narrative, a globe will give you you pull a piece of string taut between 2 points if you buy a mathematical, a scientific globe rather than just a mental one, it will be much bigger in size. And if you on that, what I'm told, and I'm not confirming this myself, but if you pick two cities and you pull a piece of string taut across that surface, it will be a great circle. It will be it'll be a diametric plane on the surface. It won't be a short circle. And if you scale all those measurements between, let's say, 10, 12 cities in all directions, they'll comport to the distances we're told of the distances between those cities at scale. But they'll there'll be a degree of error because of the scale. roughly speaking, the proportionality will be there.
Creature, like they call it, like I don't know, like let's just say a vision dot or something. So a sensitive part of the skin that can sense changes in light, right? But it doesn't resolve an image for the creature to see anything. It just says bright light, and he goes, "Oh, I run away," or whatever. And so supposedly these little light sensitive spots on the skin over time developed into
an eyeball,
like the most advanced optic with angular field of view and all these RGB sensors and rods and cones and the ability to formulate images and to flip them upside down and all these advanced optical techniques.
Yeah.
However, we have an angular field of view. Most optics do, but you can create an optic that can resolve an image with a non-angular field of view. So, for example, they have these in manufacturing. So they have these optical scanners that create what essentially looks like a photograph, but all the light comes in collimated. So it takes a near perfect non-perspective image of the object so it can measure it in a sense and then know how it's coming along in the manufacturing process. But the final image looks just like a photograph without perspective.
It looks like an orthographic diagram. That's what they look like.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Can I see this? Do you have?
I can't remember the name of the lens. Are they called confocal lenses or something like that?
It's something like that. It's.
Hold on, I'll try and find it.
We used to post it all the time because back in the day.
Flat?
Yes, it is. So we used to post that all the time.
Have you been outside before?
70%.
I've been outside.
Yeah, have you?
Everybody's been out. Everybody's been outside. I think,
Was it
right?
flat out there or was it curving?
Was it flat? You're right. It was flat. I agree. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Okay. Then there you go. What else do you need to know? Someone muted him anyway. Okay.
Oh man, poor guy. So we used to post these all the time because the Pizzle used to have this globe-proof flat Earth killing argument, which is all the light of the sun comes in parallel. And if I had one of these types of cameras, I could take a photo of the sun and prove that it comes in parallel because I'd have the sun in this orthographic photo. The problem with his claim, which I'm sure everyone in here who's intelligent and quick understands, is that in order to take a picture of the sun with a non-angular field of view, you would have to have a camera equal to the size of the sun.
Yeah, that's right. I remember all that, dude. You reminded me. Yeah, the lens has to be at least the size of the part to take the pic, like in the machine.
Correct.
In the machine scenario, the lens has to be the size of the part.
Yeah. So for Elijah's benefit, the error he was making. So I actually have a lens in my hand right now that I just picked up, which you can't see, but it's approximately 1.5 inches wide, right? So if I had this type of lens and I was looking at something, I could only see an exact immediate representation of 1.5 inches. So I'm looking at my soup can. My soup can's 5 inches tall. So I wouldn't be able to see the whole soup can. I'd only be able to see the top or the bottom. I'd have to choose one or the other. Now, the benefit of actually using angular field of view is that I can have a small lens and I can have a wide field of view. So, for example, I'm looking through the small lens right now, and the soup can is actually smaller in angular size than the width of the lens.
So it's very efficient to get the most amount of visual information of your surrounding environment to have a small lens with a wide field of view, right? So the question I had is, like, why is there no creature that has a non-angular field of view? You'd think there'd be at least one. Because you could imagine an evolutionary process where the creature darts its eye around to scan the environment. And some creatures actually do that even with an angular field of view. They dart their eyes around. For example, that's one of the reasons why chickens move their heads to get stereoscopic vision, because their eyes can't, like, they have a dead zone in the angle, so they have to move their head side to side, and that's what gives them the ability to swing their field of view to create a continuous image. In principle,
is that a joke about them sticking cameras on chickens' heads now to get like that stabilized image?
No, dude, the chicken does it, bro.
Wow.
Auto gimbal.
Yeah. It's, by the way, I found it's a telecentric lens. I posted a diagram.
Yeah, I got rid of my gimbal. When I go snowboarding, I usually just sit a chicken on my helmet, glue his feet to the top, and we're good.
Yeah. So I want to focus again on the error that our friend Lafizzle was making, which is this. He was thinking that he could get one of these lenses, which all the light comes in parallel, and then take a picture of the entire sun, which would require perspective, which requires an angular field of view. So that is literally how confused that kid was. And for some reason, he thought he was going to marry Pumpkin. But I will submit this to the audience.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I know there is.
Well, here's the joke. Pumpkin disappeared. Lapizzle disappeared. Approximately the same time. We've
Did the
never
sun
heard from them
disappear?
again. But maybe they're happily married somewhere.
Maybe, but Pumpkin came back. Pumpkin was she was under a new name. She was running some. Right? Was that Pumpkin? Yeah, that wasn't Pumpkin. Maybe I was just confused.
We're gonna see them on a like the documentary with their heads in the shade, like those old style documentaries. So, how long have you guys been together? 20 years. We have to hide in the shadows because I'm a globe earther and she's a flat earther, and if people hate us.
Who runs the Quranic Truthers Discord? I thought Pumpkin ran that.
No, that is a girl named Pumpkin, but that is a white girl, and Pumpkin is most clearly a black girl.
Oh, I didn't know that at all. Hard to tell there's someone's color over the internet.
Sounds like they didn't make it home before midnight.
Fucking hate that Chinese motherfucker, Elijah. That picture, your profile picture's fake, man. I know you're Chinese. Now I sound like Shekel. Shekel, there's no way he's from frickin' Iraq, man. He's the whitest dude on our server. Have you seen him? Have you seen pictures of Shekel?
I don't think I have.
Dude, he's like if you went into the whitest white town, like Larry Bird would be like, "Damn, you white boy."
Oh snap!
Yeah, he's white, and he looks like a white boy, right? Like if you went to any normal suburban town and saw a kid riding their bike up the street, just some random white kid, that's what Shekel looks like. That's why he always calls me Chinese, because he's mad that he's the whitest Arab in the world. No, there was a little action, little fireworks.
Oh, I got some action for you, brother. If you want some action, you want some? I'll give you some.
Action.
Getting weird.
Yes, it's the kind of it's let's just call it a little in-house critique. How about that? So
critique.
Yeah, so there's this old meme and way of arguing that flat earthers used to have, and some other people that aren't flat earthers. But but it basically is about debunking dinosaurs. And the claim goes like this. Look at dinosaurs, bro. Look at their limbs, and then how in the world did they do it? Therefore, they didn't exist. And then they take these little dinosaur models and they say, look at this. This ain't going to work. This is retarded. But I would submit to you that there's many ways that a organism can mate with its female counterpart or its male counterpart, right? That don't involve traditional methods that we think of today. But even some today actually decry this thing. So, for example, if you take a turtle, right? You look at turtles and you're like, wait a minute, how do they do it? Well, I'll submit to you, if you ever want to be scared and have nightmares, go ahead and look up what a turtle's bazinga looks like, and be warned, it's like straight out of the movie Aliens.
Imagine what a Bronchiosaurus zingo looks like. Gotcha, bitch.
So here's the thing that I was just, now that you bring it up, like dinosaur sex. You know, I've watched animals, you know, do their thing. So if you watch animals, like what do they do? Like from the time the sun comes up to the time the sun comes down, they're just fucking around doing their thing and like. What did a dinosaur like do all day? And like, what did it do? Because they had dinosaur eggs, right? So say I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So what do most reptiles do and lizards do with their eggs, right? They dig a hole in the sand and then they bury them, right? Because they can't incubate them. They don't incubate them like birds. I can't see a dinosaur building a nest and like sitting on a bunch of eggs. But I also can't see it digging a hole in the ground and throwing its eggs in it. So what the hell is going on with that? They didn't give live birth, so how does any of that work? Got a paleontologist in here?
Dude.
You need to hear the lore.
Spoiler.
It's obvious.
It doesn't.
It's obvious. It's called the protostork.
The protostork. It's a family program. It was the protostork.
I'm still waiting for one viable hypothesis from paleontology.
Good luck.
I have a viable hypothesis. You ready? Oh no, I need you to be ready.
I'm ready.
Yes.
It's going to be the sound of the toilet flushing.
Fumbling over the mute button, my bad.
No, hold on. If paleontology, therefore funding.
That's right. That checks out.
Yeah, that does.
If paleontology, therefore globe.
That's wrong.
Well, most so-called science is supported by the public, right? So whatever that science happens to be needs to have some popular appeal. So if you really like, this is for all the wannabe scientists in the chat that want to be wealthy and famous off of their scientific endeavors. You need to popularize it. You need to get out there. You need to write some books, write some fiction, make it imaginative. You know, so that like you really want to get it into schools so that the kids think it's kind of fascinating. I mean, because everybody's fascinated by dragons. So like, you know, let's change that to dinosaurs. And people will demand more research. When the public demands more research, then Congress is going to allocate more money to the universities. And the universities are going to give it out to the people that promote the freaking narrative, right? That sells more books. Right, and it's a big freaking loop of economic churn that has literally no purpose to humanity. Well, think about it. Even if everything they said about dinosaurs is true, what purpose does it serve? What good is it? Oh, now that we know that the dinosaurs were killed by asteroids, we need to find asteroids in space and figure out how to blow them up So now we need even more money because we don't want to die from an asteroid like the dinosaurs. Jesus Christ, dude. Scam. The grift, dude.
You just like hit the nail on the head for real.
And now imagine that NASA is nothing more than the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex.
That's a good description.
All I'm thinking about is what I
They-
can dig up and it's going to hit us from space.
Are you telling me they weren't wiped out by disease?
Yeah,
Oh.
the Europeans came.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dinosaurs.
Oh no, brother. Hold on, man. You're mistaken. That is hemorrhoids, not asteroids.
Right.
See, the dinosaurs died because they didn't have, you know, the thing to stab into them. And if they had dinosaur doctors, they'd still all be here.
Yeah, I know why the dinosaurs all died out. It's because they didn't trust the science.
They didn't have a Tyrannosaurus Rex Fauci. Fucking poor dinosaurs. They're missing out, man.
It probably is that they didn't do enough deworming. They probably died of parasites. All of them.
You never fail, Jimsy.
Dude, like, listen, there's a lot of parasites in reptiles, man. They're nasty things.
If Fauci was a dinosaur, wouldn't he be the one with like the neck that pops out like an umbrella that spit the shit in the fat guy's face in Jurassic Park? You and lies. Are there any artists in here that could draw that for me?
Probably. You could just have an AI do it for you. But also, that old show, Dinosaurs, man, that was one of the best shows.
Not the mama?
Yeah, not the mama.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one of the worst shows, Dinosaur Train. That what a horrible, like, bad CGI, bad writing. Everything was horrible. Maybe you guys like. It's a kid show that was on PBS. It's just
I had to
so
watch that
horrible.
with my son as well. They mixed up all their Cretaceous and things like that. Mixed them all up into one. Those things are just made up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just from a cinematic viewpoint, the thing was just horrible. The writing, the voice acting, the graphics, story. Like, no story even made sense or had a moral to it. It's dumb.
Jurassic, Triassic, Cretaceous.
Ugh, don't do it. They'd sing that shit, right? They'd sing it on the train.
Well, your
They
girl
literally-
started out singing the "I Love You, You Love Me" Barney tune, and now I'm singing "Lovesick Blues." So
Close enough. How many kids do you think watch Dinosaur Train and eventually become paleontologists because they were into?
I kind of wonder if I became a flat earther because I was so influenced by Star Trek. Seriously. I was such a nerd, just still am a space nerd. I mean, look at what video games I play.
Yeah, the first movie I ever saw was Star Wars. Original Star Wars. I was like 5 years old. That was the very first movie I ever saw. And like back then, like, so we're talking about the late 70s. So back then there was a lot of space stuff. So there was the 600-Hour Man. There was Apollo freaking propaganda everywhere on TV. There
Lost in
was
Space.
Space 1999, Battlestar Galactica, fucking. I mean, I guess they had time travel too, like Land of the Lost, but that's
Buck
like
Rogers.
dinosaurs. Yeah, Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, like in all the movies too. So it's like.
Black Hole.
Black Hole, dude, with the freaking crazy robot, remember? Like the
Right,
red
the
robot.
R2D2 ripoff. Yeah.
Yeah, the R2D2 rip-off. Dude, they made toys of that shit. I used to think that they were so cool. Like, remember they had like the busted one? The one that got all damaged and stuff?
Yo, what's up?
Like, you could buy that as a toy, and it had like a broken leg on it. Like a broken, whatever that thing was.
I wish I had that. That would have been cool.
He left. Left. All right. Globe is the claim, man. Nobody wants to argue for the globe tonight. They're just hanging out over there. Chilling out, talking to each other. I haven't
Bro,
joined
you
this.
messed up the instructions, dude.
Crazy.
You're supposed to tell the AI to make me a picture of Fauci that looks like a dinosaur, not how do dinosaurs make.
I gotta see what you're talking about.
I can't see what you guys are talking about. You guys are all over there. I'm holding down the big fort, man.
That's weird.
I'm holding down the small fort now at this point.
You know,
Damn.
so occasionally when I walk around, you know,
Up at that.
some of the city, I see lots of people all the time. Occasionally, you know, I see like, you know, maybe once or twice a week, I'll see somebody wearing a NASA t-shirt, and never once have those people been in physically good shape, been buff, looked like they had anything going on, clean, combed hair. They always look like the most disheveled Cheeto munchers that you'll ever see.
Cheeto munchers. There you go. Hilarious. I love that. That's awesome.
We'd go
I
pay
wish I
money to buy a
could talk
NASA
to him
t-shirt.
there. Can't get on the server, man. Need help. Need some help.
Dumb people trying to look smart.
Bingo.
Look how smart I am. Like, there's all
And that's
these
a
like
shirt.
scientists, and there's like these astrobiologists.
I actually seen a dude with a NASA jacket, so it was like dude, the jacket probably cost like $200. Like, there's something wrong
Patches
with
and
you.
shit on.
And like I said, they didn't look like they had their shit together. So it's not like they're rich and they're just like, I'm at the NASA place. I'm just gonna buy a t-shirt. I'm a millionaire anyway, right? They don't look like that. They look like every last penny they had went into buying whatever NASA gear they're wearing.
That's funny, Indio. I took a photo of a guy in a 7-Eleven about a month ago and posted it on 24/7. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, did he look like what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the bomber jacket. Yeah.
Bomber jacket. Wow. That's wicked.
Man, that's somebody that goes out of their way.
Even
Yeah,
Flashy's
exactly.
over there.
No, that's like
Everybody's
that's
over
like you're such a
Everybody's
nutcase,
over
right?
there, man.
Like
Guys are
your
killing it.
girlfriend, if you have one, the one you pay, or like, or your mom or something buys that for you, or
Ah, shit, man.
they buy that for you for like Christmas, because you can't afford to buy it yourself. I mean, buying $250 for a NASA jacket.
You know, a lot of people that I see wearing NASA where I live here in Alabama are not chunky,
You're
slobbering
near the
looking.
Huntsville stuff. Isn't there like a rocket thing there or something?
Yeah. I just posted it in the I just posted the photo I took of this guy. I just snuck a photo in. I was standing right next to him.
Oh my god, dude! You know how much that cost? He might have put the patch on himself. What a wannabe! Oh, why are you wearing that?
He was
I'm gonna
waiting
be
in
an
line
astronaut someday.
for
I'm going to
$1 coffee.
space. He thinks he's going to space, man. I guarantee it. This
Look
guy's
what
trying to
the-
be an astronaut.
You got the
Look
flag
what the
on there and
tag
everything.
says on the side. Remove before light or something. That red tag.
Wow,
Like a
that's
ripped
the Air.
cord or
That's
something.
the Air Force insignia too, like right at the beginning.
Yeah, well, he's got an American flag on his shoulder. You're in Australia. Like, what?
Yeah.
So think about it being in Alabama. People having NASA T-shirts in Alabama because you guys have like a tourist center there. I remember,
Yeah, we
like,
do.
yeah,
Yeah.
when I lived in Georgia when I was a kid, they did a couple
Fucking tell
field
those
trips there.
Mongols
I
to get
didn't
over
go.
here, man.
I don't know why I didn't go. It's kind of
Duh.
weird.
It's
They
like
could
the
come over
space
here, man. That'd be great. I'm not
Space
going
and
over there.
Aeronautics like center or something like that.
Yeah, they take all the kids there to brainwash them. But I never went there, which is
I wanna
kind of
go over
weird
there.
because because our whole class went twice, if I remember right. But you know, there's got to be like tons of T-shirts that say NASA on it in Alabama that come out of that place, right?
Yeah, but there's also NASA T-shirts at Walmart. I mean,
Oh yeah, that's right. But I'm just saying, you know, extra. They're like, oh, these are all our old ones
the
from last year.
T-shirts
Let's
at
just give these
Walmart.
away and throw them, like we'll bring them to the Salvation Army or something, right? Down the street, and then they'll circulate through the whole state. People are like, oh, that's cool. Oh, my boyfriend's got a NASA T-shirt. Like when I leave him, I'm gonna steal it, and then they just fucking end up everywhere.
well, a lot of the times I get clothes from like my close friends. Like when they want to get rid of their clothes, they ask all of us if we want to, look through them, thumb through the clothes, and pick what we want out or whatever. Or sometimes they'll just give us a bag of clothes and be like, "Here, if you don't want the rest, just send it to Goodwill or whatever." And one of my friends gave me such bag of clothes, and it had a NASA T-shirt in it, and I didn't do anything but throw that bitch away in the garbage.
You know, people do that same thing here with the clothes. And here, when people do it, they're not actually trying to help you. They're just trying to avoid having to take care of it themselves, and they're trying to get you to do it. Oh yeah, here, just look through these clothes. Take them to the Salvation Army if you don't want them. No, dude, you take them to the Salvation Army because whenever the clothes that they give you are shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, also my friend that did that gave me that bag of clothes, she's always talking about how she'll never wear the same thing twice or
Oh, one of those,
more
yeah.
than twice. Yeah, I'm like, are you kidding me? I wear the same thing like all week. Like I rotate the same things every week.
Especially here, there was a place called I don't know if it got shut down because of COVID. That shit was business room. Something like the clothing warehouse, and they sell clothing by the pound. So it's like a Salvation Army, right? So you can go there, you can sell your clothes, you can buy clothes. But they also have like the clothes that don't sell. They like throw it into a big fucking pile in this middle of the huge room, and you pay for it by the pound. So you bought and this is a college area. So like when they move out and they go back to California, wherever they're from, they just throw everything they freaking owned onto the fucking street. They're only bringing a suitcase, and so there's just like junk everywhere. Whenever the college ends or the semester changes, or it's constantly like this. So like clothes, clothes is the one thing they're not running out around here.
I don't know. If we went to war with China, I think we'd run out of underwear and socks real fast.
You know what's
Cambridge,
funny
we
is,
got piles of them.
those the NASA shirt that my friend had put in that bag of clothes. It's one of those shirts that you could easily tear. It's really thin.
Yeah, all the new all the new clothes, like I guess like on eBay, like people sell like vintage 80s t-shirts just because they're in better they're better made, right? They're thicker cloth. It's not like t-shirts now, man. You could like take one hand and just rip them off your body. The stitching's cheap, the freaking cloth is cheap, everything's cheap. It's like
Yeah.
almost like single-use clothing.
Yeah, this t-shirt, a strip of Scotch tape could have messed up the threading. I mean, it was so thin.
Oh wow. Yeah, they don't make them like they used, they say. But I heard about 5 years ago that there was some trend going around that like people, because of the cheap quality of the clothing, the inferior quality, that people were trying to like go to Salvation Armies, Goodwills, eBay, Craigslist, looking for t-shirts, especially like t-shirts and blue jeans that were made like in the late 90s or early 90s, 80s, even the 70s, because the quality of them was so much better. Back when we used to have textile mills in America before we sent them all over to, the East, Africa, and wherever we sent.
Everything is just meant to make more money than you spend creating whatever you're selling. And to a degree that they would make paper thin clothes and sell them and be able to make them trendy. Trends don't happen organically.
Fast fashion.
Well,
Just like
I mean,
a lot of things that people think doesn't happen organically.
it's like you brought what you just brought up. Like, companies don't want a secondhand market because then people don't buy the new thing, right? So if you make it so the thing gets destroyed from use, then they have to buy a new T-shirt that you can sell them, and somebody at a lower level can't sell a used T-shirt for half the price, right? Because that's a sale that you're not going to get as the T-shirt company. If I sell one person a T-shirt, right, and when they don't want that T-shirt no more, they just sell it to somebody for half the price. Now, I can sell that person that T-shirt, but the second person that needed a T-shirt, they're not buying a new T-shirt. So I didn't. Instead of selling 2 T-shirts, I sold 1. So they don't like that. So have you heard this before? Did you know that car seats expire?
Yep.
Yes.
Baby car seats.
Yep.
Now listen to this. It's actually not a law that car seats expire.
Right.
They tried to pass it as a law, but the Federal Trade Commission said that that's a bunch of bullshit. They don't expire. They're not food, right? But their argument was the plastic gets weak from being in the sun, and the babies weren't risked, even though there was no evidence for any of that shit. They just claimed it, and they did this to eliminate a secondhand market. So if the car seat expires after 3 years, then you can't resell it to somebody else, right? Because now you have an expired car seat, and you typically, new mothers are very paranoid, and nobody's going to go look into whether this expired car seat thing is bullshit or not. So they're just going to say, well, this car seat's expired. I don't want to buy that one. I'll just buy this one, or I'll buy a new one, right? They'll buy a used one from somebody else, and they'll buy a new one. They did this to eliminate the secondhand car seat market because people were just, a car seat would last forever. You could sell the same car seat. 20 people, 30 people could use the same car seat, right?
Yeah.
Your baby's not an infant forever, right? It's an infant for 2 years. You give it to somebody else, or not an infant, right? But like your kid's in a car seat for 18 months, then it's in a booster seat or something, right? At 2 years, they're in a booster seat. Is it 4 years?
Well, it's for
it goes by weight. It goes by weight or something now, right? Yeah.
I bought okay, we had a car seat that we bought initially for my baby when he was first born, you know. That the bottom of it like would hook into the seat and you would just snap and then the car seat into that. That's the first one that I had, and the second one we didn't care about like expiration or anything like that. We cared more about a car seat that would, you know, expand and grow with my son growing.
Yeah.
That he could,
Adjustable, right?
yeah, adjustable to his differing height over time.
Same thing with motorcycle helmets; they expire too. And I was always like, you know, all I need the motorcycle helmet to do is, you know, that 6-foot drop.
Yeah, hard
know?
hats also. Hard hats expire apparently.
The question is there any justification for this?
No.
Like,
no.
I can see maybe like a 20-year expiration date. I don't know. I just don't know if there's any justification. For a hard hat, I could probably see that because of the condition you're using it in. You are constantly exposed to elements, and the plastic is relatively thin, and it has an inner webbing, and that webbing has attachment points which could get worn or fucked up. So that I could see. Motorcycle helmet, I don't know about that. But a car seat, definitely not. There's a fucking baby sitting in it. Like, dude, what nothing happened to that thing. The only thing that's gonna happen to that car seat is gonna get thrown up in and shit in. That's it.
So true. Oh my gosh, so true. You just have to wash all of the fabric and wipe everything down.
Dude, my oldest son, man, whenever we took him somewhere in the freaking car, man, he'd be fine the entire time to we're about a block away from the house, and then he'd throw up everywhere. It's fucking pissed me off, dude. It's like, we made it in like a 6-hour trip. He didn't throw up.
Yeah, but my son's the opposite though. It would be just right like right after we left, he would.
Oh God!
Nothing we could do about it.
She had to suffer for 8 hours.
Yes. Actually, it was 15 hours.
Wow.
Because we drove to Miami from where I live.
I would have turned around. I would have like, I'll take the extra 45 minutes an hour, man. I'll just turn around, man.
Man, it really it was messed up, man.
Especially depending on what they eat at that age. Like if they're really young, if they're like on formula
He was
like curd.
he was on he was kind of on formula. I had to quit breastfeeding because I broke my back, sternum, and rib in a car accident 8 months after I had him. So I had to quit breastfeeding after 8 months. So yeah, he was on formula after that.
I mean, a lot of people, they'll supplement breastfeeding, so they're like, you know, like they'll wean them. Like people, I don't say a lot. My experience is breastfeed for like 12 months and then start weaning off because you're not actually even producing enough fucking breast milk to feed the kid. You know what I mean? Because kids get freaking hungry, man. A lot of women can't even produce enough breast milk. Like as they get older, right, and they weigh more and they have to consume more. A lot of women can't produce enough breast milk to keep up with the kid's appetite. So
yeah, I didn't have that problem.
Yeah, I'm just saying sometimes that happens. Some women can't even create breast milk. Quite honestly, some women have just problems with it.
I didn't have any problems. It was nice. It was a blessing, honestly. I hated that we had to stop.
Yeah, I mean, well, what I was getting to is depending on what if the kid's on breast milk and throws up, that's not so bad. But formula curdles fast. Once the kid throws it up, it's gonna start smelling like a freaking cheese factory in there in like 45 minutes. Especially in Alabama with the heat, man. Oh my God, you must have been dying.
Yeah, and it wasn't. It was like nearing the end of summer, but once we got to Florida, that didn't matter because it was just really hot in Florida. Especially Miami. But I thought the weather out there was just wonderful. Yeah. But yeah, it was a nightmare because as soon as we got to our Airbnb, I mean, we were very fortunate that they had a washer and dryer there, so we were able to wash it and dry everything in the car seat and wipe it down. But we had to drive that way with, yeah, the smell of that in the car. It was awful. But we had brought towels, stuff, so we just lined everything down with towels and tried to clean it up as best as we could.
You can do. All you can
Because
do.
we were far enough away from home
That's
that
it.
we
Helio, get
couldn't
your
go
ass in here,
back,
man.
but we
Where you at,
also,
Helio?
if we,
Helio,
man, it
Helio,
would have been
Helio.
like a 2-hour setback
You
had
at?
we gone back.
Somebody
Yeah.
barking it
I mean,
over
it
here, man.
depends on how bad it is, right?
Yeah. It was bad.
It depends on when it clean. I can't believe I'm talking about this. Depends on the car seat, right? If it's an upright car seat, like not one that lays back, and they throw up, and the throw up gets into the crack, and it goes like down into where the car seat connects to everything, like in the belt, and like all the freaking grooves and cracks, and it's like stuck in there. You're just fucked. You're just you're just screwed because you can't get that out, dude. You literally have to take the whole car seat apart and like hose it off.
Yep, that's what we had to do. We had to wash the lining, and we didn't hose it off, but I had to wipe it down really good in the grooves and like.
Yeah, it's like pain, man. It's like not made to be cleaned. Like, because you know how the buckle, like the seatbelt, will come into the car seat and go underneath the in some of them, so it'll go underneath the cushion, the padding, like where that opening is. The vomit like gets in there, then it's all under in between the freaking seatbelt and the freaking car seat, and freaking goes in the cracks of the car. Then it's in like where the seatbelt attachment attaches to the freaking car. It's just God. Yeah, I'm honestly horrified because that shit hasn't happened to me in like 20 years. Still
Well,
horrifying.
it was a while back now, so I've gotten over the trauma. It's all good now.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm still there. I need to see a therapist.
Yeah, I'm over the trauma of childbirth, and I had complications and everything, so.
Gemsy said, "Go to the car wash." Yeah, you probably go to like you probably just roll down the windows, go to the automated car wash, leave the kid in the seat, you clean the seat, the kid, yourself, and the inside of the car all at the same time.
Once a week.
Well, parenthood, it's a treat, huh? It really is.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the payoff, man.
I get it every day, man. My son makes me laugh. He's so funny.
Yeah, there's like, yeah, I guess there's. I mean, we'll see.
You're
I'm not.
looking for some larger return income.
I don't know. Yeah, man. Come on. I mean, when like you have one child.
Yeah, I've bore one child.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, my husband has a little girl, and
Oh,
I
okay.
love her like she's
I
mine.
thought you were talking about your husband.
Well, it's not too far off, but no. No, he has a little girl that she was 2 when he and I, kind of met and got together. So
How old is she now?
she's 9.
Got a couple more years left till the sass comes.
She's already got the sass. She seems a lot. I mean,
No, I mean the sass that can actually get her in trouble.
She
You know what I
already
mean?
does that. Yes, I'm telling you, she already does that. I don't necessarily want to like give too much away, but her mother lets her have a TikTok, and I'm totally against it because I don't even have a TikTok. I mean, come on. But she,
Why?
you know that Ford commercial? I don't know.
She got a cell. Does she own a cell phone?
I don't know if she has one. I don't know if she has one at home, actually. She has like other devices that she can get on there with, though.
Yeah.
Like an iPad, I guess. She doesn't have one here, especially now.
No,
But
TikTok
she
terms
got
of
on
service
there.
are 14. Not to cut you off, but it's 14, not 9. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I agree, but I can't. It's not really something that I can just be like, no, you can't do that, because she's got a whole ass other, her mother can raise her how she sees fit. I mean, we do our best. She's really good when she's here, but there was one thing that she did on that stinking TikTok.
Oh, so he don't have primary custody? She does?
Yeah, but I mean,
okay.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes. But we had her, and she did this TikTok of that Ford commercial of what it's got some really nasty things in there. It's got the F word, and she just lipped the F word with the Ford commercial, like layover or audio over. What is it called? I don't know. I'm not very good at this, or even describing.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though, right? They just lip sync, basically, right?
Yeah, but it was like a talking
voiceover or
a
something.
voiceover. That's it. She flipped the whole voiceover, and it had some really a really bad line, and posted that on her TikTok. Man, let me tell you, that was the quickest way that she will not ever be able to get on any device here while she's here with us now because of that. But I get her dad let her do it. My husband, he let her do it because she's able to do it while she's at home with her mom. And I was just like, I don't like it. I think that she should, but there's nothing really I can do. Now we can. She really messed up. But anyways, I don't think that 9-year-old
Yeah,
should.
yeah, she's gonna. I don't have any girls, so it's hard for me to evaluate raising a girl. So, because I haven't done it, raising a few boys, so it's a different problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't think. I don't think melting is so bad per se. I mean, it could become that. I don't think once is not a trend, as they say. But like, it's testing in a way. She's trying to see what y'all are tolerate.
Well, that wasn't one of the things we tolerate.
Well, that's good then. Yeah, then that's good then. They look like girls mature faster than boys, so boys don't really look for their boundaries until they're like in 11 or 12. I think girls start looking at for the boundaries, right? What they can get away with at a much younger age. You know what I mean? The kind of like fuckery they can get along with. Yo,
Flat Earth Professor Dude asked me to ask you guys if you could come back to the server.
Yeah, why are we hanging out here in this ghetto?
Why the hell are you guys hanging out over there? Exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, like
pause the bot. Hold on, man. Let me pause the bot. Fuck.
Dude, India left so fast when I said something.
Hey, man. Where are these Mongols? They're all over there. You sound like you're over here. I'm talking to you guys. You guys can't hear me. It was a wicked situation. Anyway, I gotta figure.
That's weird, man. You must have been freaking out. Like, did I drop that acid? Did I?
Dude.
I don't remember. Like, I hear these voices, but they're not here.
India, you left in the middle of saying the word ghetto. It was so funny.
No,
you didn't even finish the word.
I mean, I didn't. But you guys just sounded like you were here because.
Flat Earth Hour.
Please call in, Globers, with your best arguments.
There was no Globers at all. Anyway, let me pause the bot here. Hang on.
I took care of it. I got it.
All right. I was just playing you guys over there on here, and it was just, filling the airspace, basically. And,
Yeah, there's no Globers over there anyway.
And there was no Globers over there, and I'm like, why don't you guys just come over here, man? Because you guys are just hanging out like we normally hang out over here when there's no Globers, right?
Yeah,
But that place is bumping, man. I kind of wanted to debrief slightly about that place because I'm having a problem joining. But I'll probably figure it out. So I gave my phone number, and then they want a password, and I'm like, what password? I don't know. Was it my Discord password? I'm not giving that out to just anybody, but I was a little...
Yeah, it's not to their server. It's Discord that's basically verifying that phone number to your account, and they just have it checked so that unless you have that verification, you can't go through. But there are some workaways around that.
I forgot my password.
I know Karma
my problem,
was prompted for verification, but she just kept closing the program, and eventually it just worked. Heretic and Spake have some way to help people get past it somehow as well.
Yeah, I don't remember doing that quite when I joined Disc, but I've been on the politics server for a long time. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, they probably had a different protocol back then. Now it's different. It's a different setup. They probably a little more. So anyway, kind of a debrief on that server, man. I've been listening for about a week.
Well, dude, it's
as long as you talk to Heretic or Spake, you should be able to get them to bypass you past that verification.
Spake, man, I got them in my DMs. I can Heretic as well. I can do that. All right, I'll get it figured out this week, but I'll get over there. But dude, there's been no room for me to talk over there anyway. I don't see the point of joining. You guys have been just killing it, so I'm like, all right. I've been listening. Thanks, TOS UK, man. TOS.
It's really it's really nice to have some. I mean, sometimes it's a headache, but having like a fresh new set of Globers to talk to, like they definitely revert to the arguments that are so remedial, but it's a little different over there. It's kind of
been
nice.
a hell of a couple weeks, man. I'll tell you that. Listening to the there's some high level, guys with degrees coming in there. AI, Indio, you guys know as well as anybody. You guys have talked to them.
Yeah, I just like keeping myself sharp, but I feel like I get dumber sometimes when I go over there and I listen to some folks. So I will just, I have to leave sometimes. Like, I'm just like, guys, I gotta go. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I was writing in the chat and on YouTube, man, a couple of times. I'm like, dude, this feels like 2017 all over again. It just like, what? Really? You brought up that? You got to be kidding me. Really? Gravity. You gonna bring it up? Well, yeah.
In a sense, I think the anti-flat earthers have spoiled us a little bit.
Yeah. That's it's been a great listen to you guys, man. I don't know if I can just kiss your asses a little bit, but it really is. Drace, Indio, even you, Flatsy, you've been in there.
Yeah, I've chimed in a couple of times, but I don't ever see like a grand opportunity unless I do see a grand opportunity. I don't see a lot of them to come into the like voice, so I just stay in chat most of the time. So
no, it's been great. Jedi's been over there crushing it. It's a fascinating listen, man. It makes my day go by so fast hearing you guys talk to these high level people, man. I mean, I'll call them high level or whatever, man. The high educated people, man, in physics and science and engineering. And you guys have ran into a few guys, man. But they're just not going to ever let go of their position, man. You guys know that. It's rare. Might get
It is
one out
rare. You
of
you
100.
see how you see honestly leaving and going somewhere like that,
Mhm.
uh, because people don't necessarily go out of their way to come here.
Right.
So having a little corner over there,
Fantastic, man. It's
yeah,
gonna.
they come in there way more often. Like
Well,
we're
I
usually
mean,
full up over there.
so the way I watched it go down, man, is I don't know, Spake and a few other people kind of started going in there and heating it up. But we got our own room in there, and apparently our own channel in there is climbing to like number 1 on their Discord, which they have a lot of subscribers, which is, so. Yeah, it's been a lot of traffic over there. Thank you guys for holding it down, by the way.
The
Yeah.
only problem I have is how many flat earthers will concede to refraction, like atmospheric refraction. If you're gonna do it right. Like go to that terrestrial refraction and address every single little step and debunk every one of them. But yeah, that's the only problem I seem to have lately. So many people toss around that word. You believe this. You believe that. Gosh.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that. Been a whole lot of that. I really enjoyed your guys' conversation about the baby throw up in the back seat, and really great. And I did not know that hard hats expired, and I didn't know that baby seats, they really don't expire, but they kind of pretend they do. Yeah, that was good. That was a great conversation. I didn't know. I'm glad I got up today and learned something new. Fantastic. Yeah, you got to detail the claim every time. Their claim, of course.
Yeah, because I'm in the chat and I'm like, no, refraction requires two media via Snell's law. And I'm always trying to like put that in there, but I'm not chiming up in chat or in the voice text because there's so many people in there and they're talking. So I don't want to add to the chaos.
That's it. Drace is dead, and you're right. You're dead on, Flatsy. I'm gonna back Drace up, man. Is that everybody should have to start with their detailed claim, man. You just gotta detail your claim, bro. What do you got? Outer space? Okay. I need some details about your outer space. What do you got?
Yeah, it's like they say refraction. You say, okay, what type of refraction? What are you talking about? Well, refraction.
Gravity? Are
Well,
you talking
there are
about?
many different things we could be talking about here. Are you talking about Snell's law? And they're like, yeah. And then you got him.
Then you got him.
Yeah, it's like time traveling, man, and arguing with the flat Earth YouTubers from 2017 and 2018.
That's what I was thinking. The same thing too.
Because that's what they do. They Google and YouTube all the stuff that we used to debate, 5 years ago, and they come in with that, and they're like, "Yeah, I gotcha."
It's so fun to listen to, man. It never gets old for me. I don't know about you guys. I know you guys are usually out there swinging the swords but
well, we tried to. Today was like the classic. I don't know if I'll ever get over this. We had a guy try to defend why the stars look different than terrestrial observations. He said it was because of evolution.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And then he made up a whole story on the fly about why that was.
The stories on the fly, man. That could be a whole, series right there, man. Stories on the fly, man. People make up shit. It's just so they have no idea what they're even talking about. Fun.
We didn't
Fun
need to
listen
involve to know how far the stars were away because we were down here. We had to worry about hunting and getting eaten by animals. And so we evolved eyes so we could tell how far something was away here, and we didn't need to do that for the sky. I should have brought up pterodactyls or something.
Yeah, how they mate. Yeah, that'd be great.
Should I? Well, you got to watch out for pterodactyls, right? Yeah. How far away is that pterodactyl?
How far away is the pterodactyl?
I don't know, Grog. I haven't evolved eyes to tell how far away the pterodactyl is.
That's really good, man.
Good point.
I actually, I'm not. I don't even think it was funny. It was something we could use right there.
Yeah,
How far
it's
is the
recorded,
pterodactyl
man.
away from me? Yeah, make it interesting anyway. Those guys, man. What do you mean by where the sky meets the ground? Is that where the refraction would occur? Just it's on and on, man. With these guys, they really.
So we had a guy. It was like 2 days ago, and he's in there, and he's trying to convince us that the horizon is not. It can be both things. It can be a geometric and optical, and because you can't tell, it's not a good thing to determine what the Earth is, like globe or flat. Like we should just be ignoring the horizon. And then he starts talking about the radius, and he was like, I posted the video 4 times of measuring the radius. And I go, well, I wasn't here then, so like post it again so I can see it. He does, and then the video uses the horizon to measure the radius. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You spent 45 minutes trying to convince us the horizon don't matter, and that's your evidence.
Even today it was like, dude was trying to do the sticks and shadows. And, it's better to just dig a hole. Like, what? Yeah, you just dig the hole and you can measure the angle of the shadows, man. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, well. Is it 2 wells? Is it 3 wells? Is it 2 sticks in a well? Is it a stick in a well and a stick? Like, how did they do it? They can't even decide on what was done.
What are they using to make the well straight? Like a plumb line that's curved?
Yeah, the wavy plumb line, wavy plumb lines. That's what I heard today, man. That was an hour of conversation. A wavy plumb line. Really? With Lou? Thank you, Lou. Lunatic. Yeah.
Wasn't somebody arguing the other day that was some made-up flat earther bullshit about the curved plumb lines? I think it was Heretic.
That was no.
It wasn't the globe model. It was actually flat earther bullcrap. And that the globe model doesn't actually say that. Like, and they were posting, I guess, all the geodetic surveying stuff that says plumb lines curved, and he was just like, nope, no.
Yeah, I was there posting stuff showing curved plumb lines.
Because that claim, even they know it's ridiculous, right? That's like well, you can't be 2 different angles because you'd see, but you'd see the same thing. Like, yeah, we know it don't work. And everybody in TUI knows if I take a string and I put a weight on it, that string is pointing straight down. It's not a curved string, dude.
Ain't no curving nothing. The only thing that's curved, man, is the actual bob on the end of the string.
Yeah, that's it. Like, how'd they build the Burj Khalifa with a curved plumb line?
Oh man. So yeah, we're still in the waters. We're still, fending off a couple of piranhas here and there, but they're not like great white sharks or something gonna come eat us up. Hey,
no, I mean it's.
I got all the math and physics in the world, and you guys don't believe in math and physics, so you guys are dumb.
Yeah, you think math is fake.
Math is fake.
That's their own standby. If they tell a story and you're like, what's the evidence? Like, what do you think the story's fake?
Well, I heard this twice this week already. It's only Monday. Neptune was discovered because of math. Okay? Didn't you know that?
Yes. Yes.
I'm like, what? No, get out of here. Get out. I'm like, where is the... And they believe it, but there's no evidence for such a fucking shit show story, man. No way. No evidence for... Of course Neptune has to be there. If it's not there, then then our math's all fucked up.
No, they discovered it because the math was wrong. That's literally what happened. The math was wrong. It wasn't working because they're making an observation and they're doing the math and they're like, holy shit, that don't work.
Right. Doesn't work.
So there must be something else going on. So then they're like, okay, something else is going on. Let's look here. And they kept looking and they kept looking and they kept looking till eventually they saw another dot in the sky that was moving around. And they were like, look, we found another dot that was moving around.
It's so true, man. That's how they did it. It's exactly how they did it. But
and then the French and the English fought over who found the dot, right? I found the dot first. No, we found the dot first. We're the French. Hell with you. We're the English. We take credit for everything over here.
Yeah. Well, we did it. We're here. No, man, isn't that hilarious? We can laugh about it now, man.
And then the French are like, well, screw you. We'll just invent a meter.
Right. I like the metric, man. I like metric. Yeah.
Well, the metric comes from the radius of the Earth.
There you go. That's why I love it.
So it's a subdivision of meters, and then it was first the unit was made to correspond to their claimed radius at the equator, and then they switched it to how far light travels in, what is it, 1/299th of a second. So now the meter and the speed of light are intrinsically fixed to each other. So the meter is how far light travels in a certain time. And then light, its speed, how far it travels, is measured in meters. So it's a big circle jerk.
I'm surprised some ideology hasn't attacked the fact that our metric system is called the imperial metric system.
Yeah. We're the imperial metric system. But the French were like, screw you, England. We're not using your imperial system. We're going to invent the metric system. We're going to force it on the world.
I like millimeters. Really do. If I measure something, I'm like, how many millimeters is it? 1,242 and a half. Okay, perfect. Click. Whatever it is.
Well, that's what
works,
you use.
man. It just works when I measure shit.
Yeah, that was about to say. I bet it's useful for your line of work.
I mean, instruments are all built with millimeters. They're not. Yep. They do call it a 24.5-inch neck or a 25-inch neck or 26-inch neck.
Well, that's because you can't use feet and inches using the decimal system. It don't work. That's why, like, millimeters, meters, centimeters. That's why you can use decimals. But like, if you use inches, you're using half, quarter, eighth, 16th, 32nd.
Right. 64th. Yeah. It gets really confusing fast, man. I hate it because I know that half 150 millimeters is 75. What's the half of 3 and 15 16ths?
Yeah.
What's half of that?
15 16ths.
What's half of that? Yeah.
In millimeters?
Yeah, exactly. It's just, it gets ridiculous. I'm like, why do I have to fucking figure out the decimal point and all this shit? No. Millimeters rule when it comes to like building shit. I mean, centimeters, meters. Yeah, I think it's a better system, but.
Well, my husband, he can do fractions in his head like really fast. So when he's reaching for tools or having to find the center point where between two bolts or something like that, he's able to do it really fast. But he would be able to do it with decimals also. So I think just due to the styles of the metrics of the tools that he uses for his. Right now he's at a steel mill, but he does millwright work. So
yeah, that's all like half-inch, quarter-inch.
He has to use like some serious small metrics for all of that stuff. It's like all finely tuned. Everything has to be perfect set up. He has to have like a ton of skills to be able to do the work. So not even just the tools, but it's funny because he tells me how he'll be able to calculate everything in his head really fast, where people are getting out their calculators and he already has the answer before they can do it on their phones.
That's why you married him. I know it.
Oh yeah, he's smart as a whip, man. Or yeah.
So are you, by the way.
I appreciate that.
I mean, you guys together.
Yeah, I can confirm.
Yeah.
So, when you use like the fractions, for like a significant period of time, you can do them in your head. 'Cause it's kind of like memorizing a multiplication table.
Yeah.
You can memorize like if I add 3/16 to 5/32, what's that back into sixteenths? Like you just do it so many times, it's just memorized. So you're not even actually doing like the addition of subtraction part, like formally.
Yeah, and a lot of the
If he had to
times
show his work, he couldn't do it. Let's put it that way. If they were like, okay, he says, okay, it's this long, and they're like, show your work. He was like,
show your work.
Well, he'll tell me how he works it out in his head. A lot of the times you have to make the denominator the same, so he'll have to just do that, and then you only have to add or subtract the numerator.
Yeah.
Dude, I forgot all that shit. I just put that shit on the shelf. Once I learned about millimeters, I was like, oh, this is so much easier. I don't have to fuck around with that stupid shit. This is good. I like this. Yeah. Anyway, everybody's got a method to their instruction, whether you use metric or imperial or English. We used to call it English.
Well, I mean, technically, millimeter, you are using fractions, but it's kind of hidden. Right? So since you're using the decimal system, everything is just a fraction of... It's already converted, basically. The denominators are already converted into like 1/10, 1/100, 1/1000, right?
Yeah.
So it's just already converted. But there are issues with that when you get into like...
Yeah.
If you get into like really high precision shit, you'll start having problems.
Yep. You're going to have some problems. But the globe really has a lot of problems, man. It really does. And that's the funny thing about the globe. It was set on the table like globe table. And we went, okay, what do we got? And we started taking that shit apart, man, piece by piece. And it took a while. But
I was explaining to this dude, right? Like, okay, so he's like, the planets look like spheres. And I'm like, no, they look like they're round. He was like, well, if you look at them from different angles, they look like spheres. I'm like, well, no, they don't. When you actually look at them, doesn't matter how far apart you are, both people see the same thing. You don't see the side of the sphere. Took me like 20 minutes just to get him to even understand that, right? I had to use an analogy of looking at a globe from two different angles, right? He's like, well, if they see the same thing, they have to be looking at it from the same place. I'm like, yeah, that's the point. It don't work. It don't work on the globe because you're looking at it from two places and they're seeing the same thing as if they're looking at it from the same place. Yeah, that's the problem. Welcome to flat Earth. Like, dude, like he couldn't get it. It was like because it was so embedded in his head. Flat Earthers are fucking wrong. The globe is right. This can't possibly be happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that earlier today. I was like, we're
awesome.
always dealing with this syndrome of whatever a flat earther says is wrong.
What?
Yeah, it's a syndrome, man. It's like a mental illness. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Oh my god, is there an?
And I'm in the chat
got an
making a
acronym?
whole
I need an
different point,
acronym.
but still
Need an acronym.
valid. Sorry.
Everything Flat Earther says is wrong. Acronym by chance? Anyone?
Make it
how about Fauci?
Oh, hey, we'll be here all week. Tip your waitresses.
Yeah, I was in the chat though while India was talking to him, making a whole ass different point, like that was still valid to the conversation, but you know how it doesn't matter what kind of light that you have, what shape it's in. If you have a cylinder emitting light, if it's far enough away, it's still going to look like a circle.
Yeah, all you have to do is think about a car taillights, right? So say you're like a half a mile behind a car's taillights. They don't look like little rectangles, right? They look like two red dots.
Yep. They don't look like anything like rectangles at all. Yep, it's just another dot of light far away, red. That's no shit, Sherlock. Hey, yeah, I can without a doubt I can look at lights in the sky and tell you 100% without a doubt what we live on because I measured an angle to something. Cool, huh? I know you guys appreciate that kind of work. I mean, I really went out of my way. I measured an angle to something. You guys, angles are like degrees of altitude above the horizon or below the horizon, if you can get there, but it's usually above the horizon. Angles. If you can, you can measure an angle, dude. You got whatever mathematics you want to add to it, man. You can work it out. It can be anything you want. It could be trillions of miles away or hundreds of miles away or thousands. Yep. So you got math. I mean, I love these guys, man, that come in and go, well, you guys don't believe in math. What's wrong with you? Obviously, never, ever one of us said we don't believe in math. It's like on the table, 100%. It's the first sign you see when you walk through the door, man. Flat Earthers believe in math. We do. We use it. Yeah, we can count money or calculate a barn with a 32-degree angle roof or whatever. Yeah, you can work it out. We love math. And flat earthers love math, but they come in and say, hey, no. You guys don't believe in math? Because without math, man, we wouldn't have discovered Neptune. Don't you know that? Flat earthers, don't you know that without math, we would not have discovered Neptune, which Neptune is always an interesting subject for me because it's a gas giant planet. Gas. It's like the really cool looking blue gas, of course. It's blue gas. But it's gas. Gas is a giant planet. And that is a physics phenomenon that none of us have ever experienced. Not one of us. Not anybody ever. Is a big giant ball of gas floating without a container, of course. Right? The gas is the container, dumbasses. What are you, flat earthers? Yeah. You flat earth? I tried to explain to somebody, a physicist one time, man, that it's suspicious how these airplanes can fly for so long. At such speeds, 500 miles an hour. Wow.
I want to say these words because, well, now you're Captain Brannigan. You're listening, but you're still typing in the chat. So, edahum, or there was variations of it, but edahum means even though you hate me. And then Eratosthenes means even though you love me so fucking much.
He's
Yeah, imagine me hearing him just say Edahum, and I'm like, you just told me that I hate you, you little shit. And then he'd be like, oh, Edalumsifum? It's silly.
I get the correlation. I do. I appreciate you guys coming back over here and hanging out with me, man. I mean, it was just filling some air time. I mean, I know we're 24/7, flat Earth. Shout out to YouTubers. Anybody out there? No, man. Get a couple people. Let me see what I can find. Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you guys going over to that other server and just.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Really,
it's been fun, and it's also been
exhausting.
Exhausting. I have to.
I get
get off there.
Yeah, it only takes so much every day of nonsense. People bringing nonsense to the table, man. And I think we chatted it out earlier, man. Gemsy was saying, "Hey, man, we need to nail them to their claims. Nail them to their claims. That's all we got to do." Awesome. You got to really microscopically go after their claims. When they bring a claim to the table, man, it just has to be handled, in all of reality any way we can. That's all, that's basically what we do.
Hey, we have somebody in here. Santa Quinn. You're VC verified. You can shout out, say hello, and welcome, by the way. I don't know if you've been here for a while. If you wanted to chime in.
Check it. How long you been here? He's been here since September 15th of 2023 and been on Discord September 15th, 2023. Very new account, very new, joining the server on the same day. That's super suspect. I'm very suspicious of this person.
Well, you guys would have been suspicious.
no.
I think that you were suspicious of me for a minute because I didn't have Discord long and joined this server. Also, but that's because I didn't have any social media.
Hold on, I can tell you exactly when you joined. You joined November 15th, 2022 on Discord, and the 29th you came in here. Same year, 2022.
Yeah, I joined for another server, and then I found out that this server existed.
Exactly, that makes sense. That's why you
through
joined.
Girls' Night or
Yeah,
Ladies' Night. Yeah,
Ladies'
so I
Night,
was like, "Oh, Ladies' Night on Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Let me get on that.
Let me get some of that, man. Oh,
I came. My first night that I was in here was on a Ladies' Night.
Mm-hmm.
And there was already like Flat Earth ladies that were just killing it. So I mean, I kind of came in and chimed in here and there, but I wasn't nearly as knowledgeable about the subject as I am now. And that's from this server and other things too. Just me just expounding on the knowledge. I was still pretty new to Flat Earth. Not even a year into it. So.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this. I mean, how much has it changed your perspective of everything? How much? Really?
What, Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, let me say this at least. I was already like on a journey for truth and found out some pretty profound that I had previously I didn't know, and then I had to like already change my mind about a lot of things that was going on in the world. And then when this was presented to me, luckily I had already had it discussed by a friend of mine here in town, and he had told me a little bit about it. Like, you know, maybe he's not to the point where we are on the server, but he was still pretty good at explaining some things about I don't know. I just wasn't necessarily receptive to it. I told him I wasn't acting like the Globers that come in here. I was just like, man, you make really good points. I don't know of any way to refute what you say, but you know, I have an understanding of everything, and that's just the way I understand it. And that was the way that I ended I didn't end the conversation. We still talked for a minute about it, but he was like throwing things out there that I just had no idea how to refute them.
Well, he had a crystal ball, and
Oh, did he?
and he got a degree in the crystal ball. I know you guys can appreciate a degree in crystal ball. I mean, it's next level.
Yeah, it's so funny because I saw him for the first time. I saw him for the first time not too long ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, and I hadn't seen him since he said something about flat Earth to me, and I wasn't. Yeah, it was really nice to be able to catch up with him and be like, "Look, dude, when you told me about that, you know, I wasn't even thinking that you were like, I didn't know that you were right, but I mean, I remember you making really good points, but now I'm a flat earther." So it was nice to be able to see him again and be able to tell him that I am a flat earther now.
Yeah, I've had the same experience when I finally figured it out. I called the guy that showed it to me. I was like, dude, are you kidding me? I mean, I was like, holy shit, man, you were right. 100% without a doubt. I mean, I looked into it for months, man. I was like, I'm going to figure this out. Yeah, I got to talk to him. I just talked to him earlier this year, man. Probably back in March or somewhere around there. And I got to talk to him, catch up. Just took one guy, man, saying, hey, man, satellites are fake, man. Check it out. What? Satellites are fake? Yeah, man. They're not in space. Definitely, 100%. What? There's no pictures of satellites in space from space that are, like, legit. If you got one, man, let me know. I'm going back to the globe if you got one. I promise. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I've seen some high altitude stuff, man, that works out on a flat Earth, where you see some stuff floating up there above the clouds and all that. But is it a satellite in space? Not looking good, man. It's not looking good. There's some holes in that evidence. And I'll always go back to, man, none of us, not a single one of us, has ever seen the Earth from outer space. Not one of us.
Well, it's kind of hard to see the Earth from somewhere that doesn't exist. So,
well, that was our job, man, is to go out and say, hey, man, your globe's coming up a little short here. Can you straighten it out for us? That'd be good. Could you curve that for us? That'd be great. Yeah, curve that one. No, nobody's curved nothing. They're literally 2023. They're still on sticks and shadows. Well, when was
it's kind of. I try to like put it down into like a, I don't know, a relatable way of saying it. Like, hey, it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird that nobody's ever done this. Nobody's ever directly measured this curvature that is the first rung of your cosmic ladder. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. Pretty weird that nobody's ever done that. And then anyone who's ever tried to match the math and reality, it's not there. So it's pretty weird. Just saying.
Well, you know that I went out with Matthew Learns twice and measured on a solstice and an equinox. We did both. And we measured an angle to the sun. And we did a bunch of math. We sat down, we figured out, the angle to the sun. Exactly. Right to the degree. And our latitude on what they gave us as coordinates. But we took that math and we figured out a distance to the sun using this math. And we did it twice, and both times it was, like 3,400 miles ish. Yeah. So he's a math professor. And him and I did the math to the distance to the sun using a calculation off of an angle based off of coordinates that was whatever. We're on the 32nd parallel. All right, we're on the 32nd north. So we just took all those numbers and we added it up and figured it out. And the sun was not very far away both times. And, Matthew did the math, which was like, okay, the math professor did the math. And that was hit.
You gotta at least tell us how he reacted to the math that was, done.
Well, it was all calculations, and it was based off of some assumptions. There had to be some assumptions, first of all. And he wrote that right at the top of the paper. I can send you the notes, or I could post them or something, if anybody's interested. But But he would just say, that's the math, and that's how they did it. That's how they figured out. But it didn't. And then they took the math from the equator to our latitude, and you could figure out the radius of the globe, but that was a little bit more complicated. But they eventually can come to that conclusion through mathematics that it works. It definitely works, man. Latitude, longitudes. Yeah, it works. But at the end of the day, man, it measures the distance to the sun at under 4,000 miles. Okay? Somewhere in there. That's the same math that Matthew used, a math professor, that would prove an angle to a light in the sky. And you come up with that's it. Come up with a globe. Through your mathematics, that's it. I mean, I know you guys, that's what they hang their hats on. I even heard it today. I was driving home, listening to the other Discord, the politics, and it was the same argument. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny how even if we have the same person come back, they'll just respawn, even though whatever they brought forth was, highly scrutinized and to the point where, depending on what the argument's about, brought down to basics and fundamentally refuted, how they'll come back and they'll just respawn and they'll have the same assumptions based off what was already fundamentally refuted and bring some other, because that's how you do when you respawn. You have to try again and try to use something different. Or even if you, some people are just crazy.
Latsy, I love it when they'll be like, so the curvature, yeah, you can see it on a boat or on a plane. Come on, okay. And then, we start bringing up how far you can actually see things on a flat, level plane or a globe. How it's supposed to drop off here, man. Anyway, we show them all that. And then they'll just go like, well, what about satellites? And then you're like, whoa, man. We're back down here on Earth, man. We're checking out Earth. They're like, well, the star rotations. What about those in the... Oh, dude, they just jump around so many times. They can never stay focused. And those are my, some of my favorite guys to listen to, because I just sit there and I'm listening. I'm laughing. I'm like, really? You jumped around from, how far we can see, where's the curve, to satellites. Boom. Star rotation. Boom. Yeah, they just jump off. They never have a focus. They don't stay on point. And it's a syndrome out there. And I think it has a lot to do with the smartphone and technology in general. But
It's a double-edged sword. You can use it.
Hey, they know it too, man. It's a double-edged sword. Technology can, make you and break you at the same time. Trust me.
Yeah, I definitely didn't have access to any kind of PC or laptop or anything. I was able to inquire tons of information from my smartphone.
Yeah, it's changed the world.
But it was through different different means than most people go through to become a flat, or come to the realization that the Earth is not a globe. I didn't watch a bunch of YouTube videos or anything. I didn't know about Mark Sargent or who else is Eric Dubay. I didn't know much about any of that. I was listening to a call-in show podcast type. It wasn't necessarily a it's kind of podcast format, but it was more like a radio show. So, and he had himself on what they call Revolution Radio for a while. Then he jumped over to Speak Free Radio for a little bit. Then he took away. He just stopped doing them both altogether because he already had a Spotify and a website that people were paying attention to, and he wasn't active on much else when it comes to social media that I know of, because all I had was YouTube anyways. So and maybe he was more active on Facebook or whatever, but I don't have that, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, I listened to, because I was reading that book, Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper. I tuned into Mindshock today. He was doing a premiere of William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse, and I tuned in and chimed up and talked to Mindshock and a couple of other people in his live chat. Brought up Flat Earth because I was like, I wonder what Bill Cooper would have thought about Flat Earth had it been presented to him like we can these days. And Mindshock responded to me in the live chat, and he was like, I was just thinking the same thing. Because he was debunking all of the alien interaction and stuff. Like, he was showing how they were operations that were already coordinated through, the intelligence of the military. So
people dropping in and out, man. Welcome.
Ban them.
All right, ban that T-Dub. He's upside down, first of all. I mean,
banned. That's a ban.
So that's an auto ban, I think, right? You're upside down?
Let's get him upside right.
I was spreading a bit of knowledge in that live chat today. It was great.
Is that
Well,
coming
thank
base?
you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. I didn't.
That in butter form?
What? Did you say in butter form?
Yeah. What you said?
I think he did say that.
Yeah, I did.
That's what I heard.
I like it. I was
Butter.
spreading that butter on that roll.
Anyway, you guys have all been spending a lot of butter lately over there, man. Thank you guys for doing that. What a
Yeah, I've been peeking at that. Yeah, you're all on fire over there.
you guys have been holding the fort down, I'll say.
I'm a bit spent. I was doing that for literally weeks on end before all these other guys showed up.
Yeah, I believe it. Peeking.
Yeah, I think you can take a little break, man.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where, I don't know. Can't even tell what's going on half the time in an argument. Just kind of just take a step back.
Yeah, it's same.
I noticed with people popping in and interrupting a lot of time. Sorry.
Hey, you guys are
You just hear it so many times, and it just, I don't know, starts to have a different, I don't know. Yeah, you need to take a breather every now and then.
You can only take so much. You flat earthers are retards. You guys don't understand math. What's wrong with you?
Well, it's their blatant not have or disregarding any kind of self-awareness. They don't care if somebody's talking. They'll just start talking, and it's not like it is here. It's way more moderated. Like, I like the way it's moderated here, so people can actually have a conversation. And we're guilty sometimes of shutting down a conversation here and there because honestly, it gets a little bit tiring that people bring the same arguments over and over, I suppose. But over there, they take it to a new extreme, and it's even more tiresome sometimes. I have to.
Yep.
I don't know.
You got to take breaks from surrounding yourself with utter insanity, I think is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's
because I felt myself kind of losing objectivity just listening to all this complete madness all day long.
Dude, all I had to do was peek at it. I said, "Oh, okay, yep, I'm feeling it." And I was already out.
It's not a lot different than this place was. Even the first version of this Discord, man, it was crazy. Man.
Yeah, I'm probably just spoiled rotten because of this place.
It was. You got to remember the early days, man. My goodness, man, it was out. Everybody was a call. I mean, dude, they would call your work and like say, hey, man, that Flatsy's a fucking flat earther. Like, and that's how crazy it was. Just all over the place, man. When it first started.
I find that they say things that are just so stunningly crazy that you almost have to ask, like, is it me? Like, did I just not understand? Like, is he really saying something that stupid? Like,
yes, heretic. Yes, you're so right. Like, that's why I'll stay in chat sometimes because I'm like, I don't know if I'm missing something or if he's just really saying something that's stupid.
I went and saw the Foucault pendulum, therefore globe, guaranteed, 100%. I saw it with my own.
I know what you're talking about, that Scott guy, right?
Yeah.
Gosh.
I was there for like a half an hour and I saw it move. I mean, how can you defute that, man? I mean, come on.
How can you deny it?
Yeah, but
You
what
guys
was that
lose,
girl's
man.
name?
Flat earthers lose. I went
Fox?
to the museum, saw the fucking Foucault pendulum. I saw it with my own two eyes.
But you guys, were you listening to that Fox girl? Oh my god.
Oh, that was where I actually kind of hit my limit, and I was like, I really need to take a break from this now. She was like, I don't know, just a really annoying sophist.
Yes, and it was easy for some of us to pick up on, but she was appealing to a certain subject that I guess Drace was tuned to for a minute, and then he saw the way it devolved and the way her mind worked from that point. He was like, "Oh no."
Yeah. Oh no. We get to the point of, oh no, not really. Oh, okay. Damn. You had to go
I was
there.
already to that point before Drace. Like, I was already in the chat, like, please say less things.
Yeah, that's the kind of person I don't like to talk to at all. Like the very first time I heard her, like I just checked right out, tuned out, let Spank talk to her. Like it was just in one ear, out the other. It's like, oh, it's one of these types of waffling types. I'm I'm out of here.
You did chime in, and it was priceless, dude. Hold on. Sorry. You chimed in, and you were like, are you just, like, giving questions that you're going to answer? I was like, that is
Right.
what he's doing.
Well, everybody else was still kind of humoring her at that point, so I did feel like kind of a dick, but
No.
I was like, come on.
You were spot on. I could tell around. I think that maybe if you were paying attention to chat, that's why you chimed in the way you did. Because I was already like, say less things.
What up? What up?
Hey.
Hey, basically.
Oh, ho. What up, bro?
Yo, man. Am I a boomer or no?
You're a late boomer.
I'm a late boomer. I like it. Love
What's
that
up,
term.
Beasticles?
I'm gonna use
What's
it.
up?
Late boomer.
Bro.
Yeah, bro.
Who's Kiwi Buzz? I want to talk to him.
I don't know, man, but he came in for a second and he bailed. He bounced.
He's another one that's saying that I'm some other fucking guy.
That's the second time I've heard this today, man.
Bro.
No. What? Who are they calling you? Wait a minute.
Some dude named Jesse. I heard like
Jesse's girl. I wish I had Jesse's globe. That guy. Jesse's. No, you're not Jesse's globe, dude.